A brisk November day in 1095 at Clermont, a crowd of nobles and clergy huddles around a makeshift platform. On top of it stands Pope Urban II, arms raised, a voice ringing with passion. He evokes a distant city, Jerusalem, calling it the center of the earth, a land fruitful above all others, a paradise of delights, sanctified by Christ's life and death. And he implores his listeners to rescue this holy city from foreign hands, crying out, Jerusalem is now held captive by the enemies of Christ. She seeks to be liberated and ceases not to implore you to come to her aid. The crowd erupts with a roar. Deus vult, God wills it. And the First Crusade is well and truly underway. But what was it about Jerusalem that inspired thousands of medieval men to drop their plows, don the cross, and march thousands of miles into the unknown? Why did warriors and pilgrims alike endure hunger, disease, and battle for this city's sake? Well, that's the topic for today. We're going through the religious zeal, political ambitions, and economic interests, along with the cultural dreams that made Jerusalem the beating heart of the Crusader era. But before we get into it, I'd like to welcome any newcomers and invite you to hit the like and subscribe button and perhaps leave a little comment. I always like reading through them. Oh, and thank you to those who are supporting on the Patreon and those who took the time to look at the merch store. You have my thanks. So, with all that being said and customary welcomes and introductions out of the way, let us begin a journey back in time and explore the question, why was Jerusalem so important to the Crusaders? To medieval Christians, Jerusalem was no ordinary city. It was the spiritual center of the universe. Long before the Crusades, Jerusalem loomed large in Western Christian imagination. It was the site of the Holy Sepulchre, the tomb where Jesus Christ was believed to have risen from the dead, and of Golgotha, where he was crucified. Pilgrimage to Jerusalem had been a sacred ideal for centuries. Monks, nobles, and even paupers would travel for months just to get a chance to pray at the holy site. A 9th century Frankish monk described Jerusalem as the navel of the world, the place where heaven and earth met. By the 11th century, despite the city being under Muslim rule, a steady stream of Christian pilgrims still flowed toward Jerusalem, evidence of its undying pull on the Western psyche. But things had changed. Pilgrimage had grown perilous. There were tales of highway robbers attacking pilgrims and of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre being damaged. In 1009, the Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim infamously destroyed the Holy Sepulchre, and this sent shockwaves throughout Christendom. Although the church was later rebuilt, memories of this sacrilege endured. Imagine the outrage and grief of the believers, hearing that the holiest church on earth was razed. It was as if their own faith had taken a punch straight to the jaw. By the late 11th century, reports were beginning to circulate of Muslim authorities harassing Christian visitors to Jerusalem. These stories primed Europe for action. Protecting Jerusalem was not only a spiritual duty, but it had become an emotional cause. Thus, on that day in Clermont, when Pope Urban II called the First Crusade, he tapped into a deep well of devotion. According to Fulcher of Chartres, Urban described how, quote, the Redeemer of mankind has made Jerusalem illustrious by his advent, consecrated by his passion, redeemed by his death, glorified by his burial. He betrayed the city as a noble lady held hostage by infidels, ignominiously polluted by non-Christian worship. And the rhetoric struck a chord. To the audience, freeing Jerusalem was not conquest, it was an act of restoration, a homecoming to the city of their Lord. The offer of a spiritual reward only sweetened the deal. Urban promised that, quote, undertake this journey eagerly for the remission of your sins, with the assurance of eternal glory in the kingdom of heaven. For knights weighed down by guilt and sin, the holy war was a path to redemption, a golden ticket straight to paradise. As one eyewitness put it, upon hearing the call, the crowd shouted unanimously, God wills it, each man eager to take up the cross and save the holy city. Say what you want about Urban II, but he sure knows how to give a rousing speech. And so I think we can conclude, without many debates, that religion was the foremost motivator. I don't think anybody is really arguing that. The Crusaders called themselves pilgrims. They bore the red cross on their tunics as a symbol of penance. They chanted psalms as they marched. One crusader, Raymond of Aguirre, wrote that throughout the journey they felt guided by biblical precedents, comparing their army to the Israelites on an exodus toward the Promised Land. The very name crusade is more modern. Contemporaries spoke of going on pilgrimage or taking the cross to Jerusalem. Well, the pilgrimage was armed, yes, but fundamentally it was driven by faith in the holiness of Jerusalem. But as much as we can sometimes conclude with the Occam's razor that it was all about religion, it doesn't alone tell the full story, which is why I'm making the video, to be honest. And as we shall see, political and economic factors interwove with piety. But it is crucial to grasp for the medieval crusader that Jerusalem was the physical embodiment of their faith. It was where Christ died to save humanity. To them, possessing this city was key to affirming Christ's victory on earth. And so, that battle cry, Deus Vult, captured their conviction that reclaiming Jerusalem was God's own will. And with such convictions burning at their hearts, the Crusaders set out on a long road to the Holy Land. And so we find ourselves in the First Crusade, 1096 to 1099. It was a breathtaking gamble that succeeded beyond anyone's expectation. After a grueling trek across Asia Minor and the siege of Antioch, the weary but determined crusading host finally reached the walls of Jerusalem in the June of 1099. And one can imagine the moment. After years of hardship, the warriors and pilgrims finally fell to their knees at the first glimpse of the holy city. Jerusalem. There it is. Some wept openly, others sang hymns of praise, but they resolved that no matter the cost, they must capture the city. The siege that followed was intense. The defenders, Egyptian Fatimid troops, had fortified the city and even expelled Jerusalem's local Christians, fearing that they would aid the invaders, perhaps open the doors right up for them. Pretty well-founded concerns. For 5 weeks, the Crusaders camped under harsh summer sun, short on water and wood for siege engines. Morale wavered until the leaders imposed 3 days of fasting and penance. In a poignant scene straight from Scripture, the entire army performed a barefoot penitential procession around Jerusalem's walls, led by priests at the head singing psalms. They hoped to invoke divine aid, just as the Israelites had circled Jericho in the Bible. According to the Crusaders' letter back to the Pope, quote, all with bare feet marched around the walls. that he who entered Jerusalem humbly on our behalf might be moved by our humility. The ritual seemed to work. Morale was sky high, and on July the 15th, 1099, the Crusaders launched a final, fervent assault. Siege towers rolled forward, arrows and stones filled the air. Finally, a lucky breach, knights scaled the wall and opened a gate. With a battle cry to Christ, the Crusaders flooded into Jerusalem. And what followed next was both triumphant and tragic. In the ecstasy of victory, the Crusaders unleashed a frenzied massacre upon the city's Muslim and Jewish inhabitants. Medieval sources, perhaps a little prone to exaggeration, describe a bloodbath of biblical proportion, no pun intended. Raymond of Aguilera, an eyewitness, wrote with grim pride that, in the temple and porch of Solomon, men rode in blood up to their knees and bridle reins, insisting that this was God's judgment on the unbelievers. Another chronicler, Fulcher of Chartres, although absent at the siege, heard reports that, quote, "You would have seen our feet coloured to our ankles with the blood of the slain." Such graphic accounts shock the modern sensibilities, yet to the Crusaders, this was awesome. The second purification of Jerusalem, a purge of defilement. They felt as agents of divine wrath, much like Israelite warriors in the Old Testament who cleansed Canaan. It's an uncomfortable truth. The same religious zeal that fueled their courage also bred these kinds of atrocities. But, it's medieval times. Don't expect too much. But amidst all the carnage, the surviving residents sought refuge. A group of Muslims barricaded themselves in the Tower of David, the citadel, and negotiated surrender to Count Raymond of Toulouse, who allowed them safe conduct to Ascalon. Others were not so fortunate. Jewish defenders who had fought alongside Muslims in the siege. Many Jews took shelter in the synagogue, which the Crusaders just lit on fire. The Crusaders' own letters make little mention of mercy. Their mindset was summed up by Raymond of Aguilera's stark comment, "It was a just and splendid judgment of God that this place should be filled with the blood of the unbelievers." In that era's crusading ethos, mercy was scarce for those who were deemed infidels in a holy war, and that goes for both sides. Yet, amid all the violence, the spiritual joy of the conquerors is palpable in the sources. When the fighting subsided, the Crusaders streamed toward the church of the Holy Sepulchre, throwing off their armor still smeared with blood. These battle-hardened men knelt and wept at the tomb of Christ. One chronicler notes how they sung Te Deum in exultation. An eyewitness remembered that our people rejoiced and sang a new song to the Lord that day. The sense of miraculous achievement was universal. After all, against all odds, a band of feudal nobles and peasants from Europe had seized perhaps the most heavily fortified city in the Near East. They attributed this victory entirely to God. As the Crusaders wrote to Pope Pascal II, "God was appeased by our humility and delivered the city and his enemies into our hands. The whole world was certainly fighting for us." Their success felt like proof of divine favor, a sign that their bold pilgrimage had been righteous. One of the most beautiful anecdotes of this moment happened when the Crusade leaders offered the crown of Jerusalem to their most distinguished lord, Duke Godfrey of Bouillon. Godfrey had been instrumental in the siege, but when he was acclaimed as king, he refused to wear the royal crown in the Holy City. According to the chronicler William of Tyre, Godfrey reverently declared, quote, "I will not wear a crown of gold. in a city where our Lord Jesus Christ wore a crown of thorns. Instead, he took the humbler title, Advocate of the Holy Sepulchre. This was not false modesty, but really a sincere gesture of piety. Godfrey and his peers truly viewed Jerusalem as Christ's city, where earthly glory must bow to the divine. The new Latin rulers understood that they were not ordinary kings and princes, but now they were guardians of a holy shrine. Thus, by mid-1099, the Crusaders had accomplished their primary mission. Jerusalem was back in Christian hands. Their success astonished both the Muslim world and Christendom alike. It instantly elevated the stature of the papacy and the idea of a holy war. In European churches, prayers and thanksgiving were said, and tales of the miraculous victory spread everywhere. The First Crusade's end marked the beginning of the Latin kingdom in Jerusalem, a crusader state established in the Levant, with its capital in the Holy City. But it's not happily ever after. Now the challenge was to hold and govern this precious prize. And so, following the First Crusade, the Western conquerors carved out 4 principalities in the Levant, with the Kingdom of Jerusalem as the crown jewel. In July of 1099, as we saw, Godfrey became the first ruler, though he refused the title king. But after Godfrey's death, his brother, Baldwin, was crowned the King of Jerusalem on Christmas Day, 1100, in the Basilica of Bethlehem. That coronation, a Frankish king crowned in the Holy Land, symbolized a turning point. The Crusaders were no longer just transient pilgrims, but they were settlers founding a new society rooted in Jerusalem. From a political perspective, controlling Jerusalem conferred immense prestige and legitimacy. Back in Europe, monarchs derived authority from being anointed in cathedrals. Here, a king ruled in the very city of Christ himself. It's a bit more special, that's for sure. The new kingdom was relatively small, however, in population, but it commanded outsized respect due to its sanctity. The kings of Jerusalem, like Baldwin I, Baldwin II, etc., became central figures in international diplomacy. They corresponded with the Pope and Western rulers as equals, often reminding them of their unique duty as protectors of the Holy Sepulchre. A throne in Jerusalem was regarded as almost more exalted than one in Paris or London. It was seen as a monarchy ordained by God. European nobles vied for titles like Count of Jaffa or Lord of Bethlehem in this new realm. Such titles linked them to biblical lore and even crusading glory. Yet ruling Jerusalem, that posed more than a few practical challenges. The Crusaders were a tiny minority in a land of diverse people. We're talking Greeks, Syriac, Armenian Christians, Muslims, Jews, many of whom had to live together under Islamic rule. Under earlier conquerors, the Latin Christians did not expel all the native inhabitants, aside from the initial massacre, but, over time a degree of coexistence did begin to emerge. Native Eastern Christians often assisted the Franks, serving as translators or local officials, and Muslim residents in villages farmed and paid taxes to their new Latin lords. The economy of the Kingdom of Jerusalem depended on agriculture, olives, wheat, vines, and on the influx of pilgrims from Europe. In fact, if we can call it pilgrimage tourism, well, it became a cornerstone of the kingdom's wealth. With the Holy Sepulchre accessible, thousands of pilgrims arrived each year by ship, eager to fulfill the vows that they took and see the holy places, now a lot safer and secured by fellow Christians. These pilgrims needed lodging, food, guides, all of which created economic opportunities. The Knights Hospitaller, for instance, originated as an order caring for sick pilgrims in a Jerusalem hospital. The pilgrim trade also attracted merchants from Italian city-states like Venice, Genoa, and Pisa, who established quarters in port cities like Acre and Jaffa to facilitate shipping people and goods. In return for their naval support, these Italian merchants were granted lucrative trading privileges. Thus, Jerusalem, though itself not a port, became the hub of a network connecting Europe to the Near Eastern trade routes. Spices, silk, and other commodities passed through Crusader hands, enriching both the kingdom and its European partners. Culturally, the presence of the Crusaders in Jerusalem led to a fascinating fusion. Many Crusaders who had arrived as armed pilgrims decided to settle permanently. Fulcher of Chartres, who himself stayed and served King Baldwin I, marveled at how life in the Levant transformed the Europeans. Quote, "For we, who were Occidentals, have now become Orientals, for who was a Roman or a Frank has in this land been made into a Galilean or a Palestinian." He wrote that people from different Western regions, French, Germans, Italians, now blended into a new identity as inhabitants of Outremer, that is, the land beyond the sea. They learned the local languages. Some intermarried with native Christians and adopted Eastern customs in food and dress. Fulcher noted by 1106 rather, "We have already forgotten the places of our birth." He was amazed that many of his compatriots simply had no desire at all to return to Europe. He even quipped that those who were poor in Europe, quote, "God makes rich in this land. Why should one return to the Occident who has found the Orient like this?" This remarkable testimony shows how Jerusalem and its kingdom were not merely military outposts, but they became home for the first generation of Crusader settlers. The allure of land and lordship certainly played a role. A knight who might own a tiny manor in France could gain a whole village or more in the wealthy Levant. Indeed, the Crusader nobility established feudal lordship across the kingdom, dividing the territory into baronies, much like they were doing in Europe. Feudal law, adapted for local conditions, was compiled in the famous Assizes of Jerusalem. So in a sense, they transplanted European societal structures onto Palestinian soil. Religion, however, remained the glue of the kingdom's identity. The Latin clergy quickly reorganized Jerusalem's spiritual leadership. They transformed the Dome of the Rock, an Islamic shrine, into a Christian church they called the Templum Domini, Temple of the Lord, by the way, believing that it stood on Solomon's temple site. The Al-Aqsa Mosque was repurposed as the Palace of the Kings and headquarters of the new elite guard, the Knights Templar, hence the name Temple of Solomon. The Crusaders introduced Roman Catholic rites in churches that had long followed Greek or Syriac rites, establishing a Latin patriarch in Jerusalem to replace the Greek Orthodox patriarch, who had fled, by the way. They also unearthed cherished holy relics, most significantly the True Cross, a relic believed to be part of the very cross on which Jesus was crucified. According to legend, this relic had been discovered by St. Helena in the 4th century and kept in Jerusalem. The Crusaders retrieved it, and thereafter the kings of Jerusalem carried the True Cross into battle as a talisman of divine protection. And, well, I'm sure you can imagine the morale of the soldiers fighting under what they believed to be was a piece of the Lord's cross. Certainly a very good motivator. I don't think they'd be using it as a battering ram, though I could imagine that that would make a very effective tool. Well, in any case, it was as if they wielded a fragment of heaven's power on earth. The kingdom essentially functioned as a theocracy in spirit. Its laws and warfare were justified by religion. Its king swore to protect Christ's patrimony. Its very essence was seen as serving God's plan. Yet the Kingdom of Jerusalem was not really a safe place. It was always precarious, surrounded by Muslim territories on every side. The early decades were a constant struggle for survival, requiring almost yearly military campaigns. The Crusader knights, perhaps a few thousand in number, were thinly spread across fortresses from Jerusalem to the frontiers. To bolster defense, the Crusaders built or occupied dozens of castles, such as Crat de Chevalier and Montreal, guarding key roads and passes. They also benefited from the political fragmentation of the Muslim Near East at the time. When Jerusalem fell in 1099, you see, the Muslim world was divided. The Seljuk Turks had Syria and Mesopotamia, while the Fatimid caliphs held Egypt, and they were often at odds with each other. Lots of infighting. The First Crusaders exploited the disunity, and for decades the Latin kingdom played its neighbors off against each other, securing truces or alliances with some Muslim rulers to fight others. Some local Muslim lords even preferred trading and coexisting with the Franks to being conquered by a larger Islamic empire. But the balance was not to last. By the mid-12th century, political tides began to turn, and a new Muslim power arose in the region, the Zengid dynasty in Syria, followed by the rise of the greatest leader of the Muslims in the Crusade, Saladin. The Crusaders in turn increasingly relied on fresh recruits from Europe via new crusading expeditions to maintain their hold on Jerusalem. And that's the segue. The next phase, the period of crusade and counter-crusade, where the importance of Jerusalem remained front and center. The Crusader Kingdom of Jerusalem reached its zenith in the mid-12th century, but that golden age was pretty brief. Internal weaknesses and external pressures began to mount, and in 1187, disaster struck. Jerusalem fell to the Muslim forces of Saladin. This was a cataclysm for Latin Christians, arguably as shocking as the city's capture had been exhilarating in 1099. Understanding why this happened and how the Crusaders reacted showed Jerusalem's importance in the long run of the Crusades. So let's set the scene. In the 1170s, Saladin, a charismatic Kurdish general, united Egypt and Syria under his leadership, forging a powerful Muslim bloc surrounding the Crusader states. Meanwhile, the Latin kingdom, well, they were plagued by factionalism, and a bit of complacency too. King Baldwin IV, the famous leper king, fought valiantly to contain Saladin, but he died young. By 1187, Jerusalem's throne had passed to Baldwin's sister Sibylla and her husband Guy de Lusignan, a king whose rash decisions would, well, prove pretty dire. That summer, Saladin lured the Crusader army into a trap at Hattin, near the Sea of Galilee. The Frankish army, marching under the True Cross in brutal heat, found itself encircled and desperate for water. On July 4th, 1187, the Knights of Jerusalem were decisively defeated at Hattin. The True Cross was captured. King Guy was taken prisoner. With the kingdom's field army annihilated, the road to Jerusalem lay completely open. In October 1187, after a short siege, Jerusalem surrendered to Saladin. Muslim banners once more waved over the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa. Unlike the Crusaders in 1099, Saladin did not massacre the population. His reputation for chivalry was earned here, but he allowed ransom to be paid for most Christians to leave safely, and even freed some poor captives out of mercy. I did a full video about what the Crusaders thought about Saladin if you're interested in that. Quite interesting. Nevertheless, for the Latin Christians, this was a grievous loss. The Holy Sepulchre was now in Muslim hands. The kingdom of heaven, as they called Jerusalem, had slipped away. The shock in Europe was profound. News of Jerusalem's fall travelled west in the winter of 1187, likely embellished with tales of a looming apocalypse. Legend says that Pope Urban III died of a heart attack upon hearing it. Indeed, he did die in October of 1187. Chroniclers imagined it was indeed from grief over Jerusalem. But the response was swift. Yes, they might have lost Jerusalem, but they were going to get it back. Within months, Pope Gregory VIII issued a papal bull titled Audita Tremendi upon hearing of the terrible event, which lamented the deplorable news about the desolation of Jerusalem. The document called for the Third Crusade. Across Europe, kings and nobles donned the cross with unprecedented zeal. It was as if Christendom itself had been wounded and needed to heal its honor. The Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, King Philip II of France, and Richard I of England, three of the most powerful men of the age, all took up the cross in what became the greatest international effort yet to retrieve Jerusalem. The fall of the city thus galvanized Europe into action like never before. But why such urgency? Well, precisely because Jerusalem was the heart, spiritually and symbolically. The historian William of Tyre, writing just a few years before the fall, had described Jerusalem as a beacon for all Christendom. Now that beacon was dimmed. Medieval Christianity widely believed that losing Jerusalem was God's punishment for their sins, a kind of collective divine judgment. Preachers of the Third Crusade stressed penitence. The faithful must reform their morals and unite to win back God's favor. That would only be evidenced by regaining the holy city. A contemporary account records common people parading through the streets barefoot, weeping and begging God to redeem Jerusalem again. But for the Muslims, Saladin's capture of Jerusalem was a moment of intense triumph and spiritual fulfillment. Jerusalem is Islam's third holiest city, home of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, from where the Prophet Muhammad is said to have ascended to heaven. The city had been under infidel rule for 88 years. Saladin's court chronicler, Imad ad-Din, wrote that upon Saladin's entry into Jerusalem, quote, "The Franks cried out and lamented, while the Muslims rejoiced with cries of glory to God." Saladin purified the Aqsa Mosque with rose water, removed the Christian altars, and reinstated Muslim worship. Poets in Damascus and Cairo celebrated the victory as restoring Islamic honor. One can certainly see that Jerusalem was equally as important to the Muslim world, which helps explain the ferocity of the conflict around it. To Saladin, reclaiming Jerusalem was a religious duty, just exactly as it had been for the Crusaders. The city lay at the crux of both faiths' cosmic geography. And so from 1187 onward, the recovery of Jerusalem became the primary aim of every major crusade. The Third Crusade of 1189-92 achieved some successes. Notably, King Richard I, or Richard the Lionheart, reconquered Acre and other coastal cities, but he failed to get Jerusalem back itself. There's actually a poignant moment recorded in some chronicles. Richard I marched within sight of Jerusalem in 1192. From a hill called Montjoy, he could gaze at the holy city on the horizon. Some say that Richard refused to look upon Jerusalem, as tears filled his eyes, because he knew he could not get it back. Supposedly he had said, "If I cannot have Jerusalem, I will not see it," and turned away. This anecdote, whether true or not, it sort of shows that agonizing longing that the Crusaders felt. They came so far, achieved so much, yet without Jerusalem, the mission was incomplete. They tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. So, Richard and Saladin concluded a treaty. Jerusalem would remain under Muslim control, but unarmed Christian pilgrims would be allowed to visit freely. Through this safeguard, pilgrimage rights, a small comfort, the city was lost to Christendom for the foreseeable future. Well, at least they can still go on crusades. I mean, pilgrimages, rather. Which that was the whole point, right? Well, the failure of the Third Crusade to reclaim Jerusalem was met with mixed emotions in the West. On one hand, the Crusaders' valor was praised. On the other, there was deep disappointment. How could it be that with 3 kings and the greatest army yet assembled, they could still not get the job done? It led to quite a lot of soul-searching. Some theologians argued the Crusaders failed because of their sins or because God willed to test the Christian resolve further. The flame of crusading zeal did not die. In fact, it periodically flared even hotter precisely because Jerusalem remained out of reach. Over the 13th century, once these repeated crusade plans and expeditions, each justified largely by hope of restoring Jerusalem to Christian hands. Interestingly, the political importance of Jerusalem extended even in absentia. In Europe, claiming connection to Jerusalem gave one moral authority. For example, the rulers of the Rump Kingdom of Jerusalem, after 1187 the kings were often ruling from Acre or even Cyprus, continued to use the royal title King of Jerusalem for generations, even when they physically controlled little more than a strip of the coast. The title had prestige, in any case. It implied rightful lordship to the Holy City whenever it could be regained. Rival European monarchs even intermarried or fought over rights to that title. The idea of Jerusalem as a political prize thus persisted. Whoever would liberate it next could claim glory surpassing any other sovereign. And then the Fourth Crusade. That was an interesting one. 1202 to 1204. It sadly never got near Jerusalem. If you don't know the story about that, it was diverted in a rather notorious twist to Constantinople, resulting in the Crusaders sacking a Christian city instead of fighting Muslims. This was a moral catastrophe and really did nothing for Jerusalem, but is telling that the Fourth Crusade's original intent as preached by Pope Innocent III was absolutely to recover Jerusalem. The failure to focus on the prize was viewed as a betrayal of the crusading ideal. Innocent III was outraged at the diversion, and he lamented that, quote, the sword which was meant to be used against the infidel was bathed in the blood of Christians. To him, and many more, a crusade that did not strive for Jerusalem was no crusade at all. As if to correct this, subsequent crusades tried new tactics to get it back. The Fifth Crusade, 1217 to 21, targeted Egypt, reasoning that Egypt was Saladin's heir's power base, and that by conquering Cairo, they could trade it for Jerusalem. This crusade captured the port of Damietta in Egypt, but ultimately failed, and they had to withdraw. Its objective of exchanging Damietta for Jerusalem never realized. The Sixth Crusade actually succeeded, in a way, through diplomacy rather than war. Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II led this effort in 1228 to 29. An excommunicated and controversial figure, the Pope had excommunicated Frederick for delaying his crusade, by the way. Either way, Frederick arrived in the Holy Land and negotiated directly with the Sultan of Egypt. By a treaty in 1229, the Muslims agreed to return Jerusalem to Christian rule, along with Bethlehem and Nazareth, on the condition that Muslim holy sites in Jerusalem be respected, and the city remain open to Muslim pilgrims too. Frederick II then entered Jerusalem and crowned himself, not with great splendor, but rather modestly in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, since the Church had interdicted him. One chronicler describes Frederick standing alone in the Holy Sepulchre Church, placing a crown on his own head, because he had no clergyman to perform such a coronation for the excommunicate. It was an oddly anticlimactic, yet monumental event. Jerusalem was back under a Christian king, achieved without a single battle. Frederick, in a letter home, boasted that, quote, "By a miracle rather than by force, the holy city, the place where the feet of Christ trod, has finally been restored to us." He saw it as a vindication of his strategy, and perhaps his strained relationship with the papacy. Yet many in the church were uneasy. They wanted a glorious victory, not a negotiated peace. Regardless, for about 15 years, up until 1244, Jerusalem was in Crusader hands again, albeit surrounded and fragile. Frederick's treaty was a sign that even in diplomacy, Jerusalem's status was the ultimate bargaining chip. Now the restoration wasn't short-lived, that's for sure. In 1244, an aggressive mercenary force of Central Asian origin, Khwarezmians, allied with the Sultan of Egypt and stormed Jerusalem, sacking it terribly. And then Christian hold was once again no more. The Latin Christian population was slaughtered or expelled, long gone are the days of Saladin with his own ideals of chivalry. And from that point on, Jerusalem would never be held by the Crusaders, not even briefly. The shock of 1244 spurred King Louis IX of France to launch the Seventh Crusade, again targeting Egypt first. Louis, the pious monarch, was utterly devoted to the idea of freeing Jerusalem. He even carried a booklet of scripture quotes about Jerusalem to inspire him. But despite his saintly leadership, literally, they canonized him as Saint Louis, he failed in Egypt and was captured, requiring a heavy ransom for his release. Louis later attempted another crusade in 1270, the Eighth Crusade, aiming at Tunis. It was just a big fiasco, and he died of illness during that campaign. After his death, the energy and the resources for major crusading began to wane. The lasting impact of losing Jerusalem, however, was to gradually shift the crusading ideal from immediate recapture to a kind of pious memory and aspiration. By 1291, the last Crusader stronghold, Acre, fell, effectively ending the Crusader states. Yet throughout the Middle Ages, and even into the Renaissance, schemes to retake Jerusalem kept re-emerging. Jerusalem had become a symbol of Christian unity and revival. Whenever the church or leaders wanted to rally people, invoking a crusade for Jerusalem was the go-to rhetoric. Regardless, the city was certainly thrown around a lot, but it was never forgotten. And even after the Crusades proper had ended, Jerusalem's importance did not fade from the European conscience. If anything, it grew in myth and legend. Troubadours and poets composed songs yearning for Jerusalem. Medieval maps often placed Jerusalem at the center of the world. In art and literature, Jerusalem stood as a metaphor for the celestial city, paradise, or the ideal of holy war. The Crusades' failure to secure it in the long term only burnished Jerusalem's aura. It became a lost sacred Eden that Christian knights might someday regain. For example, the early 14th century poet Dante Alighieri in his Divine Comedy imagines Mount Purgatory as the antipode of Jerusalem, signifying the city's cosmological centrality. In the centuries after 1291, several European figures still took up vows to recover Jerusalem, and one famous case, Christopher Columbus in the 15th century, reportedly believed that his voyages west in part could gain wealth and finance for a new crusade to finally capture Jerusalem and rebuild the temple. For the people of the Middle Ages, the Crusades left a complex legacy colored by Jerusalem. On one hand, there was a sense of spiritual failure and penitence, that despite all the blood spilled, the holy city remained under Muslim rule. On the other hand, the tales of the Crusades, especially the First Crusade's miraculous victory, became inspirational lore. The chivalric romances of the later Middle Ages are full of crusading knights. The order of the Knights Templar and Knights Hospitaller, born out of the need to defend Jerusalem and pilgrims, persisted and evolved. In fact, the Knights Hospitallers would survive as the Knights of Malta. These military monastic orders kept alive the ethos of defending the Holy Land. Every member who joined took vows with Jerusalem in mind, even if they were now fighting on the other frontiers. Culturally, the Crusades also facilitated an exchange. Europeans brought home new knowledge, from classical works preserved by Muslim scholars to exotic goods like apricots and spices, a side effect of their Eastern forays. While these cultural exchanges were not directly about Jerusalem, they were part of the broader impact that Jerusalem anchored. But from the Muslim perspective, the defense of Jerusalem became a rallying cause too, contributing to Islamic unity and identity. The memory of Saladin as the liberator of Al-Quds became legendary in the Islamic world, and remains to be so to this day. The Crusades in Islamic historiography are often referred to as the Frankish Wars, or the Wars of the Cross. And Jerusalem is central in those narratives too, as a prize that was heroically won back. By the end of the medieval period, Jerusalem had transformed into a symbol, transcending the military crusades. It signified the idea of sacred duty, sacrifice, and longing. Countless pilgrims still journeyed there individually, even when no armies could. People like the 14th century English mystic Marguerite Kemp, or later pilgrims, continued to brave the trip to visit the holy places, often describing their profound emotional reactions on first beholding Jerusalem, much like the first Crusaders did. This personal piety linked Jerusalem, ran like an undercurrent below the grand clashes of empire. And so, if we're really going to sum it up, I suppose we can say that Jerusalem was theologically irreplaceable, the greatest of holy sites in Christendom that legitimized the entire crusading venture. It was politically pivotal, lending authority to those who held or aspired to hold it, and driving the formation and fall of kingdoms. It had economic and strategic value as the hub of pilgrimage and trade routes, though these were often framed in service of a sacred mission. Culturally, Jerusalem was the stage for an unprecedented encounter between Christian Europe and the Muslim and Eastern worlds, an encounter that certainly left its imprint on both sides. And so we heard the fervent words of the primary witnesses at the time, from Pope Urban's rousing exhortation in 1095 to Raymond's gory jubilation in 1099, from William to Godfrey and beyond. But the voices agree on one thing, and that's both sides, that Jerusalem was worth every sacrifice. It inspires acts of extreme valor and piety, as well as acts of extreme cruelty. The city brought out the Crusaders' highest ideals, and at times their lowest instincts. This duality, holiness and bloodshed, defines the relationship with Jerusalem. And so, even today, as we study it, we find that it remains a symbol of great significance and conflict for multiple faiths. The Crusades were a specific chapter of that story. 2 tumultuous centuries when Latin Christians staked their own claim. For a time they succeeded, but ultimately they failed. Yet, in failure was a form of success. Jerusalem embedded itself in Western consciousness as a lost paradise and a spiritual lodestar. The Crusades did not permanently secure Jerusalem, but they ensured that its mystique would endure in the European memory and historiography. And perhaps in closing, we can picture one of those lone crusaders kneeling on a hill overlooking glorious Jerusalem at sunset, perhaps in the year 1192 after the lost cause, whispering a prayer, a tear in his eye. And that captures the essence of why Jerusalem mattered. A cause worth living, fighting, and dying for. Not just a place on a map, an ideal, a compass orienting the faithful's journey on earth toward God. And that is why, in the age of the Crusades, all roads, faith, politics, economic, and culture, led to Jerusalem. A monastery stands on a lonely shore. Peaceful chants rise with the dawn. But suddenly, the air is shattered by war cries. Long wooden ships have landed, dragons at the helm, and from them leap tall, wild warriors with axes in hand. To the terrified monks of 9th century Europe, it must have felt like doomsday had arrived. In fact, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle reports that in 793, strange people appeared in Northumbria. Immense sheets of light rushing through the air, and whirlwinds, fiery dragons flying across the firmament, omens that soon followed by the harrowing inroads of heathen men who made lamentable havoc in the Church of God in Holy Island by rapine and slaughter. A Northumbrian scholar, Alcuin of York, wrote in horror, "Never before has such terror appeared in Britain as we have suffered from a pagan race. The heathens poured out the blood of saints around the altar, and trampled on the bodies of saints in the temple of God, like dung in the streets." These contemporary words are quite vivid. They cement the image of the Vikings as an almost supernatural scourge, heathen pirates, so fearsome that even the skies foretold their coming. The tough guys are here, but it's easy to be tough when you're slaughtering a handful of unarmed priests. But were the Vikings really as fearsome and as invincible as their legend and reputation and perhaps stereotype suggests? Maybe, maybe not. That's what we're here to find out. We're going to go on a journey through the Viking Age, from its origins to its decline, and along the way we'll critically assess their reputation as an unstoppable force. We'll hear voices from the Viking side, the sagas, the archaeology, and also from their foes, those Anglo-Saxon chroniclers, along with Frankish annalists, monks, and even observers in the Middle East. We'll get into how these Norse seafarers actually fought, what tactics they used, and whether they really deserved this terrifying renown. And by the end, you may find that the all-conquering Viking is a little more of a overstatement than it is a reality. But the truth, while it is no less fascinating, is far more nuanced. But where are my manners? Welcome to the channel, everyone. For those not subscribed, you better click the subscribe if you feel the need to do so. And thank you to those supporting on the Patreon and those who checked out the merch store. Now, without further ado, let's get nice and comfortable, and as usual, we're going to go slowly and try and understand the topic in the best way we can. Enjoy. Every story has a beginning, and for the Vikings that's no different. It starts in the cold seas and the deep fjords of Scandinavia in the late 8th century. The people who would become infamous as Vikings, as we call them, were not initially united by any king or empire, so to speak. Rather, they were fishermen, farmers, petty chieftains at the top end of things, and of course plenty of traders from what is now Norway, Denmark, and Sweden, give or take for some variation in borders. For centuries they had largely fought each other. Local feuds and power struggles between the Scandinavian clans. Fighting was a way of life. But around the 790s, something changed. Why did bands of Norsemen suddenly begin sailing out to raid foreign shores? It's a combination of factors. Overpopulation in their marginal farmlands, political pressure from emerging monarchies. You see, some warriors were exiles or rebels. Economic ambition, hearing tales of wealthy monasteries ripe for plunder, and even climate shifts. One factor was technological. By the 8th century, the Norse had perfected the design of the longship, a swift, sturdy vessel with a shallow draft. They could cross open oceans, but they could also sail up shallow rivers. Now, this effectively gave them the supreme naval technology at the time, giving them a permanent edge and an ability to strike wherever they liked without warning. Armed with such equipment, a small crew of raiders found that they could outsail, outmaneuver, and outrun any local defense. Of course, if you are somewhat familiar with Viking history or Anglo-Saxon history, you will notice that in the introduction of the video I was, of course, referring to Lindisfarne. Now, the raid on Lindisfarne in 793, that attack on a Northumbrian holy island, is often cited as the start of the Viking Age, and they're certainly starting off with a bang. It was so shocking because it struck at the heart of Christian Britain's sense of security. Monasteries like Lindisfarne were completely unprepared. There were spiritual sanctuaries. There were not fortresses. And the Vikings brilliantly exploited it. They showed up without any warning on a completely undefended shore, stormed the priory, killed or enslaved the monks, and loaded their ships with treasure, illuminated manuscripts, golden altarpieces, holy relics, whatever they could get their hands on. All of this happened before anyone could mount a rescue attempt. Now, to the Christian world, the heathen had arrived, and their cruelty seemed like nothing before ever seen, perhaps not seen for a long time either. Alcuin scolded the Northumbrian king, blaming moral failings for incurring God's wrath in the form of pagan invaders. But the truth was, from the Viking perspective, Lindisfarne was simply an easy target of opportunity. One might even say that it was just a good business decision, a rich store of valuables guarded only by unarmed monks. From the Viking perspective, it was basically there for the taking, fish in a barrel. Or if the Anglo-Saxons felt so dearly about it, perhaps they should have set some guards. I'm sure that they were quite surprised with how easy it was. The risk to reward was very skewed in their favor. And of course, this set quite a precedent. As one account notes, news of Lindisfarne showed Viking warriors that wealth, slaves, and glory were easily found across the sea. You just have to go and take it. Word spread, and from a small band that randomly landed on the shore. More longships soon followed in its wake. Early Viking raids were typically small-scale, seasonal, hit-and-run affairs. A few dozen men would land, plunder a coastal site, and depart before the local lords could gather a defensive army. This guerrilla-style raiding contributed hugely to their fearsome reputation. They seemed to materialize out of thin air and vanish just as quickly, pockets heavy with loot. In these early decades, 793 through the early 800s, the Norse raiders had an element of surprise and terror on their side. Medieval Christian writers describe Vikings as wolf or dragon-like, descending on the flock of the faithful. A Frankish chronicler compared Northmen to stinging hornets swarming out of a beehive, and lamented that a number of Viking ships was so large that it could not be counted. No doubt, a little bit of hyperbole, but reflective of the panic that they inspired. But we really have to ask, were the Vikings inherently more brutal and warlike than anybody else of their era? Early medieval Europe was no stranger to violence, surely. Franks, Avars, Saxons, Bulgars, Arabs, they all had their share of fierce raiders. So what set the Vikings apart initially? It was where and who they attacked. They struck at wealthy but defenseless places, especially monasteries and churches, and there were outsiders, pagans. They didn't follow the moral constraints of Christian warfare. To the monks writing the chronicles, this made the Vikings' deeds loom large and appear even more evil. The very word Viking in Old Norse means a pirate or raider, suggesting it was an activity, rather a doing word, rather than an ethnicity. Not all Scandinavians went a Viking, as they would call it, but those who did quickly learned that raiding was a pretty good career move. Now let's step back from the fearful perspective of the victims for a moment, and consider the Vikings themselves. How exactly did they fight, and why was their technique so effective? At least, for a time, but we'll get to that. Of course, far from being mindless berserkers, though we'll get to those tales in a moment too. Viking warbands were organized and shrewd. The greatest advantage was mobility and surprise. With their longships, they could strike almost anywhere near water, coasts, riverbanks, inland via estuaries, and withdraw swiftly. Kingdoms like England or Carolingian France, lacking fast communications or standing navies, often could not respond in time. The Vikings chose the time and place of the fight, a huge tactical edge. In the battle itself, Vikings typically fought on foot as heavy infantry. Despite popular images of fur-clad barbarians, many Viking raiders wore sturdy linen or woolen tunics, carried wooden round shields, and were armed with iron weapons common to the age. Spears, swords, and don't forget the iconic Danish battle axe, a two-handed axe with a long haft and broad blade that could cleave a skull or limb with terrifying efficiency at that. More high-ranking or wealthy Vikings might wear a shirt of mail, that is chainmail armor, and an iron helmet, and not with horns, by the way. I hope I don't have to mention it. Sorry for all the Minnesota football fans listening, but the actual Viking helmets were conical and rounded and sometimes had a simple nose guard. In fact, wearing those horns into battle, just think of the impracticality of it. It might have been a little bit intimidating, sure, but well, it mainly came from old opera depictions, things like this. It's a bit of a myth. In fact, only one of the only intact Viking helmets discovered, the Gjermundbu helmet from Norway, has a spectacled eye guard and no horns at all. Axes, swords, and Sikhs' knives were their close combat tools, while bows and arrows could be used to pepper an enemy from a distance, if required. Now they did not, in the pagan era, generally fight on horseback, though they sometimes stole horses to ride off after a raid. In pitched battle they usually formed a shield wall, much like their Anglo-Saxon or Frankish foes, a formation where warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, shields overlapping in front, creating a wall of wood and iron. From behind this wall they would thrust spears and hack with swords or axes. The clash of two shield walls was a brutal hand-to-hand combat. It was a test of cohesion and courage all at once. So were the Vikings better fighters than others? Well, they were certainly experienced, and often highly motivated by the prospects of plunder or glory. In many cases, especially early on, they had the advantage of the battle-hardened leaders. Many legendary Viking captains had spent years raiding around Europe, honing their tactics. They also benefited from a psychological edge. Their ferocity and the fear that they generated could certainly weaken the resolve of anyone they attacked. The reputation of the Vikings sometimes fought for them, you see. Defenders who had heard tales of churches burned and innocents violently slaughtered might break and flee rather than face the same treatment. The Vikings, for their part, sometimes cultivated this fearsome image. Old Norse sagas speak of the berserkers, warriors who fought in a trance-like state, a kind of blood-drunk fury, said to be mad as wolves or dogs, biting their shields even, and completely immune to pain. These berserkers, from the actual word berserker, perhaps meaning bare shirt or bare shirt as in B-A-R-E, implying wild warriors who fought without armor. They're semi-legendary, but likely some Viking warriors did work themselves into a frenzy through ritual, intoxicants, or perhaps sheer will, intimidating enemies and to ignore wounds. In fact, an Icelandic saga recounts such warrior. One such warrior, Egil Skallagrimsson, who in a duel threw aside his sword and, I quote, went at his opponent with his teeth, biting through his throat. Good Lord. Well, whether or not such moments are embellished, they contributed to the mythos of the Viking invincibility. Well, however, let's not idealize it too much in terms of their prowess. Viking tactics are highly effective for raiding and skirmishing, sure, but in set-piece battles against disciplined armies, they weren't always so tough. They had no monopoly on the shield wall or the axe. Anglo-Saxon housecarls, the royal bodyguards, also wielded huge axes to deadly effect, for instance. If anything, one could argue Vikings were conventional fighters of their age in battle, distinguished more by their mobility and boldness than by radically different military technique. One advantage they often enjoyed was leadership and unity of purpose in their war bands, being mostly volunteer or semi-volunteer forces bound by loyalty to a charismatic chieftain. They often had high morale and camaraderie, and the shared identity of being a Norseman, and often far from home, meant that each man relied on the others for success and survival. We should also mention the naval warfare aspect. Vikings could indeed fight on water. There are accounts of Viking fleets battling local navies, or just other Vikings. They would lash their long ships together to create a stable fighting platform, and then engage in archery duels or boarding actions. Their experience as sailors made them confident in amphibious operations, something their opponents rarely matched early on. Of course, all these elements combined certainly make them seem unstoppable, don't you think? At least during the 9th century. But as we shall see, the further the Vikings ventured, and the longer they stayed, the more their weaknesses became apparent. Cracks were beginning to show. They were humans after all, cunning and courageous, sure, but they weren't magical demons from hell. As our societies adapted to the Viking threat, the playing field suddenly began to level out. From the 790s through the 9th century, Viking raids expanded in their scope and therefore ambition. No longer content with the smash-and-grab raids, larger Viking armies began to form and set their sights on major kingdoms. Nowhere was this more dramatic than in the British Isles. Anglo-Saxon England in the mid-9th century was a patchwork of kingdoms: Mercia, East Anglia, Northumbria, Wessex, and they were often at odds with each other. The Vikings knew this very well, and they exploited this political division. In 865 rather, a coalition of Danish Viking chiefs, the legendary Great Heathen Army. Well, you've got to give them that. It's a cool name for an army, isn't it? Landed in East Anglia, but not just to raid. This time, they were there to conquer and settle. They came in force, perhaps a few thousand strong, and methodically went about defeating Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, picking them off one by one. Northumbria fell, with its capital, York, in those days called Jorvik, becoming a Viking stronghold. East Anglia's king, Edmund, famously met a grisly end. Later narratives said that the Vikings tied him to a tree and shot him full of arrows when he refused to renounce his faith. Thus, he became St. Edmund the Martyr. Mercia was destabilized. By 870, only Wessex, under the young King Alfred, remained as a bulwark against the complete Norse domination of England. Something had to be done. Alfred, after some desperate guerrilla resistance, including a legendary winter hiding in the marshes and nearly being defeated, managed to rally the West Saxons. He reorganized defenses, building fortified towns called burhs, and a mobile army that could respond quickly. In 878, at the Battle of Edington, Alfred won a decisive victory against Guthrum, one of the Viking kings. The defeated Vikings were compelled to make peace and even accept Christian baptism. England would thereafter be divided between the Danelaw, areas of the north and east under Viking control, and the Anglo-Saxon south and west. This period shows Vikings at both their most dominant, but also their most challenged. Sure, they overran entire kingdoms, and that's pretty terrifying, but Alfred's successes demonstrate that when the leaders adapted to Viking tactics, those invaders could indeed be beaten. Alfred wisely avoided open field battles, unless conditions favored him completely, and he used a network of fortresses to deny the Vikings easy plunder. The myth of Viking invincibility began to crack. By the early 900s, Alfred's descendants were on the offensive, slowly reconquering the Danelaw. Far from always being dominant, some Viking armies were essentially bottled up, and some were bribed to leave. In fact, that happened in France repeatedly, those days called Francia. Now, speaking of Francia, by the way, the Vikings ravaged the Frankish or Carolingian Empire throughout the 9th century too, Dozens of Norse fleets prowled the rivers, the Seine, the Loire, the Rhine, striking at cities like Rouen, Nantes, Hamburg, and even Paris itself. Frankish chronicles bitterly record year after year after year of Viking attacks. In 845, a fleet led by the notorious Viking chieftain Regenerus, Ragnar, perhaps semi-legendary, sailed up the Seine and laid siege to Paris itself. Just imagine the shock in the court of the refined Frankish King Charles the Bold. These barbarians had penetrated the very heart of his empire. Well, Charles was unable to dislodge them, and there was only one way to get them to leave: paying them about 7,000 livres of silver. That made them eventually go away. An event that introduced the word Danegeld, literally Dane payment, into history. While the Vikings left with their silver, such payoffs only emboldened them to return to more. In 885 to 886, Vikings besieged Paris again. A massive onslaught, famously described by a monk named Arbo. The city's garrison, led by Count Odo, withstood months of attacks. The Parisians even dumped burning oil and wax on the Vikings, scalding their walls. Ultimately, the siege lifted, not purely by force, but again by negotiation and payoff, and by the arrival of Charles the Fat's army. Frankish policy vacillated between fighting and buying off the Vikings. The Viking leader, Rollo, was such a thorn in northwestern Francia that in 911 the Frankish king Charles the Simple made a deal. He granted Rollo and his men land in Neustria, that is the region around Rouen, in exchange for protecting it from other raiders. Thus was born Normandy, the land of the Northmen, with the Viking warlord becoming duke and owing nominal loyalty to the king. In the long run, this quieting by settlement strategy proved to be effective. Rollo and his descendants went from pagan raiders to Christian lords, founders of a principality that would in time produce the Normans, who ironically would launch their own invasion of England in 1066, but hey, that's another story for another time, I suppose. So during the height of their raids in the west, Vikings indeed seemed to be pretty much everywhere. Monastic writers in France wrote of towns burned, abbeys looted, and people carried off into slavery. They often emphasized the Vikings' cruelty, killing clergy, ravaging women, desecrating churches. Some of this is undoubtedly true, sure. Vikings were certainly not gentle house guests, though some of it might be embellished as typical of war narratives. But the fear, that was real. You wouldn't make that up. The coastal village sometimes just emptied at the sight of the Viking ships. The Vikings exploited rivers as highways deep inland, reaching even far-off places, like cities within Germany, and attacking as far south as northern Italy. In 844, a Viking fleet even sacked Lisbon. At that time, an Islamic-ruled city in Al-Andalus, by the way, and in 859 another Viking group purportedly reached the gates of Rome, though, in fact, they raided a town in Italy thinking it was Rome. The psychological impact of such wide-ranging attacks was, of course, immense. Yet not every Viking raid was successful. For example, in Ireland, the Vikings, called Dubgail and Fingail by the Irish, meaning dark and fair foreigners, established bases like Dublin, but they met stiff resistance from Irish kings. The Irish annals recorded battles where Viking forces were defeated as often as they won. In 1014, the Battle of Clontarf near Dublin saw the Irish king Brian Boru fight an alliance of Dublin Norse and their Irish allies. The battle was bloody, thousands falling on each side, including Brian himself. but by most accounts the north side was shattered, and Viking power in Ireland afterwards began to wane. While Clontarf didn't end the Vikings in Ireland, if we're going to use that terminology, as Norse communities in Dublin and coastal towns persisted and assimilated, it certainly showed that the Vikings could be decisively beaten by local rulers who mustered an equal force. The fearsome fighters had their share of failures too. So in Western Europe, the Vikings were a scourge, yes, but over time, their narrative shifts from relentless conquest to integration or defeat. England by 950 was largely back under English kings, albeit with a strong Viking influence in culture and bloodline in the Danelaw. In Francia by the 940s, the worst was pretty much over, and the Northmen had either been bought off, killed, or absorbed, Normandy's rulers being vassals rather than foes. The monastic chroniclers, who in 841 wrote, "The Viking ships are without number," in despair, by the late 10th century wrote more about the new problem of other invaders or internal wars. The Vikings have been fearsome, sure, but not invincibly, not uniformly, and not forever. But the Vikings didn't only plague the Christian north. With typical audacity, they also thrust into the heart of the south, into Muslim-ruled Spain, Al-Andalus, and the Mediterranean Sea, regions that likely never expected to see Norse raiders. In 844, a Viking fleet of perhaps 50 ships sailed from their bases in Francia down the Atlantic coast to Iberia. They raided the coasts of what is now Portugal and Spain, sacking cities like Lisbon and Cadiz, and then boldly sailed up the Guadalquivir River to Seville, one of the richest cities in the Emirates of Cordoba. The Arabic Chronicles was astonished, as the Christians had been in 793. The Vikings, who the Muslims called al-Majus, fire worshippers or pagans, actually captured Seville for a short time in October 844. The city had no walls and was caught completely off guard. So imagine the blonde, armored-up northerners rampaging in the marketplaces of Seville. It must have been somewhat bewildering for the locals of Al-Andalus. But the Arab response was swift and formidable. The Emir Abd al-Rahman II gathered an army, including elite cavalry, and counterattacked. In a pitched battle outside of Seville, the Andalusian forces absolutely mopped the floor with the Vikings, inflicting heavy losses on them, many of whom were executed in full view of their retreating compatriots. The Vikings were killed, captured, or driven back to their boats. Reportedly, scores of Vikings were beheaded or hung from the city walls as a grim warning. The few who survived fled, some sources say even converting to Islam to be spared, and then serving as mercenaries for the emir. The people of Seville were traumatized by the raid, but they certainly learned from it. Might be time to build that wall. The emirate built up a navy and improved coastal defenses after 844, determined to never let the Vikings catch them unprepared again. Indeed, when the Vikings returned in later years, they were often repulsed by the new Muslim fleet in the Strait of Gibraltar. And one could actually argue the Iberian and North African powers responded to Vikings faster and more effectively than many Christian realms did, likely because they had experience dealing with seaborne forces and could mobilize resources quicker under a centralized state. Nevertheless, some Vikings did continue to prowl the Mediterranean. In 859 to 861, a large Viking expedition led by chieftains Hastin and Bjorn Ironside sailed from West Francia through Gibraltar, raiding as they went, and into the western Mediterranean. They plundered the Balearic Islands, attacked the coasts of North Africa, and then turned north to what is now France and Italy. We have a colourful tale, perhaps apocryphal. In the sagas and chronicles it tells us how Hastin, coveting the glory of sacking Rome, led his Vikings to attack a city in Italy. Unsure of how to breach its walls, the crafty Hastin feigned illness and death, even staging a funeral procession to get his men inside the gates, only to leap from his coffin and help his men sack the town. Unfortunately for Hastin, the town was not Rome at all. Some say it was actually the city of Luna. Now this anecdote, true or not, it captures a combination of audacity and cunning in Viking raid behavior. If anything, it's creative, we'll give them that. These Mediterranean forays show Vikings as far-ranging freebooters. But interestingly, they didn't establish lasting colonies in the south, with one exception actually being a short-lived settlement in Carmagé in France, and later the Normans in Italy who were descendants of the Vikings rather than new arrivals, sure. The climate, stronger states, and naval patrols made the Mediterranean less hospitable to repeat Viking incursions. By the 10th century, the heyday of Viking activity in the south was all but over, but they'd certainly left a mark. In fact, you may find a few Norse coins scattered around, but the fear they instilled was fleeting compared to the generations of fear in the north. While Viking raids pounded Western Europe, another stream of Norse adventurers went eastward into the rivers of modern-day Russia, Ukraine, and beyond. These were mainly Swedes, often called Varangians or Rus, and their purpose was often more trade than raid, though the line could blur. They traveled down the great waterways like the Volga and the Dnieper, navigating the river and portage, linking to the Baltic and the Black and Caspian seas. In the process, they founded trading settlements that would eventually grow into cities, Novgorod, Kiev, and interacted with the Slavic, Finnic, and Turkic peoples. The indigenous chronicles of the Eastern Slavs even credit a group of Norse called the Rus with founding the polity of Kievan Rus, basically the beginnings of Russia and Ukraine, under a leader named Rurik, around 862. To the Byzantine Greeks and the Muslim Arabs, these northern visitors were somewhat of a curiosity. They were known to be tall, fair-haired, heavily armed men coming to trade amber, furs, honey, and even slaves for silver and fine goods. But occasionally, they too came as raiders. The city of Constantinople was attacked by Rus Vikings in 860, a daring strike on the world's richest metropolis. Well, it ultimately failed as the Vikings withdrew, perhaps satisfied with some plunder from the surrounding suburbs. Later Rus attacks on Constantinople in the 10th century were repelled by the Byzantium war machine, which famously included Greek fire, by the way, a kind of ancient/medieval napalm. Eventually, the Byzantines found it more useful to employ the Norse warriors than to fight them, giving rise to the Varangian Guard, an elite corps of Scandinavian and later Anglo-Saxon mercenaries who served as the personal guard of the Byzantine emperors. These Varangians earned a reputation in the East for being fiercely loyal as hired hands, and just as ferocious in battle, often wielding those huge, threatening axes. One Byzantine princess, Anna Komnena, writing later, described the Varangians as fearsome, gigantic men, their axes gleaming. The mystique of the Viking warrior persisted long after their age, transplanted into imperial service. Even further east, Norse explorers reached the Muslim world of the Middle East. The most famous account comes from Ahmad ibn Fadlan, a 10th century Arab envoy, who encountered a group of Viking Rus on the Volga River in 922. His detailed observations provide a rare outsider perspective on the Vikings. He was simultaneously impressed, but also disgusted. On one hand, he noted, "I've never seen more perfect physiques than theirs, like palm trees, fair and reddish. They were tall, blonde or red-haired, heavily tattooed and armed to the teeth, a striking sight for a scholar from Baghdad." But then he also calls them the filthiest of all Allah's creature, appalled by their hygiene, going on to say, "They do not purify themselves after excreting or urinating, nor do they wash after coitus. They do not even wash their hands after meals." He describes how Rus Vikings would wash their faces and blow their noses into a communal basin of water, one after another each morning, without even changing the water. Oh, good Lord. A practice that made the clean-loving Muslim wretch. Yeah, that's not good. We certainly have an intriguing contrast, don't we? To the Arabs, the Northmen were physically formidable, but culturally completely barbaric. Ibn Fadlan also famously records a Viking funeral of a chieftain. The dead lord's ship was pulled aside, his body placed inside with treasures, and a slave girl, voluntarily or perhaps under influence, sacrificed to join him in the afterlife. Her body burned with him on the ship. Such accounts confirmed the Vikings' reputation for savagery, but also showed a side of ritual and honor, albeit through a pretty gruesome lens. In terms of fighting, when Vikings clashed with powers in the east, the outcomes were mixed. The Khazar Kaganet, a Turkic state in the Caucasus, and the Volga Bulgars at times blocked Rus' expansion or extracted tolls from them. The mighty Abbasid Caliphate, centered in Baghdad, was largely beyond the reach of these northern raiders except via trade. Indeed, the flow of Arab silver coins into Scandinavia during the Viking Age shows that many Norse were more interested in commerce than combat in the east. But the Vikings did manage some dramatic raids. For instance, a group of Rus Vikings sailed all the way across the Caspian Sea and attacked present-day parts of Azerbaijan and Iran in the 10th century, believe it or not. Of course, they met with quite a harsh fate. The local Muslim armies trapped and annihilated many of them. Another reminder that when far from their element or facing strong forces, Vikings could and would be wiped out. So across northern Europe into North Africa and the Middle East, Vikings made their presence felt. Fearsome, sure. If you were a merchant on the Volga seeing these wild Norse raiders, or a Spanish villager seeing a dragon-prowed ship on the horizon, you'd be terrified. But in each theater, the Vikings eventually met their match, or melted into the local fabric. In the east, many Viking Rus became Slavicized, embracing Slavic language and culture and founding dynasties, the ancestors of the Russian princes. In the Islamic world, the Vikings either met a quick defeat or settled into roles as traders and guards. The world reacted to the Viking threat, sometimes with brutal force, sometimes with assimilation. And the Vikings, for all their ferocity, in the end had no choice but to adapt or perish. So we've talked about a broad range of Viking exploits. But for a moment pause and consider the battle effectiveness in hindsight. The Viking reputation as universally dominant warriors, it doesn't perfectly square up with the historical record. They were exceptional in some ways. Ships and seafaring skills were second to none in that era, allowing them to project force in ways that others could not, at least for the time being. Early on, this gave them an almost unfair advantage. Coastal and riverside targets were simply low-hanging fruit. Their courage and aggression meant they could often take the initiative in combat, dictating terms. A Viking raider band fresh off a longship, fighting on its own terms, was indeed a terror to militia and villagers. However, when the Vikings faced organized, prepared military opposition, the results could really go either way. They often won if they caught the enemies by surprise or if morale broke, psychological impacts of their onslaught again. But if the enemy stood firm, as for example, the Anglo-Saxon feared army, that's FYRD by the way, did at the Battle of Ashdown in 871 under Alfred's brother, or as the Irish did at Clontarf in 1014, the Vikings could and did lose on the battlefield. Consider one legendary example at the end of the Viking Age, the Battle of Stamford Bridge, 1066 in England. Here the famed Norwegian king Harald Hardrada, often called the last great Viking, invaded England with a sizable force. Initially he defeated an English northern army at Fulford, but then King Harold Godwinson of England, himself somewhat ironically of mixed Anglo-Danish blood, rushed his army north and caught Hardrada's Vikings by surprise at Stamford Bridge. The Norse, many not even wearing armor due to a warm day, suddenly saw a well-armed English force bearing down. According to the chronicles, as the Vikings attempted to retreat across a narrow bridge, one giant-like Norse axeman stayed behind to single-handedly delay the English army. This lone warrior allegedly cut down up to 40 Saxons by himself, holding the choke point so effectively that the English had to use trickery. One soldier floated under the bridge in a barrel and thrust his spear up through the planks, killing the Viking from beneath. Seems like some sort of Donkey Kong sort of thing, doesn't it? What's going on there? Well, either way, it's a testament to individual Viking bravery, and the English admired it too, but also a prelude to what happened next. Once across the bridge, Harold's English housecarls formed their own shield wall and charged Hardrada's host. The Vikings formed a line and they fought fiercely. Hardrada himself reportedly went berserk too, wielding a two-handed sword and singing war songs, until an arrow struck him in the throat. The battle raged for hours, but ultimately the English broke the Viking shield wall, and they were utterly routed. Of an invasion force that had arrived in 300 ships, so many Norse died that only 24 ships were needed to carry the survivors back to Norway. Stamford Bridge was a bloody affair that showed even the mightiest of Vikings could be outmaneuvered and outmatched under the right circumstance. But of course, if you know the history, fate had a twist. Harold Godwinson had won this battle, but then he had to race south and was defeated by the Normans at Hastings just a few weeks later. So the Viking Age eventually gave way to a new era of Norman kings. Of course, if Godwinson had not had to fight Hardrada up in the north, who knows how the Battle of Hastings would have went. Now the point is, the Vikings were not unbeatable superhumans. They bled and died, just like any other mortal warrior. Their victories often came from exploiting weaknesses, surprise, dividing opponents, undefended targets, intimidation, rather from an overwhelming superiority in arms, tactics, or numbers. But I suppose that is just the art of war. But as their enemies learned and adapted, Viking advantages began to dwindle. Fortified towns denied them easy plunder. Standing armies and fleets denied them freedom of movement. And even culturally, once the Vikings began settling in lands, England, Normandy, Ireland, Russia, they tended to assimilate and just lose that taste, the wanderlust that fueled their raiding for so many years. A settled Viking farmer in York or Dublin was less likely to launch a raid on his neighbors, especially after converting to Christianity, which removed that ideological us versus them aspect that originally made monasteries fair game. And so, by the mid-11th century, the Viking Age was winding down. There's a few factors that contributed to the decline. First is the Christianization of Scandinavia. During the 900s, the kings of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden gradually adopted Christianity. You've seen the flags. With this came new alliances and a new world view. When Christian Danes and Norwegians certainly fought wars, of course, Sweyn Forkbeard and his son Canute conquered England in 1013 to 1016, but as would-be kings, not hit-and-run raiders. The old pattern of raiding monastic sites purely for pagan glory had faded. It's harder to justify plundering a monastery when you share the same faith, or when you know the neighboring Christian kings will retaliate in force. The church also likely worked to pacify and integrate warrior elites into more respectable forms of warfare, feudal service, crusades, royal armies, that sort of thing. And then we have the formation of strong kingdoms. In Scandinavia itself, centralized kingdoms emerged. In Denmark under Harald Bluetooth and Sweyn Forkbeard, in Norway under Harald Fairhair and later Olaf Tryggvason and Olaf Haraldsson, in Sweden under Olaf Skotkonung. These kings realized that maintaining internal stability and profiting from taxation and trade could be far more rewarding than the risky business of raiding. Well, as we've detailed, countries that have been victims also toughened up. England under kings like Aethelstan, and later the resolute Anglo-Saxon kings of the 10th century, became capable of repelling Viking forces, until a new wave of Danish kings took over. But even that became a dynastic union rather than a devastation. After Canute the Great, a Danish king, ruled England, Denmark, and Norway in the 1020s, the idea of a Viking conquering England was not frightening, but rather politically normalized. In 1066, when Hardrada tried to conquer England in the old Viking way, he failed. And ironically, the successful conqueror of England that year was William of Normandy, a descendant of Vikings who fought in the feudal style with knights and castles all along. Europe's age of castle building had begun, and medieval castles was something a band of Vikings in longships really couldn't do much against. Coastal defenses and local militias also improved. The element of surprise had diminished. People knew what to watch out for, and beacons were set up and could be lit to warn of the Viking sails. So did the Vikings really deserve their fearsome reputation? In the eyes of their contemporaries, absolutely. The trauma and destruction they inflicted was very real. Monks writing in the annals of 800 or 850 were not exaggerating when they described the Vikings as a cruel scourge. In their experience, they certainly were. I mean, imagine being a peaceful monk or peasant and seeing your entire home burned, your friends and family killed or enslaved. You'd certainly spread the story of those nightmarish invaders too, wouldn't you? Their broad geographical scope of operations was unprecedented. From Newfoundland in the west, yes, they briefly settled in North America around 1000 AD too, though fighting with the indigenous people who they called Skreelings caused them to retreat. To the Caspian Sea in the east, from the Arctic Circle down to North Africa, the Vikings ranged farther, and perhaps any other pre-modern European people did. This fueled stories and rumors that enhanced the ferocious image. To Western Christians, they were pagan devils. To Muslims of Spain, they were a strange, wild people from the north. To the Byzantines, hardy barbarians, useful as guards. Each viewed them with a lens of fear and utility. However, with our view in hindsight, we see the Vikings as people, a dynamic, exploratory, opportunistic people at that. In battle they had their share of brilliant victories and ignoble defeats. We've seen them triumph, capture kingdoms, besiege great cities, and we've seen them vanquished, cut down by cavalry in Spain, outsmarted in England, absorbed in France. They were not immortal, invulnerable titans. Their dominance was not always or everywhere. It was situational and often temporary. The Vikings met stronger opponents in the Arab armies and the Byzantine legions, and even their most triumphant arena, Britain and Ireland, they eventually met their match, merged with locals sometimes too. By 1100, Scandinavians were Christianized, and Europe no longer feared Viking raids. Instead, Scandinavian kings were just another part of European politics. In fact, by the 12th century, some former Vikings, the Normans, were ironically crusading against other pagans or Muslims, seeing themselves now as civilized Christians. So to answer the question, were the Vikings really as fearsome, as tough, as people think they are? Yes and no. Yes, in terms of the terror they struck into the hearts of the monks and the peasants with their sudden raids, and in the saga's portrayal of the mighty warriors who laughed at death, and that's earned them a reputation as ferocious fighters, that's for sure. They leveraged their technology, bold tactics, and sheer cunning to leave an outsized mark on history. But, no, they were not an all-conquering master race that rolled over every opponent with ease. They had weaknesses, a lack of cavalry, limited siege capability. They weren't great at taking fortified cities by force. Relatively small numbers compared to large armies of established kingdoms. Sometimes lacked a strategic long-term plan. Many just came for the loot, not to build an empire. Once their initial edge was blunted, the Vikings could be, and were, defeated by determined foes. Their dominance in battle was real, sure, but not uniform. It shone brightly in surprise raids and early incursions, but then dimmed as the element of surprise faded. In the year 218, the people of Kashgar watched in awe as Mongol horsemen stormed through their city. But not to obliterate their faith. They came to announce its freedom. A Persian chronicler relates that the Mongol conquerors permitted the recitation of the takbir and the azan, and caused a herald to proclaim the town that each should abide by his own religion and follow his own creed. Then we knew the existence of this people, the Mongols, to be one of the mercies of the Lord. The scene was repeated across a vast empire. The Mongols, fearsome warriors who sacked cities all the way from Beijing to Baghdad, often showed an extraordinary and, frankly, surprising tolerance for the religion of those they conquered. It's a striking paradox. How can the same empire that spread terror on the battlefield foster a realm where Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, and others generally worshipped in complete peace? It's the kind of paradox we explore today, examining the religious tolerance of the Mongols from the time of Genghis Khan's rise around 1206, through the heights of the unified empire, and into later khanates like the Yuan dynasty in China and the Ilkhanate in Persia. We'll travel from the felt tents of Genghis Khan's encampment, where shamans and imams might both find favor, to the cosmopolitan capital of Karakoram, where as one visitor marveled, quote, 12 temples of idols, 2 mosques, and a Christian church all stood within the walls. So, we're going on a 13th century world tour. We'll see Genghis Khan forging unprecedented policies of religious freedom to bind together his sprawling conquests. We'll sit in on debates among monks, mullahs, and priests at the great Khan's courts. We'll observe Kublai Khan in later times, honoring every prophet he knows in a grand gesture of respect to all faiths. But we'll also scrutinize things where we can, a banned ritual here, a zealous prince there. Everyone's tolerance has its limits. I think by the end, you might just view the Mongol Empire in a new light, not only as history's largest contiguous empire, but as a unique experiment in medieval coexistence. Well, let me welcome you to the channel first. It's good to see any newcomers coming along today. Interesting topic. Thank you very much for those supporting on the Patreon and who visited the merch store. And thank you to those who clicked the subscribe button, which is conveniently located next to the like button. Well, thank you very much. Well, that's enough of that. Let's get into the topic. Nice and relaxed, as always. Well, we better start with Genghis Khan then. It seems like the best place, or the only place to start with the Mongol Empire. If you don't know, he came to power in 1206 as the supreme leader of a once fragmented cluster of Mongol and Turkic tribes. His unification of the steppe was achieved through blood and iron, sure. Yet from early on, Genghis showed a notable openness towards diverse religions. Raised in the shamanistic tradition of the Mongols, a belief in the eternal blue sky, Tenger, and in shamans who could communicate with the spirit world, Genghis nevertheless sought wisdom from many sources. The secret history of the Mongols' own 13th century chronicle, depicts him as a man who believed he was guided by heaven's will. While it does not lay out explicit policies on foreign faiths, it certainly recounts how Genghis valued spiritual power. For example, he curbed the influence of an overreaching shaman once, Kokochu Tebtenger, when it threatened his authority, indicating that Genghis respected religion, but only so long as it did not challenge his rule. Once again, we say that tolerance has its limits. So from the start of his imperial conquests, Genghis realized that pragmatic toleration could be a powerful tool. His empire exploded outward in all directions, quickly encompassing Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, Taoists, and others. Imposing a single belief on these disparate peoples was neither desirable nor practical to him. Instead, he famously declared that all religions should be respected, so long as they do not undermine the state. According to Juvaini, a Persian historian who served the Mongols, Genghis introduced a formal policy of religious freedom during the war against the Khwarezmian Empire, that is from 1219 to 1221. In the midst of that ferocious campaign in Central Asia, he proclaimed that Islamic practices were to be allowed. Juvaini specifies that Mongol leaders permitted the recitation of the Islamic call to prayer, called the Azan, even as Mongol armies occupied Khwarezm cities. And this was no small gesture. If you are familiar with it, the call to prayer is a public and, frankly, very open symbol of Islam, very powerful, very loud. It's hard to miss. For the newly subjected Muslims to hear Allahu Akbar ring out unmolested in Mongol rule was a clear sign that their faith would not be persecuted. Genghis likely saw that contented subjects were easier to govern, and that by respecting their gods, he might win their hearts even as he held their lands. In 1218, another episode solidified Genghis's reputation for tolerance. his intervention in the lands of Karakitai. The ruler of that Central Asian kingdom, a prince named Kuchlug, had brutally persecuted his Muslim subjects. In fact, he tried to force them to abandon the Islamic rites. Muslim envoys fled to Genghis Khan for help. Seizing the opportunity, Genghis marched in, defeated Kuchlug, and lifted any ban or restriction on Islam. The people of Kashgar, as we saw in the introduction, welcomed the Mongols as liberators who restored their freedom to worship. And it was here that Genghis first earned the honorific defender of religion among the grateful Muslims. To be sure that Genghis's motivations were not purely altruistic, by toppling Kuchlug and championing religious freedom, he also tightened his grip on a key region and the loyalty of its populace. Yet the outcome was that, unlike many conquerors, before and after, the Mongol Khan did not impose his own religion on the conquered. Instead, he used this tolerance as a tool of empire building. Beyond these grand pronouncements, Khan backed up his policy in concrete ways. One celebrated measure was his exemption of the religious clergy from taxation and labor. All holy men, whether Buddhist monks, Christian priests, Taoist sages, Muslim imams, all of them, they were excused from paying taxes and from corvée labor under Genghis's rule. I'm sure the lines to sign up for being a holy man were very, very long in those days because of this. And this was also codified in decrees and continued by his successors. A preserved Mongol edict shows the official formula. Quote, according to the decree of Genghis Khan, which says that may the Muslims, Buddhists, Christians, Taoists be exempt from all taxation, and may they pray to God on our behalf. Basically, the Mongols invested in the goodwill and prayers of the religious class. By lightening their burdens, the Khans earned the gratitude of priests and monks, who often in turn encouraged their flocks to accept Mongol rule. Genghis also showed personal respect to religious figures. He met with leaders of different faiths, famously inviting a Taoist hermit, Chou Chu-chi, to his camp in 1222 to seek spiritual guidance on how to live longer. He treated the sage with honor, calling him immortal, listening to his counsel. This anecdote, recorded by the Taoist disciples, illustrates his curiosity and respect, even to faiths far removed from his own shamanic roots. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. The Mongol tolerance had its pragmatic limits. Genghis Khan's chief priority was unity and obedience in his realm. That always came first. And if any religious practice seemed to threaten social order or his authority, he didn't hesitate to crack down. Loyalty to the Khan came before loyalty to anything else. A clear example of this came later in his reign, when despite his broad-minded stance, Genghis took an action against a certain Muslim and Jewish customs. According to Rashid al-Din, a 14th century Persian historian, Genghis at one point forbade halal slaughter and kosher practices, as well as circumcision within his domains. This decree meant that Muslims and Jews could not openly slaughter animals in the ritually prescribed way or perform the rites of circumcision for a time. At first glance, such a ban contradicts the idea of Genghis as a defender of religion. So why did he do it? Well, the sources hint that Mongol sensibilities were offended by the aspects of these practices. For instance, the Mongols' traditional reverence for blood and aversion to spilling it on the ground clashed with the halal method of slaughtering animals by bleeding them. Additionally, there were incidents of Muslim subjects refusing to eat food offered by their Mongol overlords because it wasn't prepared halal, which the Khans frankly just saw as rude. Well, Genghis's solution was to temporarily prohibit the practice causing friction. Notably, these restrictions were the exception and not the rule, but they were born of a specific practical concern and later lifted. Decades after Genghis, his grandson Kublai Khan reissued a similar ban on halal slaughter in 1280, when some Muslim officials refused to eat the food at the imperial table. But even Kublai revoked that decree after about 10 years. It certainly shows that Mongol tolerance, while broad, was not unconditional. The Khans expected that no custom, however sacred, should undermine imperial authority. If a ritual was seen as hindering governance or offending Mongol values, it might be curtailed. Yet importantly, even these rare edicts did not amount to general persecution. Genghis never tried to forcibly convert Muslims or expel them. He merely curbed certain practices at certain times. And by the end of his life, dying in 1227, an institutional culture of religious pluralism was taking root in the Mongol Empire. One could travel from the Mongols' original steppe homeland across Central Asia and find Buddhist monasteries, mosques, churches, all operating under Mongol protection. Inhabitants of this nascent empire learned that as long as they paid their tribute and did not rebel, the Khan would just leave them alone, basically. Genghis himself is said to have summed up his view in a simple metaphor. Just as God gave different fingers to the hand, he has given different ways to men. Yeah, it's an interesting way of looking at it. Well, whether or not these exact words came from Genghis, they're often attributed to a later Khan. The sentiment captures the early Mongol attitude that multiple paths to the divine could certainly exist. And this foundational ethos would be maintained and even expanded by Genghis's successors, who ruled history's largest land empire by becoming the guardians of many faiths. So, after Genghis Khan's death, his immediate successors carried the torch of religious toleration and held it high. Genghis' son, Ogedei Khan, who ruled from 1229 to 1241, inherited an empire spanning from China to the Middle East, filled with diverse peoples. Ogedei, a practical and affable ruler, understood that supporting many religions bolstered his legitimacy. During Ogedei's reign, the Mongol capital city of Karakorum truly became a showcase of the empire's pluralism. This city, rising on the windswept plains of Mongolia, was but a tiny microcosm of Eurasia. The Franciscan friar, William of Rubruck, who visited Karakorum in 1254, provides a pretty good eyewitness description. He marveled that within Karakorum's mud and brick walls there were 2 quarters, one for the Saracens, the Muslims, and one for the Cathayans, the Chinese. There were 12 idol temples, 2 mosques where the law of Muhammad is proclaimed, and 1 Christian church at the far end of town. Consider how astonishing that was in the 13th century. One small city on the Asian steppe, where one could find Buddhist temples, Muslim mosques, Nestorian Christian churches, all serving their faithful. Traders from Arabia could say their prayers at a mosque, Chinese artisans could burn incense to the Buddha, and European captives or merchants could attend Sunday Mass, all under the Khan's protection. Rubruck's account shows that by the mid-13th century, the Mongols had created an environment where multiple religions literally stood side by side. And so, at Karakorum and other royal camps, the great Mongol Khans patronized interfaith dialogues and debates. Mongol rulers enjoyed pitting religious scholars against each other, learned in disputation, not to humiliate them, but to hear different philosophies and perhaps glean some wisdom, and also, some scholars note, for entertainment. Ogedei Khan reportedly sponsored such debates among Buddhist, Muslims, and Christians. The tradition continued under his successors. The atmosphere at the Mongol court was one of curious, if somewhat patronizing inquiry, since the Mongols themselves had no dogmatic scripture beyond their reverence for Tenga, heaven. They were intrigued by the teaching of Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Taoism, etc. One could encounter a Taoist monk from China, a Syriac Christian priest, and a Sufi mystic from Persia, all dining together at the Khan's table. Each would pray in his own fashion before the meal, and the Mongols allowed each prayer, hoping to cover all bases of divine favor. The Mongol elite often synthesized or simultaneously practiced elements of different faiths. Many of them still observed shamanic rituals honoring heaven and their ancestors, even as they also attended, say, a Buddhist ceremony. There was no notion of exclusive religion. The Mongols saw the spiritual world as plural. This outlook made them exceptionally adaptive and accommodating rulers of a very broad empire. The reign of Mongol Khan, 1251 to 59, a grandson of Genghis, is particularly notable for the Mongols' ecumenical spirit, but as well as revealing some of its limits. Mongol presided over the empire at its territorial peak, and he kept a firm policy of toleration. Like his predecessors, Mongol exempted religious institutions from taxes, and even granted some churches and mosques official privileges. He was surrounded by a cosmopolitan court. His mother had been a Christian from the Karaite tribe, and many of Mongol's closest advisors were either Muslim or Christian. William of Rubric spent several months in Mongol's court and left a detailed report of religious life there. On feast days, Mongol would invite representatives of each creed, Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, offering prayers and blessings in turn. Rubric describes one remarkable debate in 1254 that Mongol had organized between himself and, as a Catholic friar, some Nestorian Christian clergy, a group of Muslim clerics and Buddhist lamas. They argued theology in front of the Khan, each defending his faith. Mongol ensured the debate remained civil, though heated, and reportedly enjoyed the theological sparring. After one such debate or discussion, Mongol Khan gave Rubric a candid explanation of why the Mongols patronized all religions. Citing the one God above, Mongol said to the assembled visitors, "We Mongols believe in one God, by whom we live and die. Just as God gave different fingers to the hand, so he's given different ways to men." Once again, this is where we get the attribution to the later Khans. In other words, the Almighty may be one, but he granted diverse paths for worship to him. This profound analogy, the hand with many different fingers, is one of the most famous statements of Mongol religious policy, and I actually really like it. I think it's a good saying. Either way, it came straight from the great Khan's mouth as recorded by Rubric, arguments notwithstanding. Mongol went on to chastise the Western Christians for not following their own scriptures fully, and explained that God gave the Mongols their own way, in their case relying on the shamans and their traditional worship of heaven. The Mongol ruler's view was essentially pluralistic. He had no need for all the peoples to share one religion, as long as they all recognized the overarching supremacy of heaven, and by extension, heaven's earthly instrument, the Khan. It's worth noting that Mongol's statement also carried an undertone of Mongol imperial authority. Immediately after the different fingers remark, he warned that if any group defied the Mongols, believing their religion made them superior, they would be swiftly dealt with. Tolerance was extended by the Mongols, but they expected reciprocal respect and political obedience. Another instructive encounter occurred during Mongo's era was the King Hethum I of Cilicia, a Christian monarch who visited Karakorum seeking alliance. Hethum reportedly urged Mongo to convert to Christianity. Mongo politely rejected him, stating that he wished that all his subjects truly worshipped the Messiah, an interesting remark showing he admired Christian devotion. But, he said, I cannot force them to change their religion. This response shows a critical aspect of Mongol policy. Unlike many rulers of that age, the Khans generally did not endorse forced conversion. Mongo saw value in Christianity, but he would not impose it on the multitudes of Muslims and Buddhists and others under his rule. For the Mongols, social stability and loyalty were far more important than anything else. In fact, forcing a new religion on conquered peoples would have been a recipe for rebellion, and that's a mistake that the Khans wisely avoided. Thus Mongo's reign continued the broad pattern. The Mongol Empire was an umbrella, sheltering all faiths, so long as those accepted Mongol dominion. That being said, even under these enlightened Khans, not every Mongol princeling was tolerant, nor was every incident harmonious. There are no perfect worlds, after all. Some members of the royal family held personal grudges or prejudices. An example comes from a hostile Muslim source, Juaini or Juziani in India, who despised the Mongols for their conquest. He claimed that Genghis Khan's second son, Chagatai, was particularly cruel to Muslims, alleging among the Mongol rulers there was not one who was a greater enemy of Islam, and that Chagatai even urged massacring them all. Well, the account is likely a bit of an exaggeration, colored by the trauma of conquests. In fact, Juziani was writing about the destruction of Khwarezm and the slaughter in cities like Balkh and Bukhara. It's true that Chagatai Khan enforced Mongol laws strictly, which sometimes conflicted with Islamic customs. For instance, Mongol law forbade washing clothes in running water during certain seasons, a shamanistic injunction, frustrating Muslim needs for ritual cleanliness. Chagatai's reputation in Muslim chronicles is that of a hardliner who showed less sensitivity to Islam. Yet even in his realm, we don't see evidence of a systematic persecution. Muslims remained in a majority in Central Asia and continued to practice their faith. It's a pretty harsh portrayal of Chagatai, but it serves to remind us that tolerance was not uniformly practiced by every Mongol authority at all times. There were debates within the Mongol elite as well. Some, like Chagatai, feared that adherence to religious laws, like Islamic Sharia, could undermine obedience to Mongol customs. Others, like Genghis's younger brother, Temugay, a Buddhist convert, or various Mongol queens who were Christian, championed their adopted faiths. Despite these internal differences, the official state policy from Ogedei through Mongke remained one of general religious pluralism. The exceptions, a zealous governor here and a restrictive edict over there, were bumps in an otherwise pretty smooth road. By the end of Mongo Khan's rule, the Mongol Empire had matured into a cosmopolitan realm. The connectivity of the Pax Mongolica, Mongol peace, meant that an imam from Bukhara could travel to the court in Karakorum, or a Buddhist could find himself in Iran, all under Mongol protection. Missionaries roamed freely. Franciscan friars preached in Mongol courts, Rubruk among them, and Buddhist teachers from Tibet gained converts in the Mongol ranks. The Mongols had effectively created a zone of religious freedom rare for its time. The French historian René Grosset aptly called the Mongol Empire a caravanserai of religions, a huge caravan rest stop where all traders and travelers, regardless of belief, could pause and worship, in their own way, without any fear. This broad tolerance set the stage for what would happen as the empire split into regional khanates, and as new generations of Mongol rulers, some of whom personally embraced foreign religions, came to power. In the year 1260, Kublai Khan, another of Genghis's grandsons, became the Great Khan. Congratulations. Eventually, he would found the Yuan dynasty in China, 1271 to 1368, and preside over a flourishing culture of religious life in the East. Kublai had been raised in a world steeped in religious diversity, you see. His mother was a Nestorian Christian, famed for her wisdom and charity, and she ensured that her sons were educated in a spirit of openness. Kublai himself, while staunchly Mongol in identity, developed a deep interest in Buddhism, particularly the Tibetan Vajrayana school. Under his patronage, Tibetan lamas like Phagpa were elevated to high positions as spiritual advisors. Yet Kublai did not make Buddhism the exclusive state religion. Instead, he maintained the Mongol tradition of supporting all faiths. If anything, Chinese influence and the vastness of his domains broadened that pluralism even further. Well, now we have an interesting character come in. Marco Polo. Sure you've heard of him. The Venetian traveller who lived at Kublai's court for many years. Well, he left us with a lively account of the Khan's religious policy. One famous story relates is how Kublai honored each of the major religions in his realm. During important festivals of the Muslims, Christians, Jews, Kublai would show public respect for each. Polo describes Kublai's practice during one Easter. The Khan, quote, commanded all the Christians to come before him and bring their book of the Gospels. He then had that book incensed with great reverence and kissed it devoutly. Likewise did all his nobles. He would do the same on the holy days of the Muslims and Jews, and even for the, quote, idolaters, his terms for Buddhists and other Indian and Chinese faiths. When asked why he performed ceremonies for so many religions, he gave a characteristically pragmatic answer. There are 4 great prophets who are reverenced and worshipped by different classes of mankind. The Christians worship Jesus Christ, the Muslims Muhammad, the Jews Moses, the idolaters Sakyamuni. I honor and show respect to all 4, and invoke whichever one is indeed the supreme in heaven. In other words, Kublai was hedging his bets spiritually. By venerating all of the major holy figures, he hoped to secure divine favor, no matter who was truly in charge up there. It's a kind of, well, almost you could say a playful rationale to a very serious policy. That being that Kublai refused to alienate any of his subjects on religious grounds, so he went out of his way to make each community feel valued. The fact that the Supreme Emperor of China and much of Asia would publicly kiss a Christian gospel one day and respectfully bow at a Buddhist shrine the next left quite an impression on observers like Marco Polo. It demonstrated a degree of official religious cosmopolitanism that was virtually unheard of in medieval Christendom or the Islamic world at that time. Under Kublai's Yuan administration, all faiths had avenues to thrive. He established officers to oversee the needs of the various religious groups. Muslims, often called Hui in China, had their own officials and courts for personal law. Nestorian Christians built churches in the capital of Kanbalik, that is Beijing, the old word for it at least. Buddhists received large patronage. Kublai commissioned the building of grand Buddhist temples and monasteries, and he supported translations of Buddhist scriptures. Confucian scholars, while somewhat out of favor politically, were still respected and employed in education and administration. The social fabric of Yuan China was a mosaic. Mosques operating in Beijing, Islamic traders from Central Asia enjoyed high status at court. In fact, one of Kublai's favorite ministers was Ahmad Fanakati, a Muslim from Central Asia. And in southern China, Taoist and local Chinese folk religions continued to be practiced freely. Indeed, one could argue that religious tolerance was one key that allowed the Yuan dynasty to rule a culturally Chinese society, despite being foreign conquerors, by not attempting to suppress Chinese religions. Kublai avoided the mistake that later invaders made. He did not force the Chinese to convert to some steppe shamanism. Instead, he just adopted enough of their cultural norms and let them continue venerating their ancestors and gods, thus securing a smoother governance. But that's not to say that Kublai's era was entirely without religious friction. One notable exception in Yuan times was Kublai's conflict with certain Taoist sects. There had been long tension in China between the Buddhists and Taoists, and at Kublai's court, this came to a head. In 1258, before he was Great Khan, by the way, Kublai presided over a famous debate between Buddhist monks and Taoist priests regarding whose teachings were superior. The Buddhists, aimed by Kublai's Tibetan Lama, Pakpa, convinced him that certain Taoist writings, particularly those claiming Lao Tzu was the Buddha reincarnated, were heretical, and even some of them were plagiarized. After becoming emperor, Kublai took the rather unusual step of suppressing Taoist clergy who refused to cooperate. He banned the printing of some Taoist texts, and reportedly ordered many Taoist monasteries to be turned into Buddhist temples. Some Taoist monks were compelled to renounce their teachings. And this stands out as a case where the normally tolerant Kublai acted against a religion, albeit it was within the context of an internal Chinese religious dispute, and arguably more for the sake of resolving doctrinal chaos than out of pure bias. It shows that even in an intolerant Mongol world, the Khan favor could shift, and religion might be curbed if it was seen as socially disruptive or intellectually fraudulent. Yet Kublai did not persecute Taoism wholesale. Taoist practitioners continued to exist, and many Taoist temples persisted in Yuan China. The action was targeted, not a general ban on Taoism. Marco Polo also hints that privately, Kublai Khan had a soft spot for Christianity. He comments that the Khan seemed to regard the Christian faith as truest and best, praising its moral teachings, though Kublai never converted. He allegedly told Marco's father and uncle that he didn't become Christian because the Christians in his land were not impressive enough, and because he needed the prayers for all faiths for his enormous empire. This pragmatic streak in Kublai's thinking cannot be said enough times. He was managing a diverse realm, and he saw religion as a means of unification, not division. In Yuan society at large, the benefit of Mongol tolerance was a mingling of cultures never before seen. Persian astronomers worked in Kublai's observatories, bringing Islamic science to China. Christian artisans, some from as far as Russia or Georgia, built bridges, managed workshops. One legend even credits a Nestorian Christian from the Middle East with designing Kublai's siege engines. Muslim physicians ran hospitals in the Mongol Empire. This whole interplay of ideas was vibrant. Tibetan Buddhism gained converts among Mongols. Islam spread along the Silk Road, reaching new communities in western China, many which are still there. Christianity, too, saw a boost, with churches in major cities and even a Mongol royal, Prince Godan, showing interest in Christian theology earlier. Yuan China's art and literature bear the marks of this diversity. Miniatures and paintings depict Mongol princes with Buddhist icons and Christian crosses in the same scene, and that's definitely something to behold. a veritable United Nations for all faiths. And so by the end of the Yuan dynasty, which lasted until 1368, the Mongols in China had themselves been changed by this tolerant environment. Many Mongols there had adopted Tibetan Buddhism as their main faith, a legacy that continues, by the way. These days, Mongolia is predominantly Buddhist. Some had intermarried with Chinese and taken on local religious customs. The policy of tolerance had not only kept the peace, it had facilitated a cultural transformation and exchange. And when the Yuan eventually fell, it was not due to religious strife, but other political and economic issues. In fact, even the succeeding Chinese Ming dynasty, which ousted the Mongols, continued to have significant communities of Muslims and Christians, and that is a testament to how deeply religious diversity had taken root during the Mongol era. And so, while Kublai ruled in the east, another branch of Genghis Khan's family governed the Middle East and Persia. The Ilkhanate, founded by Hulegu, the grandson of Genghis. The Ilkhans offered a fascinating study of Mongol religious policies, because you see, over a few generations they went from being pluralist patrons of many creeds to themselves just converting to Islam, the majority religion of their subjects. Through this transition we can see both the high tide of Mongol tolerance and the subtle shift when a Mongol state adopted an official religion. So let's talk about that. Hulegu Khan, who established the Ilkhanate around 1256 after his devastating conquests in Iran and Mesopotamia, was religiously quite eclectic. Hulegu was a Buddhist, or possibly shamanist by inclination, but he also strongly influenced by his Christian wife, Dokuz Khatun, who was a Nestorian from the Keriot tribe. The Keriots, by the way, had been Christians for generations. When Hulegu's forces infamously sacked Baghdad in 1258, ending the Abbasid Caliphate, they slaughtered a huge number of the city's inhabitants. This massacre is often remembered for its brutality towards Baghdad's Muslim population. Yet notably, the Mongols spared the city's Christians. Contemporary accounts credit Dokuz Khatun's intervention. She purportedly asked Hulegu to protect Christians, and thus, quote, many of the citizens were massacred, but Christians were spared. Indeed, the Christian community in Baghdad only survived, but was favored under Hulegu, churches that were left intact while mosques were burned. Well, that's one example. For the Islamic world, the fall of Baghdad was, as you can imagine, a horrific blow, a nightmare come to life, and some saw it as a sign of Mongol impiety. But from the Mongol perspective, they were punishing a political enemy, the caliph who had failed to submit, rather than targeting a faith. After the conquest, Hulegu welcomed Buddhist monks and Christian clerics to court, and he maintained the traditional Mongol stance of patronizing all religions. He financed the building of Buddhist temples in Iran, remarkably as Buddhism had almost vanished in Persia since ancient times, and allowed Nestorian Christian churches to flourish. His chief minister was the famous Persian scholar Nasir al-Din Tusi, whom Hulegu saved from Baghdad and employed to build a great observatory at Maraka. That Hulegu, a nominal Buddhist, had a Muslim, albeit a Shiite Muslim, vizier and Christian queen exemplifies the multi-faith elite of the Ilkhanate's early years. And in the late 13th century it remained a tapestry of those beliefs. Hulegu's son, Abaka, succeeded him and continued to favor Buddhism and Christianity, while also dealing diplomatically with his large Muslim populace. Many Ilkhan princes and princesses were baptized Christians, and Eastern Christians' Nestorian influence was also strong at the court. However, the Mongols in this region did not force their own leanings on the majority. The bulk of the population in Persia and Mesopotamia was Muslim, and they were generally allowed to continue Islamic law and customs under Mongol oversight. A number of Persian Muslims served in the government. For instance, the historian Atta Malik Juvaini was himself a Muslim official under Hulegu and Abaka, rewarded with the governorship of Baghdad after the conquest. The Mongol rulers valued talent over creed, you see. Juvaini's Islamic faith was no barrier to high office. As long as officials were loyal, they could worship as they wished. The Ilkhans even took advice from Sufi mystics and Islamic scholars on governance. There is an interesting report that one Ilkhan, Ghazan before he came Khan, once dressed incognito to visit a noted Sufi holy man to discuss spirituality, showing the private fascination that Mongols often had with these local religions. One could find Christian monasteries, mosques, and Buddhist shrines, all receiving patronage in Ilkhanid lands during the 1260s to 80s. The cosmopolitan city of Maraga, the Ilkhanid capital for a time, housed the observatory where Muslim and Chinese astronomers worked together. And nearby were monasteries for both Christian and Buddhist monks. Marco Polo, traveling through Ilkhanid territory on his way to China, noted that the Mongol rulers of Persia showed great honor to Christian sites. He mentions that Hulegu's successors even invited Catholic emissaries who were curious about Western Christianity, though ultimately they aligned more with Eastern Christianity. The Ilkhans also extended tolerance to the Jewish communities in their domain, which is noteworthy, since medieval Persia's Jews often suffered under other regimes. Under Mongol rule, Rashad al-Din Hamadani, a Persian Jew who converted to Islam, rose to become the Ilkhanate vizier, kind of like a prime minister, and one of the most influential figures in the realm. Rashid al-Din, whose monumental work, Jami al-Tawarikh, the Compendium of Chronicles, is a major source on world history up to the Mongols. Definitely recommended if you want some homework. And in this work it embodied the Mongol ethos of inclusion. You see, his own background was multi-religious. Born Jewish, practicing Muslim, working for Buddhist or shamanistic rulers. It's complicated. He also champions scholarly study of all religions. In Rashid's histories, he respectfully recounts the stories of Muhammad, Buddha, Jesus, and many other prophets, reflecting the open intellectual climate that the Mongols supported. The Ilkhanate, in essence, became a bit of a melting pot of sorts, a place where a Syrian Christian bishop, a Mongol shaman, a Tibetan monk might all be present at court, advising on different matters. But there was a turning point. There are no happily ever afters, I'm afraid, and it came at the close of the 13th century. In 1295, a great-grandson of Hulegu, Ilkhan Ghazan, took power and converted to Islam. This was a watershed moment. The Mongol ruler of Persia formally adopted the religion of the majority of his people, becoming not just a patron of Islam, but a practitioner. But why did he do it? Well, it was driven by several factors: personal conviction, the influence of Muslim generals and administrators, and a pragmatic sense that embracing Islam would stabilize his realm by uniting Mongol and Persian elites. Once Muslim, Ghazan set about reorganizing the state along more traditional Islamic lines. So did this mean the end of Mongol tolerance in the Ilkhanate? Not entirely, but it was certainly a noticeable shift. Ghazan made Islam the official religion of his government. He ordered the construction of mosques and Islamic schools, and sometimes restricted other faiths in ways his forebears would never have done. For instance, Buddhist temples that had been established by earlier Ilkhans were converted into mosques or repurposed, since Buddhism had very few local adherents and was now seen less favorably. The active public promotion of Buddhism and Christianity at court diminished. Many of the Nestorian Christian nobles either converted to Islam to maintain influence or simply saw their roles reduced. Ghazan also reinstated the collection of the jizya, a tax on non-Muslim subjects under Islamic rule, from his Jewish and Christian subjects, which the Mongols had generally not enforced earlier. And this suggests a move towards the more normative Islamic model of governance. That said, Ghazan did not carry out persecutions. It wasn't like he was rounding everybody up and burning them, but he remained relatively tolerant by the standards of other regimes. Christians and Jews in the Ilkhanate were still protected. Indeed, his vizier, Rashid al-Din, was a convert from Judaism and continued in office. And the Buddhists, though out of favor, were simply asked to leave without causing a fuss, or integrate into other communities. Ghazan even continued correspondence with European Christian monarchs, presenting himself as a potential ally, somewhat opportunistically, despite now being a Muslim. In short, the Ilkhanate gradually Islamized, and as it did, its pluralistic shine dulled a bit. But it did not entirely vanish. Ghazan's successors, like Olyetu Khan, went further into Islamic identity. Olyetu became a Shia Muslim. By the 1310s, the Ilkhanate was essentially a Muslim kingdom in terms of state religion, yet the Mongol legacy of tolerance had left its mark. For example, Olyetu continued to employ Christian officers and kept diplomatic channels with Christian Europe. The administrative system built by Mongols was secular enough that even under an Islamic banner it could accommodate non-Muslims. Notably, when Olyetu's vizier, Rashid al-Din, was executed in 1318, on charges of poisoning, by the way, likely trumped up. It marked a sign that the new Islamic establishment was less comfortable with a man of different origins in power. Over time, the vibrant multi-religious court culture of the early Ilkhans gave way to a more homogenized Muslim one, a natural outcome, as the Mongols themselves were assimilated into the local population. The Ilkhanate itself fragmented and collapsed by 1335, but by then, most of the Mongol elite in the region were thoroughly integrated as Muslims, and their earlier patronage of other religions had largely ceased. Well, it's important to stress that even during this transition, outright religious persecution was rare. Things didn't descend into complete chaos like you would think. The Mongols did not forcibly convert their subjects to Islam when they themselves converted. It was more that they themselves just assimilated. One exception could be seen in the occasional flare-ups. For example, after Hulegu's time, there were reports that some Mongol commanders who became Muslims might harass Buddhist monks or destroy a temple here and there. But these were not long-standing policies from the top. Conversely, when the Mongols were not yet Muslim, there were cases of anti-Muslim sentiment. For instance, Hulegu at one point executed the Caliph and many Muslims, and his son, Akaba, later fought Muslim Mamluks. Some have interpreted their actions as having a religious tinge, especially since Hulegu allied with Christian powers against the Muslim Mamluk Sultanate. Yet the Mongols' primary motive in those conflicts was a geopolitical one, not ideological. Interestingly, the defeat of Hulegu's forces by the Muslim Mamluks in 1260 at Ain Jalut was celebrated in the Muslim world as a victory of Islam over the infidels, highlighting that many Muslims did view the Mongols with suspicion religiously. Either way, over time, the Ilkhanate Mongols disproved fears of being crypto-crusaders by eventually embracing Islam themselves. Alright, 51 minutes into the video, and I know what you're thinking. Why has he not talked about the Golden Horde? What is he hiding from us? Well, I would be remiss to omit that wouldn't I? The Mongol realms in Russia and the western steppes, and of course the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia. They were too exemplified by religious tolerance, but they had their own little twists. These western regions, ruled by descendants of Genghis' sons Jochi and Chagatai, started out as pluralistic Mongol states, just like the Ilkhanate, but eventually they became predominantly Islamic by the 14th century. Now, what is the Golden Horde? Well, it was the Mongol Khanate ruling over the western Eurasian steppe, including what is today Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, parts of the Caucasus. In the mid-13th century, its leaders such as Batu Khan, another grandson of Genghis, adhered to an old shamanistic and Tengrist belief and had no state religion. Batu and his immediate successors allowed the diverse peoples under their sway to keep their religions, and this included the Turkic and Mongol nomads of the Horde, many of whom still worshipped Tengur or practiced shamanism. They conquered Turkic Muslim populations around the Volga too, and the majority of the sedentary population, these and Orthodox Christians of the Rus principalities, they were all included. One of the most remarkable aspects about Mongol rule in Russia was their treatment of the Russian Orthodox Church. The Mongols devastated Russian cities in initial conquests, but once domination was established, they tended to prefer dealing with churchmen as intermediaries, finding them pretty useful to keep people in control. The Orthodox Church was granted exemptions and charitable treatment, much like clergy in other parts of the empire. Chroniclers note that the Mongol Khans confirmed the tax-exempt status of the Orthodox Church, and often allowed Russian metropolitans, that is, high bishops, to travel to the Mongol capital, receiving charters of protection. In fact, in 1267, the Khan Monka Timur officially exempted the Orthodox Church from taxes, a privilege reaffirmed by later Khans. Even when times were tough, the Mongols understood that antagonizing the church could incite people, so they generally refrained from doing it. A pretty wise choice. There is an illustrative incident. In the 1340s, the Khan Yani Beg briefly imposed a tax on the Orthodox Church in his lands, but within 5 years, the decree was revoked and full exemption restored. This suggests that any deviation from the norm of tolerance, even just taxing the church, was quickly corrected, reaffirming the Mongols' overall policy of accommodation toward the Russian faith. As a result, the Orthodox Church actually strengthened under Mongol rule, expanding its influence, while the Mongols kept the secular rulers, i.e., the princes, in check. For the common people in the Golden Horde realms, religious life carried on with minimal interference. Russian peasants continued to attend their churches and venerate icons. If anything, the Mongols indirectly protected the church from meddling by the often power-hungry Russian princes. In the Horde's capital city of Sarai on the lower Volga, new religious communities sprang up. There were mosques for the growing Muslim population, as well as churches for the immigrants and captives from the West. Travelers reported that Sarai and other Horde cities were pretty cosmopolitan, with markets where Central Asian Muslims, Italian traders, Greek or Russian Orthodox clergy, and steppe shamans might all cross paths. A significant turn in the Golden Horde came when Berke Khan, Batu's brother, assumed power in the 1250s. Berke was the first Mongol prince of note to convert to Islam, sometime around 1257. Unlike in the Ilkhanate, where the conversion happened after several decades of rule, Berke's conversion occurred relatively early, while the Mongol Empire was still united under Monka Khan. Berke's Islam played a role in the famous conflict between him and Hulegu, the Ilkhan, As Hulegu attacked Baghdad, the Muslim Berke grew angry and allied his horde with the Egyptian Mamluks to stop the expansion of Hulegu. This was the first instance of Mongols fighting Mongols with a religious justification. Burke reportedly said, "Hulegu destroyed the caliphate and killed Muslims, and he will have to answer for that." Nevertheless, Burke did not impose Islam on the horde's population. He built a mosque in Sarai and welcomed Muslim advisors, even establishing Sharia courts for Muslims in his realms. But the administration remained largely in the hands of traditional Mongol nobles and some foreign merchants, many of whom were Muslim anyway, so, all's well that ends well. The horde thus gradually Islamicized at the top, but it remained religiously diverse at the ground level. Later, in the 14th century, Ozbek Khan of the Golden Horde made Islam the state religion more formally, and then got to encouraging the Mongol nobles to convert, reportedly with some force against those who resisted. Under Uzbek, reigning 1313 to 41, the horde became a majority Muslim ruling class. Even then, however, they did not try to forcibly convert their Christian Russian subjects. The Russians continued to practice orthodoxy, and the Khans continued to be patrons, at least in a sense, of the Russian Orthodox Church, as it helped maintain stability. The horde's policy toward the Church remained a protective one. Several Russian chronicles mention that, with gratitude, the Pax Tatarica that allowed the Church to function unmolested. As Mongols themselves adopted Islam, their attitude toward the Church did cool somewhat. Later Khans less personally invested in fostering Christianity, but generally they stuck to the precedent of tolerance established earlier. The main difference was that Islam now enjoyed a favored status in the horde. We're talking state sponsorship, court ceremonies in the Islamic style, this kind of thing. Whereas before it was but one among equals, now there was clearly a favorite. Non-Muslims in the horde increasingly became simple subjects, peoples paying taxes or tribute to an Islamic state, rather than partners in a pluralistic empire. But even so, religious freedom at the personal level remained, at least in the most part. There were no Mongol-led pogroms or mass conversions in the horde's vast territories. The conversion of the Golden Horde rulers to Islam did lead to some cultural changes. For example, by the 1330s, coinage from the horde bore Islamic proclamations, and Mongol names were replaced by Islamic names among the elite. But the everyday religious life of their subjects carried on with continuity. Indeed, the Russian Orthodox Church survived the entire Mongol period completely intact, and would later become the centerpiece of Russian identity when Mongol rule eventually receded. Meanwhile, in the Chagatai Khanate, Central Asia, including much of Transoxiana and Turkestan, the pattern was pretty similar. Chagadai's descendants ruled over a mostly Muslim population. Turkic cities like Bukhara, Samarkand, for example, were centers of Islam. Yet they themselves initially clung to Tengrism or Buddhism. This caused a bit of friction. As noted, one early Chagatayat Khan was reputed to having been quite hostile to Islam, and there were episodes of Muslims in Central Asia being penalized for following Sharia law over Mongol law. But in general, even the Chagatai realm operated on the principle of live and let live pretty rigorously. In the late 13th century, during the reign of Khan Barak and others, Buddhist influences were introduced. Yet Islam remained deeply rooted among the people and many lower officials. Eventually, like their cousins elsewhere, the Chagatai Mongols also embraced Islam, most prominently with Tarmashirin Khan in the 1330s, who converted to Islam and encouraged others to do likewise. After that, Central Asia would firmly return to the Islamic fold. But notably, Even before that conversion, the Mongol rulers in Central Asia did not stamp out Islam. They built new temples for Buddhists, but left the mosques standing. And after conversion, they did not wipe out the remnants of Buddhism or Nestorian Christianity immediately. Those gradually faded in the face of the now dominant Islam. In a dim stone chamber, lit by flickering torchlight, a lone prisoner stands trembling as robed figures gather in judgment. Out of the shadows, an inquisitor steps forward with an accusation, a crime against God and the Church, the crime of heresy. The prisoner protests innocence, but it is of no use. The word of the inquisitor is absolute, backed by an institution that spans medieval Europe. In this world, faith and fear walk hand in hand, and the inquisitor has the authority to imprison, extract confessions, and torture. How exactly did a mandate to protect the faith turn into such a license for cruelty? Today, we're going to talk about how medieval inquisitors abused their power from the 12th through to the 15th centuries, focusing especially on the notorious Spanish Inquisition, while drawing examples from across Europe. We'll talk about the systematic abuses, legal manipulations that placed inquisitors seemingly above the law, forced confessions wrung out under torture, financial corruption, and greed cloaked in piety. We'll also look at the political motivations that twisted a religious mission into a tool of tyranny. We'll also see how fear was weaponized to enforce social conformity. Along the way, we'll hear voices from the past, from inquisitors' own manuals and trial records, to the cries of their victims and rare critiques from contemporaries. There's going to be plenty of gritty and gory details. It's a dark journey, but a revealing one. The story of the Inquisition shows how absolute certainty and unchecked authority can breed injustice. Indeed, it's been called one of the most effective means of thought control that Europe has ever known, at least as of 2025. Let's step back into that gritty little chamber and discover how an institution founded to save souls became one that many became to fear above all else. But before we do, hit that like and subscribe button. Well, I had to ask. And for those supporting on the Patreon, thank you very much. Also, those who have looked at the merch shop too, thank you. All right, now let's begin nice and relaxed. Well, to understand the abuses, we have to understand the origin of the Inquisitor's power, where exactly it came from. In the 12th and 13th centuries, the medieval church faced growing challenges from heresies. Now, heresies weren't non-Christians. They were more considered as pagans and all the rest. Combating heresies means religious movements that contradicted official doctrine. We're talking sects like the Cathars in southern France and the Waldensians in Italy. They attracted quite a lot of followers, alarming church authorities. Initially, local bishops tried to curb heresies, but as the movement spread, they gained power, and the papacy created a more systematic approach. In 1231, Pope Gregory IX established the medieval Inquisition, commissioning specially appointed inquisitors, often Dominican friars, to travel across Europe and root out heresy. These papal inquisitors were granted extraordinary authority. They could override local church courts, investigate anyone suspected of unorthodox beliefs, and deliver verdicts with the backing of secular force. It's a lot of power, isn't it? Yes. Well, from the start, the groundwork was laid for potential abuse, of course. Inquisitors operated under a procedure called inquisitio, essentially an inquest, which flipped normal justice on its head. Instead of being presumed innocent, the accused heretic was treated with deep suspicion. Trials were conducted in secret, and the usual safeguards for defendants were completely stripped away. Early inquisitors like Conrad von Marburg in Germany gained infamy for their unbridled zeal. Conrad, appointed by the Pope as the first inquisitor in Germany, virtually assumed the accused were guilty until proven innocent. According to accounts, he accepted almost any accusation as true, and quickly consigned those who would not confess to the stake. He even encouraged the accused to denounce others, implying their own lives might be spared if they did so, a tactic that spread panic as people named neighbors to save themselves. So ruthless were Conrad's methods that, after he accused a prominent noble without solid proof, enraged knights ambushed and actually killed him in 1233. This violent end to Conrad's crusade showed that even in medieval times there were limits to what the public would tolerate from an unchecked inquisitor. Of course, Conrad, he was not an isolated case, but a damn good example. Across Europe, inquisitors realized that their holy commission placed them above normal constraints. They answered only to the Pope, or later, to the monarch in state-run inquisitions, and the urgency of combating heresy was seen as so great that it excused methods unthinkable in other courts. For example, in southern France, inquisitors could descend on a town and demand that the entire population of the town swear oaths of faith and inform on any suspected heretics. The people living in fear know that a careless word from a neighbor could bring the Inquisition to their door. And so by the 14th century, some inquisitors began to codify their tactics in handbooks. A well-known example is Bernard Guy, the Inquisitor of Toulouse, who around 1324 wrote a practical guide for fellow inquisitors. Guy's manual detailed how to conduct investigations and interrogations. He warned that heretics would conceal and hide their error, and that the inquisitor must be relentless and clever in uncovering it. He viewed the Inquisition as a kind of moral drama. The heretic's trial should serve as a public lesson. By convincingly unmasking a heretic's lies, the inquisitor would, quote, win the hearts and minds of the community and keep them loyal to the true faith. Of course, this shows that even early on in the game, the Inquisition understood the value of theater and fear, making an example of the condemned to warn others. Despite occasional lenient rhetoric about saving souls, the historical reality is clear. The Inquisition concentrated unprecedented power in the hands of its agents, and many wielded it ruthlessly. They could arrest on mere suspicion, hold people indefinitely, and use secrecy and intimidation to produce evidence. Unlike in regular courts, there was no jury or peers, no transparent proceedings, and often no advocate for the accused. Papal decrees continued to bolster this authority. Notably, in 1252, Pope Innocent IV issued the bull Ad Extirpanda, which explicitly authorized inquisitors to use torture under certain conditions. This decree coldly instructed magistrates to force captured heretics and to accuse others, so long as they did not kill or permanently maim the victim. With this papal endorsement, what had been forbidden or controversial had now become an acceptable tool, and the message could not be mistaken. Protecting the faith was so important that almost any measure, short of outright killing the suspect during the interrogation was completely justified. Armed with such sweeping powers and justifications, the medieval inquisitors set out on their mission. It is here that we begin to see the full range of abuses of power, for once authority is unchecked, it easily gets misused. So we're going to examine now how inquisitors perverted legal norms, employed torture, pursued profit in politics, and of course spread fear to tighten their grip on society. A subtler abuse of power lay in the legal manipulations practiced by inquisitors. You see, these were not lawless mobs at all. Inquisitors were often very educated in theology and canon law, but they wrapped their operations in a veneer of legality while quietly rigging the rules. The inquisitorial procedure was designed to favor the prosecution at every turn, and it made a mockery of equitable justice, as you shall see. One major difference was the use of secrecy and anonymous accusations. In most courts, an accused person could know who testified against them and challenge them. In the Inquisition's courts, the identities of accusers and witnesses were kept secret for their own protection. The accused often had no way to rebuke testimony when they weren't even told who had given it. False or malicious denunciations thus found easy purchase. You can only imagine if your neighbor didn't like you. Well, all they needed to do was make an anonymous report. An accused might desperately try to guess who had spoken against them. The only defense allowed was to name any personal enemies. But if they guessed wrong, it only raised the inquisitor's suspicion further. In effect, the defendant had stood blindfolded at their own trial. The inquisitors also twisted normal standards of evidence, which there were standards at the time, but this whole institution kind of brought them back a couple of generations at least. A mere whisper of rumor, a bad reputation for heresy even could justify an arrest. Hearsay and suspicion carried heavy weight too. The usual presumption of innocence did not apply. On the contrary, many inquisitors presumed the accused was lying. They often entered a trial convinced of guilt and saw their role as extracting a confession by any means. As a result, injustice was pretty much built into the system. One contemporary summed it up by observing that in an Inquisition trial, the accused had the arms of an infant against a giant. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Sometimes even, inquisitors resorted to fraud to ensure convictions. One example, in the city of Carcassonne around 1300, the Franciscan friar Bernard de Lisieux accused the local inquisitors of fabricating evidence. He discovered that the inquisitors' registers, the official trial records that is, listed testimony from people who did not exist. In other words, they were just making things up, inventing witnesses to strengthen their case. Well, very brave for Bernard to expose this, and when he did, of course, it caused a scandal. The townsfolk rioted, and the implicated inquisitors temporarily fled the city. Bernard appealed to the King of France, that is Philip IV, arguing that the inquisitor Folquet de Saint-Georges and even the local bishop were corrupt and abusing their power. And here we have a somewhat rare check on the Inquisition. The king's officials removed the inquisitor and punished the bishop. This episode showed that even the secular authorities could recognize inquisitorial injustice, though such intervention was uncommon. But we have to thank the brave Bernard de Lisieux, that Franciscan friar back in 1300, for at least doing something. But another glaring legal abuse was the manipulation of the rules regarding torture, which we will fully explore in the next section. Now, church law technically forbade torturing the suspect more than once, but experienced inquisitors found a bit of a cheeky loophole. The 14th century inquisitor Nicolaus Emmerich, in his handbook Directorium Inquisitorum, noted that torture is deceptive and ineffectual, acknowledging that a person in agony might say anything to get himself out of it. Yet he proceeded to outline how an inquisitor could legally torture the same person multiple times. He had a little trick. That was to interpret the prohibition narrowly. One could not repeat torture for the exact same charge, but if a person was accused of multiple heretical acts, each act could warrant its own session. By defining new questions or charges, the inquisitor could effectively bypass the one-time torture rule. This cynical legalism allowed inquisitors to push the limits of brutality while claiming to obey the letter of the law. And through such devices, the inquisitor became a virtually unchallengeable figure in his domain. He was often judge, jury, and executioner. The usual checks on a judge's power: open trials, defense counsel, independent juries, they were all absent. As a result, inquisitors could and did bend the law to secure the outcomes that they wanted. Trial records sometimes state that a confession was given freely, without torture. Immediately after describing a brutal torture session, after which the exhausted prisoner supposedly spoke freely. These fictions in the record show how procedure was stage-managed to legitimize what was, in truth, pure coercion. To sum up, the Inquisitor's legal framework became an instrument of power. It retained the form of a judicial process, but few of the protections remained. By controlling the rules and keeping proceedings opaque, inquisitors stacked the deck against the accused. Many observers later likened inquisitorial trials to a foregone conclusion. A performance where the verdict of guilt was all but assured from the start. This perversion of justice was a fundamental abuse, one that set the stage for the physical abuses to come, since the system was so tilted towards conviction, readily embraced any method to achieve it. But of course, no aspect of the Inquisition's work is more famous than its use of torture. In fact, inquisitors saw torture as a legitimate means to compel the truth from those who stubbornly clung to their error. While secular courts of the era also used torture, the Inquisition embraced it with a particular zeal and systematic approach. What was officially called putting a suspect to the question became the dark heart of the inquisitorial procedure, a realm of physical agony intended to break both body and spirit. In theory, though, torture was the last resort, to be employed only if all the other methods failed to get a confession. But in practice, it became routine. The torture chamber, often a dingy little dungeon beneath a tribunal, was equipped with grim devices. The inquisitors of the Spanish Inquisition formalized 3 standard methods: the garrucha, the toca, and the potro. The application of the garrucha, also known as the strappado, involved tying the victim's hands behind their back and suspending them by a rope from the ceiling. Sometimes weights were added to the feet. The victim's shoulders and arms would be wrenched violently, often dislocating with a sickening crunch. The toca was a form of water torture. A cloth was forced into the victim's mouth and water poured over it, giving the sensation of drowning as the prisoner gagged and suffocated. The potro was the infamous rack, in which the limbs were slowly pulled apart in opposite directions, stretching joints until they just tear apart. Inquisitors enjoyed these methods because they left no immediate, visible injuries, no shedding of blood, thus sidestepping the Church's ban on clerics spilling blood. Interesting interpretations. Even within the Inquisition's rules, there were bizarre nods to propriety. A physician was often required to be present to certify that the victim was healthy enough to endure torture without dying, a macabre formality that did very little to mitigate the cruelty. The reality was that many prisoners were permanently maimed, or even died from the torture, despite the limits in theory. Under such torment, victims typically would confess to anything that the Inquisitors wanted, whether it was true or not. In fact, the Inquisitors expected a confession extracted under torture would later be affirmed freely. After a torture session, they often brought the bruised and broken prisoner back to the courtroom the next day to repeat the confession without torture, and only then was it deemed valid. Of course, if a victim retracted their confession, insisting it was only made due to the unbearable pain, the Inquisitors felt justified in simply resuming the torture on the grounds of renewed obstinacy. It was a deadly trap. Maintain innocence, and the torture continues. Confess, and you damned yourself by your own words. Yeah, a rock and a hard place. We'll call it that. We have many examples of how torture yielded dubious confessions. During the infamous trials of the Knights Templar, 1307 to 1310, for instance, dozens of Templar monks confessed under torture to outrageous heresies. We're talking about things like spitting on the cross and outright devil worship. Of course, once the torture ended, they completely recanted those confessions while not under duress. The Inquisition's response was to treat the recantation as proof that they had relapsed back into heresy, and hand the men over to be executed. Torture thus not only produced false evidence, but it created a no-win situation for the accused. Even inquisitors themselves knew the unreliability of confessions obtained by torture. Emmerich wrote in his manual, "Torture is deceptive and ineffectual." Yet this did not stop the practice. Under such methods, people will say anything to end the pain, don't you think? Medieval critics of the Inquisition, and there were a few, voiced the same concern. Bernard Delicieux, that friar who had exposed a fraud in Carcassonne, lamented that the Inquisitors' tactics would have made St. Peter and St. Paul confess to heresy if they had been subject to the dungeon. In other words, no one, however devout or innocent, could withstand these kinds of torments. The details of inquisitorial torture are pretty ghastly. Victims often fainted from pain or nearly drowned during the water torture, only to be woken up, revived, and tortured again. Joints were dislocated on the rack, muscles and tendons torn. Prisoners might emerge crippled for life. The psychological terror was equally severe. Many broke down at just the sight of the instruments or the screams of previous victims. The climate of fear that this created was very much intentional, and we'll discuss the broader social effects shortly. Every tortured confession also served to legitimize the Inquisition's work, providing proof of heresy that could be cited at the public sentencing. After torture extracted the words the Inquisitors wanted, they would record that the confession was made freely, certainly a grim charade of voluntary repentance. Torture was the blunt instrument of the Inquisitors' power, a direct assault on the body to conquer the resistance of the soul. It was technically regulated by certain rules, but as we've seen, those rules were circumvented or sometimes just ignored. Inquisitors convinced themselves that saving souls justified inflicting torment. By the values of the time, they argued they were sparing victims from the eternal fires of hell by making them briefly taste earthly pain. Yet from a more modern perspective, the systematic torture of men and women in the Inquisition's cells stands out as one of the most egregious abuses of power in medieval history. And we don't really like to judge people of the past by modern standards, but come on. It degraded the very faith it purported to defend, turning the Church's message of compassion into one of terror. Certainly a PR nightmare, no matter how you look at it. Although Inquisitors professed to act for the pure sake of the faith, money and property often lurked their way in. The structure of the inquisitorial penalties created opportunities for corruption and conflict of interest. When a person was convicted of heresy, the Inquisition could impose heavy fines or even confiscate the offender's property. Those assets might have been divided between the Church and the state, or used to fund the Inquisition itself. This meant that, in many cases, everyone involved in prosecuting a wealthy heretic stood to gain something. From the earliest days, observers noted the profit motive at work. In medieval France and Italy, local lords sometimes complained that papal inquisitors focused on accusing wealthy citizens so that their goods could be seized. Funny how that works, isn't it? Well, secular rulers themselves occasionally encouraged the Inquisition for financial ends. There's a pretty dramatic example in the persecution of the Knights Templar by King Philip IV of France, ostensibly for heresy, but undeniably fueled by Philip's desire to cancel his debts and confiscate the Templars' fortune. Heresy trials conveniently allowed a ruler to enrich his treasury under the cloak of piety. Now, the Spanish Inquisition is notorious in this regard. One punishment above all made it attractive to Spain's Catholic monarchs: the confiscation of convicted heretics' properties, which then became crown property. Some historians have argued that Ferdinand and Isabella welcomed the Inquisition as a tool to finance the crown. Indeed, the Inquisition tended to operate first in large, wealthy cities and target well-off conversos, that is, converted Jews and other minorities, people who would often having significant property. Gustav Bergenroth, a 19th century historian who studied the Spanish archives, concluded that revenue was the incentive for establishing the Inquisition. While the monarch's motives may not have been purely pecuniary, there's no real doubt that the initial campaigns of the Inquisition brought quite a nice little windfall to royal coffers. It doesn't look good, doesn't it? For the inquisitors on the ground, though, the temptation of personal enrichment was real. Now, technically, inquisitors were not supposed to pocket the wealth of their victims. That was meant for the state or the church. But in practice, those conducting the trials and their associates could benefit indirectly. Inquisitors drew salaries from the fines collected. They could charge fees for managing confiscated estates. Officials and informants might receive rewards too. Moreover, wealthy prisoners could sometimes buy leniency by paying bribes or perhaps giving donations, also known as bribes. A common saying was that a poor suspect might be burned, whereas a rich one might escape with a lighter penance. Yeah, it's funny how that works, isn't it? A system where an official's budget or personal gain depends on the outcome of cases will inherently encourage greed. Contemporaries did take note. It was pretty obvious what was happening. Desiderius Erasmus, the great Renaissance scholar, wryly observed that the Inquisition was harsher on minor offenders with no money than on the rich who could afford to grease up the wheels. In the Kingdom of Aragon, the local Cortes Parliament repeatedly protested that inquisitors were stripping noble families of their inheritances and ruining the innocent relatives of those punished. This suggests that even some devout Catholics saw the Inquisition as financially overreaching. Perhaps the most egregious case of corruption was that of Diego Rodriguez de Lucero, an inquisitor in Cordova, Spain, around 1500. Lucero was widely reviled for abusing his power. He was said to invent charges against affluent converso families just to take all of their money. But Lucero's depravity went a lot further. He had allegedly used the Inquisition to satisfy his lust. Historian Manuel Barrios records that Lucero had 2 men burned to death so he could take their wives as mistresses. And when one prominent family refused to hand over their beautiful daughter, Lucero accused the young woman, her husband, and her parents of heresy, and he burned all of them at the stake, seizing the orphaned girl for himself. He even fathered a child with her, while keeping her imprisoned as his personal property. Yeah, you're not going to hear that in a BBC documentary, aren't you? These horrific abuses earned him the nickname Lucero, the Infamous. Eventually, public outcry grew so intense that even the Crown intervened. In 1507, he was arrested and removed from office after an investigation confirmed that many of his victims were actually innocent. Well, shock and awe. Who would have thought? His downfall showed that there were indeed limits, though. But it came only after the untold damages had been done, and the Inquisition's reputation in Cordova had been blackened by his crimes. But even beyond such extreme cases, the financial toll of inquisitorial prosecution was huge. Families of the convicted not only lost loved ones to prison or the stake, but also lost their homes, their farms, and in general their livelihoods. A person found guilty of heresy had their property confiscated, leaving their children and heirs impoverished and often stigmatized. In towns where many conversos were convicted, a whole class of people was economically destroyed, with their assets redistributed to others. Finally, the Inquisition developed a semi-formalized extortion form of compositions. This was essentially a payoff. An accused person could agree to pay a hefty sum or surrender certain assets in exchange for a more lenient punishment, or even a complete suspension of the trial. Drop the charges. While officials justified this as a form of penance or reconciliation, it effectively had put justice out for sale. The wealthy could just buy their way out of trouble. The poor didn't have the option. All of these factors demonstrate that the Inquisition was not merely a spiritual enterprise, but also deeply entangled with worldly greed. The profit motive compromised the entire integrity of the institution. It created incentives to find heresy where there was none, and to be harsher than necessary in order to reap the material rewards. This corruption of purpose further tainted the Inquisition's legacy. When we consider why the Inquisition inspired such fear and hatred, it was not only the threat of torture and death, but also the knowledge that an accusation could mean complete financial ruin, a ruin from which the inquisitors and the crown would certainly benefit from. So, looking at it like this, the abuse of power wasn't only at the point of a sword, but in the coins and lands that changed hands under the guise of defending orthodoxy. But of course, the Inquisition did not operate in isolation from the worldly political sphere. Secular rulers and leaders realized that this formidable religious tribunal could certainly be turned into a political weapon, while inquisitors themselves at times pursued personal agendas under cover of their holy office. Many abuses of inquisitorial power were driven not purely by zeal for the faith, but just pursuit of political advantage, or perhaps even a personal vendetta disguised in religious terms. From its inception, the medieval Inquisition had to cooperate with princes and magistrates to enforce its sentences. This alliance meant that rooting out heresy often aligned with consolidating political control. During the Albigensian Crusade, that is, the one against the Cathars, in southern France in the early 13th century, for example, the French crown's war against the heretics conveniently also crushed the independence of Languedoc nobles, bringing that region under royal sway. Two birds, one stone. Inquisitors following in the wake of the Crusade eliminated remaining Cathars, achieving a spiritual goal and a political one, firmly binding Languedoc to orthodox royal authority. An example of political misuse was once again the destruction of the Knights Templar. As we noted earlier, in 1307, King Philip IV of France had the Templars arrested and accused of heresy. Inquisitorial courts, under royal pressure, condemned the Templars, providing a veneer of legal righteousness to Philip's seizure of their wealth and the elimination of an autonomous military order. In this case, heresy charges were largely a pretext for a financial coup. The Spanish Inquisition likewise served state policy. Ferdinand and Isabella instituted it not only to purify religion, but also to cement their recently unified kingdom. Spain's population included large communities of conversos, that is, Jews that had converted to Christianity, by the way, and Moriscos, Muslim converts to Christianity. The monarchs, like many of their subjects, suspected that some converts were secretly reverting to their old faiths. By targeting these groups, the crown could enforce religious homogeneity and also remove a potential fifth column. The Inquisition effectively became an arm of the government. The Inquisitor General answered to the crown, and the inquisitors had royal authority to call on the troops. It acted as an internal security apparatus of sorts, investigating not just theological deviance, but anything seen as disloyalty. Thomas de Torquemada, the first Grand Inquisitor, was a key royal advisor. Under his tenure, the Inquisition's campaign against conversos was relentless. Approximately 2,000 of them were burned for heresy during those years. This campaign terrorized a segment of society and sent a clear message about who held power in the new Spain. In 1492, the monarchs took the dramatic step of expelling all Jews who refused to convert, a decision made in the same spirit of religious political unification that the Inquisition had been enforcing. The Inquisition had basically created a Spain of a single faith, tightly aligned with the crown's vision of national unity. But inquisitors also became entangled in politics in other ways. The case of Bernard de Lesio in Languedoc, mentioned earlier, was essentially a political disagreement, a local friar rallying townsfolk and even appealing to the king to curb the inquisitors, whom he accused of abusing power and undermining regional rights and customs. His eventual arrest and torture by the Inquisition showed how strongly the authorities, both church and royal, would defend the Inquisition against such challenges. On a smaller scale, some inquisitors did not hesitate to use their powers for personal retribution. There were instances of rival clergy or local officials being denounced as heretics after quarrels with an inquisitor. With secret procedures and the inquisitor's near immunity, it was frighteningly easy to turn a private enemy into a convicted heretic. All these cases, while not the norm, show that no level of the system was free from abuse. An unscrupulous inquisitor could persecute pretty much anyone he disliked, cloaking it in the sanctity of his office. The entanglement of the Inquisition with secular aims greatly amplified its capacity for harm. It was not just a church court hunting down doctrinal errors. It was often an instrument of government policy and social control. This made it even more feared. An accusation by the Inquisition might not mean only religious censure, but also that one had become an enemy of the state. In Spain, for example, the Inquisition's reach extended to influential citizens, and even members of the clergy, if they were seen as threats to orthodoxy or authority. Inquisitors wielded a terrifying blend of spiritual and temporal power. Through political support, the Inquisition was able to enforce its edicts with armies and prisons beyond what a church tribunal alone could muster. Conversely, rulers used the Inquisition's moral authority to legitimize their crackdowns. This entire symbiosis meant that when one fell into the Inquisition's hands, one faced not just a tribunal of friars, but the heavy hand of the state as well. The result was an atmosphere in which few dared to oppose or even criticize them. It had become simply too enmeshed in the very power structures. All these factors contributed to that overarching climate of fear. The abuses we've surveyed, legal, physical, political, financial, they all worked together to make the Inquisition this source of existential dread in medieval society. Always around the corner, always watching, a kind of big brother sort of thing. So, now we're going to see how the fear was consciously used as a tactic, how it impacted communities under inquisitorial scrutiny. The ultimate consequence for all of these abuses, the sum of all of them, was just this pervasive climate of fear. Inquisitors deliberately used that as a tool to enforce conformity. The mere possibility of being denounced and hauled off before the Holy Office, and that was a fear that people just had to live with. People moderated their behavior, guarded their speech, and even stifled private doubts, all for fear that a wrong word, one wrong move, one unusual habit could trigger an accusation. One way the Inquisition spread fear was by fostering this culture of denunciation. It routinely issued what they called edicts of faith, urging the faithful to report any suspected heretical behavior by neighbors, friends, or even their own family. Failing to inform itself could be treated as a crime. This policy turned neighbor against neighbor. It sowed distrust in communities. A Spanish writer of the time remarked that people, quote, spoke in whispers, even in their own homes, for the fear the very walls had ears. Even family members were weary. A child might innocently report a parent's habits, not knowing it could become some kind of evidence in a trial. As one modern analysis notes, persecution often relies on denunciations and undermines trust, and that corrodes the bonds of society. This result was that many communities became fragmented by suspicion. You imagine your kids. If somebody was to ask them, some inquisitor, "Does your mummy ever do anything strange?" "Oh, sometimes she talks to herself." How's that going to be interpreted? Sometimes dad gets angry, or sometimes grandma spends lots of time walking outside in the woods, something like this. You never know what could be used to spark off the trial. Another potent instrument of fear was that spectacle of punishment, the public spectacle, though, an auto de fe, the act of faith. At these ceremonies, held in city plazas, the sentences of the Inquisition were announced and carried out. Those found guilty of heresy were paraded in a penitential garb, the San Benito, and their punishments proclaimed. Some would be flogged or sent to prison. and unrepented or relapsed would be handed over to secular authorities for execution, typically by burning. Large crowds attended these events, which had the air of both religious ritual and grim theatre. The message to onlookers was unmistakable. This is what happens to those who stray from the faith. This is what happens to those who don't fit in. Inquisitors intended these spectacles to instill dread. They argued that severe penalties were preventative, meant to strike fear in the hearts of others, so they would stay loyal. And indeed, the sight of a fellow citizen being burned alive or a friend being humiliated in penance certainly is a core memory. Fear permeated all levels of society. Common folk feared the knock on the door at midnight, the sudden inquiry into a rumor that they said a forbidden prayer or perhaps didn't show up to mass one morning. Of course, even elites were not safe. Wealthy converso families lived in constant anxiety that spiteful rivals or servants might denounce them for secretly practicing their old faith. Clergymen and scholars had to be careful that new ideas or critical views did not draw suspicion. This stifled intellectual and spiritual life. Inquisitorial censorship banned books and policed ideas. The pervasive fear of being labeled a heretic made people avoid any expression of unorthodox thought. In Spain, a proverb emerged. Flies don't enter a closed mouth. It basically means shut up and stay out of trouble. Outwardly, society under the Inquisition became highly conformist. Everyone vied to show themselves as devout Catholics. Homes displayed religious images. People attended Mass zealously and avoided any behavior that could be misconstrued. But this often just reflected fear rather than genuine piety. A kind of enforced hypocrisy prevailed. Those who privately had doubts or heterodox leanings could never admit to them. As time went on, this climate strangled honest discourse, trust and frankness, even within families, gave way to caution and silence. Even after the medieval period, the inquisitorial mentality endured. Habits of suspicion and caution persisted in regions long after the Inquisition's power waned. The collective memory of terror left a culture where open dissent was rare. Some historians believe this legacy of fear hindered intellectual and social progress in a lot of places like Spain, where for generations creativity was dampened by the need to just toe the line. Whether or not one agrees with that broad assessment, you can't really argue against that the Inquisition's reign of fear had deep and long-lasting effects. For those living under its shadow, however, such philosophical consequences were less immediate than daily survival. The Inquisition had turned the tools of faith, community, confession, scrutiny, moral exhortation, into tools of intimidation and control. Religion, which for many is a source of hope and comfort, was wielded like a sword dangling over their heads. This regime of fear was perhaps the Inquisition's most insidious use of power. It coerced not only actions but thoughts, and it did so by betraying the very spiritual values it claimed to protect. Faith became tinged with terror, a bitter aftertaste. People obeyed, not out of conviction or love, but out of sheer fear what the Inquisition could do to them. And in that sense, I suppose, you could argue that the Inquisition succeeded in subduing heresy, but at the cost of replacing it with a frightened and subdued society. Do the ends justify the means? No. No, they do not. So as we conclude our time together today, step back from all the grimness. Grasp the larger lesson. The story of the medieval Inquisition, especially its Spanish culmination, is kind of a warning on how absolute certainty and unchecked authority can corrupt a noble cause. And remember, that doesn't have to come in the cause of religion. It can come in the cause of politics. It can come atheistic or theistic. It doesn't have to be Christian. It can be Muslim. It can be Jewish. It can be Buddhist. Any kind of large-scale operation. There's always a way for corruption to sink in. And it usually does. What began as an effort to protect religious orthodoxy became the machinery of cruelty. Inquisitors, convinced they served a higher good, employed frankly unholy means. Torture chambers, secret trials, judgments clouded by greed and politics, and a reign of terror that stifled the spirit of an age. Justice, mercy, and compassion, they were the real casualties. The abuses of the Inquisitors show the danger of any institution that operates without accountability, fueled by its own fanaticism. In defending the faith, they often betrayed the core values of it. The very church that taught love, charity, and the sanctity of conscience was represented by those who inflicted agony and injustice on thousands. It's a tragic irony. Little wonder that Inquisition has entered our vocabulary as a synonym for oppressive or interrogative persecution. Yet, within the dark history, we also find little glimmers of hope. We encountered individuals like Bernard de Lisieux, who bravely spoke out against the injustice, and who maintained their dignity of faith even under torture. Their stories remind us that even in these times of terror, conscience could not be entirely snuffed out. Over the centuries, more voices both inside and out of the church would condemn the excesses of the Inquisition, and eventually the institution was reformed and finally abolished. History perhaps saw an ounce of repentance for this chapter. But the legacy of the Inquisition is complex. On the other hand, it did enforce religious uniformity in parts of Europe for a time. Catharism was extinguished, and in Spain, open practice of Judaism and Islam was eradicated. But it achieved this at a terrible human cost, and arguably at the cost of the Church's moral authority. The Inquisition's notoriety lived on in legend and literature, reinforcing its image as an ultimate symbol of religious cruelty. In fact, outrage over the Inquisition's excesses later helped fuel arguments for religious tolerance and the rights of the accused during the Enlightenment. So in looking back, and as we leave this subject, we remember not just the notorious inquisitors, but their victims, and the few who dared to oppose them. Their suffering and courage to speak across the centuries is certainly a grim lesson in the misuse of power, and one that remains relevant whether ideological or religious zeal threatens to override our common humanity. I think it urges us, in our own time, to prize justice that is tempered with mercy, never allow fear to be the instrument by which unity is achieved. To sum it all up, the Inquisition's abuses of power light up the timeless truth that to save our ideals, we have to uphold them with clean hands. When you cast your mind to the Middle Ages, you think of castles, don't you? Intricate hubs of feudal power and governance that mirror the complexities of their era. But see past it a little bit, and you realize they're more than just military strongholds. Built by kings, lords, and nobles throughout Europe, these massive constructions indeed were symbols of power and had advanced defense systems, including towers, moats, high stone walls, all to fend off invaders and endure protracted sieges. But beyond their use in combat, castles developed into thriving centers of government and culture, housing courts, protecting wealth, and serving as a fulcrum for those local power structures. Their architectural development, which reflected the changes in social organization and military technology breakthroughs, offers another intriguing perspective on the inventive and turbulent medieval period. So, how about we have a look into that today? We know all about the completed structures, but what lies beneath the walls? It's not often that we talk about those who actually had to build them and, frankly, the complete hell they went through to accomplish this task. So, today, if you'd like to come with me, I am going to talk to you about castles, from start to finish. Like and subscribe, and thank you to those supporting on the Patreon. Let us begin. Castles were the recognizable buildings that dominated the European landscape during the Middle Ages. These imposing structures, which were distinguished by their high towers and fortified gateways, had administrative as well as defensive purposes. However, the intricate social and economic dynamic that underpinned their imposing architecture had a significant impact on the communities that were forced to construct and maintain them. With a focus on the material and human cost associated with castle construction, we're going to go into a little bit of detail today about the process and the unspoken unpleasantries about all this. We're going to look into the organization and coercion of labor, the financial burdens on entire regions, and the wider ramifications of castle construction for long-term societal change, economic networks, and even social hierarchies. Of course, there's many advances in military engineering and architecture during the Middle Ages. It's equally important to acknowledge that these construction achievements frequently required substantial sacrifices from those at the bottom of the feudal hierarchy. So, in addition to being defensive structures, we know that medieval castles were political markers too. They changed local governance by projecting power outward through their strategic placement. Whether by a newly ascending noble family or a victorious king attempting to extend sovereignty over contested lands, the building of a new fortress often signified the introduction of authority into a region, whether the region liked it or not. But the process needed more than just ambition and vision. To ensure quick and economical construction, it required assembling a sizable labor force made up of skilled craftsmen, peasant conscripts, and occasionally prisoners who worked under admittedly close supervision, certainly subject to a roll call before and after the shifts, I assume. And then we have the demands on materials and labor. In addition to iron, sand, and limestone for mortar, builders required enormous amounts of stone and timber. Additional labor, equipment, and resources, often taken from local residents, and by taken I mean stolen, were needed for the transportation and cutting of materials. Of course, this commandeering of resources generally tends to take different nature depending on where and when you are. But generally, if the nobles wanted to build a castle, they were getting those materials one way or another. Well, besides the physical confiscation of the stone and the timber and all the rest, lords frequently used new or higher taxes, as well as feudal obligation to direct coercion to seize goods and services, because the endeavors were so timely and time-consuming and costly, rather. Peasants often suffered as a result of these practices, since they were taken away from caring for their own lands and means of subsistence, and were subjected to additional financial demands from their rulers. The inability of rural populations to resist elite construction projects was demonstrated by the extreme cases in which entire communities were uprooted or displaced to make room for the new fortress's spatial requirements. Of course, this all goes into the timeless representation of feudal authority that castles were. They emphasize the social hierarchy that defined medieval Europe by giving the nobility a physical haven, quite literally looking down on everyone. With little opposition, garrison soldiers and managers could impose their lord's will and demand labor and rent from the local population. By deterring challenges to authority, the fortress's imposing presence frequently contributed to the stability, or perhaps from a different angle, the stagnation of the dominant social order. I suppose it depends who you ask. But as time went on, the network of castles throughout Europe also promoted trade and the growth of new towns by offering marketplaces and a certain amount of security. So in this way, building castles kind of served as a double-edged sword of sorts. While it exploited serfs and other weaker social groups, it also opened the door for more intricate economic relationships that would eventually weaken the very feudal structures that allowed for this kind of exploitation. I suppose the clock just ticks away. So, we begin by talking about castles and the structure of feudalism. You really can't have one without the other. Understanding that larger feudal framework in which castles were built is crucial to appreciating the significance they had in society. As for the lord, who had legal title to land, and vassals, or perhaps tenants, who were given use of the land in exchange for loyalty or service, well, they formed the foundation of feudalism as it existed in different parts of Europe. The system gave authority to those who could manage and defend vast swaths of land. Castles became both functional and symbolic hubs of this authority. A castle could offer some security to local populations by sheltering them behind its walls during periods of unrest or invasion, but it's not as nice as it sounds. Believe me, that many people, with that little sanitation, you may as well be a little bit safer outside the walls. However, it also functioned as a hub for labor organization, enforcing the law and collecting taxes and rent. As a result, the fortress became this outward representation of the lord's claim to power, representing a social institution as well as defensive tact. Because land ownership and military prowess were so closely associated with power, a lord's legitimacy was symbolized by his ability to build and maintain a strong castle. And that's the kicker of it, maintaining the castle. That's where the costs really come in over a long time. For example, we think about the quick spread of motte and bailey castles following the Norman conquest of England in 1066. It shows how these buildings could quickly help consolidate power. Castles were purposely erected in regions like Wales, Ireland, and even over in the Crusader states, in order to control the local populace and establish supremacy of the conquering classes. Of course, the commoners, they were expected to perform various types of labor and produce for their lord in order to gain access to farmland and protection, all under feudal obligation. Although it's not consistent across regions, and we are speaking in generalities with this video, these impositions gave lords the ability to command sizable workforces whenever they felt that it was necessary. At the snap of a finger, full mobilization, no questions asked. One such need was the building of castles, especially in the area that were under conflict, or where there were imminent military or political dangers. Peasants were forced to comply by the legal and social structure, which was essentially institutionalized exploitation under the pretense of feudal duty. Perhaps a little bit of patriotism as well. You think about it. The whole obey the king, these kinds of things. Well, you wouldn't want to not obey the king, wouldn't you? You get yourself into a bit of trouble. A large portion of medieval Europe followed this pattern in general, even though there were some regional differences in the precise duties expected of peasants and towns. The general pattern is pretty much the same. Castles were both the result and the tool of a system in which power was firmly held by a privileged minority. The possibility of erecting new fortifications, whether legally or illegally, remained an alluring tactic for aristocrats looking to bolster their positions, even after kings issued royal charters prohibiting the unapproved building of castles. In order to establish administrative centers, fortify their borders, and convey an air of invincibility, lords who sought to expand their power over a variety of lands built their own fortresses, of course, on their own expense. But it is a little oversimplified to say that the local population benefited equally from these constructions. Many residents saw the new fortresses as an encroachment on their daily lives, even though some may have felt a sense of protection from having the military and the walls around a place to run if things got bad. Farmers, they were hit the hardest. They were forced to give up the products of their work. Artisans, too, were called up to perform duties that frequently went beyond what was reasonable, and entire communities could simply be uprooted if their land was selected as a strategic location. Now, let's talk about the ones who construct these fortresses. We talk about the serfs, the craftsmen, and of course, the forced labor. A large, diverse, and frequently coerced workforce was required to complete this complex task of building the castle. Workers were recruited from a variety of social classes and were under strict supervision, with an emphasis on cost-cutting and efficiency. Serfs and peasants carrying out their feudal duties, expert artisans offering what technical know-how they could offer, and captives, or forced laborers, compelled to serve in difficult circumstances, were the three main groups involved. And just think about it for a moment. How would you end up in a position of forced labor? Well, we can think of a little bit of a situation where you have things to do. The authorities arrive and say, "Congratulations, sir, you've been selected to work on the castle. Eternal glory and all that. Come with us. Don't bother packing a bag." Well, if you refuse doing that, you'll certainly find yourself behind bars rather. And then, of course, you have no choice but to do the labor anyway. So, of course, the forced labor, perhaps we can use the word coerced, but from the start it was forced labor. You didn't have a choice if they called you up. The majority of medieval peasants were required to perform labor for their lord, at least in some capacity. You might have heard of the practice known as corvée labor. No, this is it. Landowners might insist that local peasant men work on castle construction sites for weeks or months instead of their own farms in periods of high construction demand. This work included carrying stones from neighboring quarries, digging ditches for moats, cutting wood for scaffolding, and moving supplies in frequently taxing circumstances. The duties were frequently performed for free and were seen as a component of a larger set of services that the lord required in exchange for allowing them to live on his property. Food security and livelihoods could have been at risk due to this diversion of agricultural labor, especially if construction occurs during crucial planting or harvesting seasons. Although lords usually tried to plan significant projects outside of the busiest farming season because, of course, they needed to eat as well, and they don't want to be causing any famines, don't they? The necessity to finish fortifications quickly occasionally overshadowed any consideration for the welfare of peasants. Think about it. If they are at threat of a looming war or some kind of power struggle, priorities might need to be shifted. It always comes at the expense of the lower classes. Of course, if things really hit the fan, those nobles have a ship at the port where they can simply ride their horses down and go to some other more pleasant part. The poor old peasants, well, they couldn't do that. But of course it wasn't all peasants. You had professional engineers and craftspeople of the day. Expert craftsmen provided the specialized knowledge that was necessary to build these enormous fortifications, while the common laborers provided the muscle. For jobs requiring technical accuracy, such as laying foundations on difficult terrain, building sturdy walls, and creating dependable mechanisms for drawbridges, master masons, carpenters, engineers, and other specialists were essential. Due to their expertise, and also their scarcity, these artisans had quite a bit more negotiating power than the peasants. In fact, the nobles needed them more than the other way around. In fact, they occasionally moved from project to project to demand higher wages, and the highest bidder always wins. Their participation gave the building of castles a certain professionalism and consistency, and their expertise frequently dictated how long a structure would last. Sure, you can have 1,000 peasants carrying the stones, but placed in the wrong spot, well, your castle's not going to stand for too long, isn't it? Everyone needed the expert artisans. Those engineers and craftspeople, well, everything was relying on them. The hierarchical pressures of feudal society, however, did not spare these skilled workers. Conditions could become oppressive, with long work hours, high risks of injury, and of course, very little time for breaks. If a king or noble had demanded accelerated work, once bad luck. Artists risked legal repercussions or loss of a future job opportunity if they disobeyed or abandoned a project. The sheer need for specialized labor could attract people from far-off places too, to areas where massive castle-building campaigns took place. Think of the Edwardian castles in Wales or the Crusader fortress in the Levant. Even though these artisans occasionally became wealthy or enjoyed higher social standing, their success was still reliant on the support and interests of their influential patrons, somewhat at their mercy. It's an interesting power dynamic. But when we want to talk about real power dynamics, we can't go past the forced work and the prisoners. Those who worked in even more difficult positions made up the final group of workers in medieval construction. Victorious nobles frequently forced criminals, prisoners of war, or oppressed people to labor on fortifications during wars or conquests. The most difficult and hazardous jobs were typically given to these forced laborers because of the physically taxing nature of building castles and the accidents that come along with it. Their living conditions were also usually appalling, and their mortality rates were high. This type of work made it easier to quickly establish military outposts and guard recently conquered areas in some frontier areas. Despite the paucity of documentation on forced labor, historical allusions suggest that their function was not incidental. The use of forced labor shows the ruling class's desperate need to quickly fortify key areas, as well as the helplessness of those caught in the apparatus of conquest. Although these workers frequently left little documentation behind, their efforts greatly aided in the construction of the formidable fortifications, many of which still remain today. Oh, if only the walls could speak. Of course, it took a lot of money to build a castle, slaves notwithstanding, both to buy raw materials and to pay for the skilled labor. The richest kings and nobles may have been able to directly fund such projects, sure, but they usually reduced their own expenses by placing a large portion of the cost on the local population. Increased taxes, resource expropriation, and the systematic removal of capital and labor from other economic endeavors were particularly clear examples of this. Feudal tenures could also be used by lords and monarchs to compel their vassals to make additional payments. These could be assessed as new or higher rents, and they could be offered as special aids to finance the building of the castle. For peasant families that are already making do with meager resources, the cumulative effort of these impositions could obviously be disastrous. In some instances, officials from the lord or king had the power to conduct audits of towns and villages to determine their level of wealth, establishing exact quotas for the debts owed by each family or community. There was a climate of fear that discouraged open resistance, because failure to meet these quotas, of course, could result in fines or legal ramifications. The taxation of castle construction, of course, was not limited to rural areas. Wherever a ruler wished to fortify a region, levies were also imposed on towns, trade guilds, and even places of worship. That's right, sometimes they taxed the churches. A resolute sovereign frequently found ways to extract the required funds, even though such entities occasionally had privileges and exemptions. Large-scale methodical wealth extraction was necessary for building of famous fortresses like those ordered by English kings, those magnificent ones we still have today. A castle could not be built with money alone, however. It was essential to have access to the raw materials like the lime, metal, wood, and stone. A region's natural resources were exploited by the nobles, who would burn wood to make charcoal or lime and clear forests for beams. At fixed prices, they were typically lower than free market rates. They could force local miners to quarry stone or iron ore. Furthermore, without receiving just compensation, peasants with carts or draft animals might be forced to move these goods over long distances. There were also major logistical issues with housing and feeding the workers. Over a long period of time, soldiers and a large number of artisans and laborers gathered at a castle site. It was necessary to obtain food supplies, frequently making by direct requests of neighboring villagers. The ensuing shortages put additional strain on nearby communities, potentially leading to higher costs for basic necessities and worsening peasant poverty. In a similar vein, draft animals and transportation carts were frequently forced into service for construction projects rather than being available for agricultural work, sending the technological situation of this agricultural work back a few centuries. On occasion, the construction of castles forced local communities to undergo direct spatial changes. Existing homesteads or entire villages may have been uprooted if a specific location was judged to be strategically or militarily advantageous. Residents were compelled to move under such conditions, usually to areas with fewer economic opportunities or simply less arable land. This was particularly prevalent when modern Bailey castles were built in key locations next to rivers or along roads, due to the fact that feudal law acknowledged the general rights of land-holding elites, local populations had limited legal recourse against displacement. Campaigns to build castles have the potential to alter regional geographies and human settlement patterns on a larger scale too. The construction of fortifications in recently conquered areas or along borderlands may have caused waves of populations to migrate as people try to escape the costs and new taxes, or just simply the conscription of labor. But on the other hand, other groups such as craftspeople and merchants may have seen this as an opportunity, moving towards castle towns in quest of business prospects and a sense of security. Castles were powerful representations of feudal power in addition to being these useful fortifications. Frequently, they were towering over the surrounding countryside. This was all by design, of course, serving as a visible reminder that the local population was indeed ruled by a strong individual. But during peacetime, a castle's bailey and gates may have hosted feasts, court cases, and other formal occasions. It developed into a stronghold from which the local lord could launch an army during hostilities too. But it wasn't always down to the dirty business. The contrast between safety and danger highlighted the castle's dual function. On one hand, it offered protection to the wealthy and, occasionally, to a few local residents who might be allowed inside when danger was present. However, it just simply further entrenched this system of power that placed local peasants and lower nobles even in a subservient role. According to its lord's wishes, the castle government upheld justice, kept a garrison, and collected rents and other fees, and good luck getting over the walls to take that back. Armed forces positioned inside the castle could act quickly in the event that villagers rebelled or neglected their responsibilities. Think of the bailiffs, the sheriffs. Definitely not the most popular job. In disputed areas where a series of recently constructed or renovated castles could serve as the foundation of a conqueror's hold on recently conquered territories, this concentration of power was particularly noticeable. In these kinds of situations, the mere existence of a castle frequently denoted the establishment of new administrative and cultural structures. The conquering elite might be able to override or at least reinterpret the local laws, land rights, and customs. As a result, they were essential to the Middle Ages' colonial expansion, if we're going to use that word for it, because they gave military leaders the ability to simply subjugate native populations and take the resources with very little consequence. At least, yeah. We'll talk about some peasant revolts in a later video. But furthermore, by physically separating the nobility from the general populace, castles helped to preserve feudal hierarchies. Layers of division between lords and commoners were established by the fortress's internal defenses, which included keep towers and concentric curtain walls. Access to inner wards was tightly controlled, although peasants might occasionally be asked to deliver goods or attend markets in the outer bailey. Social divisions were strengthened by this spatial segregation, which gave the building an air of exclusivity. The upper wards and keep were occupied by the noble families, esteemed visitors, and reliable retainers who benefited from superior living conditions and prestige. But I will remind you, when we say superior living conditions, this is superior to the living conditions of a medieval peasant. And that's not very good. We're not starting from the most nicest of circumstance, that's for sure. Living in a castle was not like they have in those old Technicolor movies. It was cold, it was stone walls, rats. Not the best place to be. Let us not romanticize it too much. The castle's imposing silhouette served as a continual reminder of the possibility of military force, even though most medieval communities did not experience this violence on a daily basis, particularly in situations where peasants and townspeople lacked the resources to organize or acquire weapons. Such covert coercion left little opportunity for overt rebellion. And added to that, weapons, armor, they were expensive, and blacksmiths generally weren't doing charity runs, so it is very, very difficult. Without any outside help or sophisticated siege technology, it could be extremely difficult to overthrow a well-fortified garrison, even during mass uprisings. Therefore, a castle's architectural power frequently acted as a disincentive to contest feudal authority. The game was simply not worth the candle. Perhaps you could surround the castle, but you better hope that you can get food for you and all your friends, and you better hope that your family back at home isn't starving either. It's just too much to organize. In medieval society, the constructions of castles had a variety of economic effects. Castles could promote some types of economic development in the long run, but all this immediate effect on the local populace was frequently negative. A castle needed constant supplies of food too, fuel and materials as well, which created a further demand that could support nearby farmers, artisans, and traders. So that's one good thing, if the noble is taking them at a fair price. Furthermore, traders and settlers looking for stable environments in which to conduct business may be drawn to a well-garrisoned fortress due to its relative security. However, the beginning of a new castle project was pretty much not good for anybody. Short-term disruptions to local economies were very common. A large percentage of the labor pool was taken, decreasing agricultural output and increased the risk of shortages or even famine if the building took place during important agricultural cycles. Building sites devoured resources, and it even caused inflation in local markets for necessities. Iron, stone, and lumber particularly became more scarce, and prices frequently increased due to the increase in worker demand for food and beverages. While some merchants might profit from increased sales, many others were forced to submit or look for other opportunities as the lord's demands overshadowed their business. A completed castle might eventually serve as a center of economic expansion. Numerous castles functioned as housing treasuries and offices where local matters were managed. Auxiliary services such as scribes, clerks, and skilled craftspeople were frequently drawn to this administrative role. In an effort to increase the flow of goods into the area and make money from tolls and fees, lords occasionally promoted the construction of markets or fairs close to castles as the site began to stabilize. Certain routes became more desirable for trade when traders discovered that the castle's protective presence decreased the dangers posed by bandits or perhaps rival warlords. And this is the way that castle towns arose. These tiny cities usually gathered around the gates of a fortress, or if there was room, inside its outer bailey. They might grow into large towns over many generations, complete with churches, merchant guilds, and a unique cultural life. Thus, the economic dynamism produced by castle towns signified a slow transition from exclusively agrarian modes of production to a more varied economic structure, where skilled crafts and trade were more prevalent. Castle construction also aided the colonization processes in border or frontier towns. The language, laws, and business practices of the invading elites were introduced, and occasionally they encouraged peoples from the ruler's native land to come and settle in the newly fortified areas. To To encourage migration, these settlers may be granted advantageous terms on land use or taxes. These policies increased economic activity in the newly fortified area, but I'm sure I don't have to tell you that they disadvantaged rather the indigenous populations, who may have been forced to work harder or pay more taxes to make up for the fewer taxes that the newcomers are paying, or even just relocate to less fertile areas. After all, the priority always goes to the conqueror. For instance, the example of English-built castles in Wales shows how fortresses could serve as a foundation for social and economic institutions that were transplanted. English settlers who were given particular legal privileges frequently lived in the newly formed boroughs that sprang up around these fortifications. These boroughs' existence over time altered property relations, trade routes, and cultural identities. In the end, what started out as an exploitative enterprise produced more integrated markets, and on occasion, chances for local residents to participate in growing regional or global trade. Due to relative abundance of inexpensive labor, frontier expansions, and feudal conflicts, the period of active castle construction peaked between the 11th and 13th centuries. However, over time, a number of factors caused the number of large-scale castle projects to decline. A number of demographic, economic, and technological shifts that occurred in the late medieval era gradually changed the necessity and the viability of building enormous stone fortifications. The demographic crisis was brought on by illnesses like the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century. That was one significant event. Due to the labor pool being drastically reduced by this, labor costs increased, and feudal obligations were completely disrupted. In many cases, surviving employees could move to a new location or bargain for better terms from other landlords. As a result, it became increasingly challenging to maintain the conventional model of enlisting unpaid labor for large-scale construction projects. It became necessary for lords to pay workers or risk losing them to rival estates or cities. Furthermore, the traditional bonds of duty and service that had previously supported castle construction were undermined by the slow waning of feudalism in many regions of Europe. Wealth was no longer solely derived from agricultural rents, but also from trade and manufacturing as commerce grew, and some areas even became very much urbanized. Through charters, cities and towns gained more autonomy and served as a check on the power structures of feudalism. This change resulted in lords and monarchs having less access to resources, such as forced labor, if we're going to call that a resource, I suppose it is. Well, previously this was all available at the snap of a finger, but the world always changes. But also the military value of castles was significantly reduced by technological advancements. Siege warfare changed when gunpowder artillery became widely used in the late medieval era. Once almost impervious to conventional siege engines, thick stone walls were all of a sudden susceptible to continuous cannon fire. Fortifications had to change as a result, and in the early modern era, star forts and other artillery-resistant designs were created. We see a lot of these star forts in colonial times. India has quite a few of them, actually. Although they did not become extinct overnight, more specialized fortifications designed for gunpowder warfare gradually replaced castles as the most effective form of defense. The desire to build new, opulent castles consequently diminished. Rather, many already existing castles were either completely abandoned if their strategic value declined, or upgraded with angled bastions and artillery platforms of their own. Castles continued to serve as aristocratic homes or administrative hubs in some areas, changing in style to include more comfort and kind of make the military purpose a bit less obvious. Thousands of buildings that later became historical landmarks or even romantic ruins were left behind as the grand era of castle-building campaigns that had once dominated the medieval skyline came to an end. Of course, castle construction declined in tandem with a more general shift in medieval society. Merchants and artisans amassed wealth and power that equaled or occasionally exceeded that of older feudal lords. As feudal duties relaxed and urban economies expanded, every local lord no longer needed to keep up a fortress as a political power steadily consolidated in centralized monarchies or emerging nation-states. Although certain magnates persisted in funding hunting lodges or fortress-like palaces, the fundamental factors that had previously enabled the construction of enormous castles, specifically the inexpensive labor, were now undermined. Of course, exploitation became more complex during this shift, reflecting the changing nature of economic relations, but it did not completely disappear. And it has not completely disappeared, by the way. In order to finance standing armies and early modern fortifications, authorities levied taxes on expanding trade and production, rather than enlisting an unpaid peasant labor force to construct ramparts. Thus, centralized states with professional militaries, bureaucracies, and new types of fortresses built for gunpowder warfare replaced the private domain of local lords, protected by high walls as the center of power. So, today, in 2025, or probably whenever you are listening to this, medieval castles serve as these reminders of a time where social stratification, military competition, and these feudal hierarchies were so prevalent. Their construction was never a straightforward process of just piling stones into towers and fortification. Rather, it required a complex balancing act of labor, materials, and capital, on a scale that was usually only possible by exploiting the lower classes. Due to these feudal responsibilities, the peasants were forced to dig the moats, fell the timber, heave the stones. Under these difficult circumstances, the craftspeople had to meet the demands of their aristocratic patrons, constantly cracking the whip. But spare a thought for those poor prisoners and forced laborers who were taken and forced to carry the heaviest burden. Well, learning about medieval castles, it offers more than a glimpse into the style of a bygone era. It sheds light on the more social issues that enable these structures, showing how the physical structures that changed entire communities were used to maintain and exercise power. The engineering and artistic skill of these fortifications might astound us to this day, but we've also got to remember that there was a massive social cost paid by the workers who had basically zero control over their lives, zero choice in their destiny. They're kind of grim monuments. But I, for one, am glad that we have them, regardless of how they came about. The Blood Countess. That's what they used to call Elizabeth Bathory. She was a Hungarian noblewoman whose infamous reputation has become somewhat legendary. Born in 1560, it is alleged that she had tortured and murdered dozens, if not hundreds, of young girls in a pursuit of eternal youth. The gruesome rumors surrounding her alleged vampiric tendencies and sadistic rituals were fueled by her wealth, power, and the eerie isolation of her castle. But despite her aristocratic status, the dark legacy that she built led to her arrest in 1610, though her exact crime still remains shrouded in mystery. Was she really a cold-blooded killer? Or was she, as some claim, simply the victim of a political conspiracy? Whichever way you think, it's a story of a chilling blend of myth and reality. It's got everything: madness, power, tragedy, all wrapped into one. But we're not interested in stories, we're interested in the truth. So we're going to try to get to the bottom of it, albeit engaging in a little bit of introspection for a bit of fun. So let me first welcome you to the channel. Here we are today, finally doing a video on Elizabeth Bathory. A few of you have suggested it, so here I am, hopefully right on schedule. As always, if you like this kind of content and want to hear about more psychos and all the rest through history, well, check out the playlists and subscribe for more. And tell me who you want to see next in the comments. But with all of that out of the way, let's get busy. So, as I have said, we start our story in 1560, where Elizabeth Bathory was born at her family estate in near Bathory, Royal Hungary, and she spent much of her early years at Exed Castle, that is, still located within the family's ancestral lands. You must remember that the Bathory family was, well, let's just say they were quite well-to-do, old money from the old world. In fact, her father, Baron George VI Bathory, belonged to the Exed branch of the Bathory family, and that was a very prominent aristocratic lineage in Hungary. Baron George's brother, Andrew Bonaventura Bathory, had previously held the title of Voivode of Transylvania until his death in 1566. Now, just quickly, Voivode is kind of the... In Hungarian we say ban. That is the term for local ruler, or kind of like a king. In Romanian we say voivode. Think of Vlad Dracula, Vlad Tepes II. He was the voivode of Transylvania in a different time. So, Elizabeth's paternal heritage was of course notable too, and traced back to plenty of powerful figures, including her great-grandmother, Anna Radziwill, who was a member of the influential Polish-Lithuanian House of Radziwill, and her great-grandfather, Conrad the Red, Duke of Masovia and Warsaw, from the ancient Piast dynasty. On her mother's side, Elizabeth's lineage was equally distinguished. Baroness Anna Bathory of Somlyo, Elizabeth's mother, was the daughter of Stefan Bathory. I've mentioned him in a few other videos. He was the Palatine of Hungary and belonged to another branch of the Bathory family. Now, as for her maternal uncle, Stefan Bathory, 1533-86, was an important historical figure who became the Prince of Transylvania and later the King of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania. And that's a significant place in European politics, to say the least. Elizabeth also had an older brother called Stefan Bathory, who lived 1555-1605, who held the esteemed position of Royal Judge of Hungary, alongside several other siblings. So as you can see, this isn't just some random rise to power. This is a legacy that is set into the fabric of the Hungarian royalty and well, just the East European structure of the royal families and old aristocratic lineages, which is why the entire controversy around Elizabeth was such a huge one. An embarrassment, the black sheep, as we could say. Well, let's continue on. Of course, as a child of nobility, Elizabeth was born into a world of wealth and very high social standing. Anything she had have wanted, she could have easily have gotten. She was raised as a Calvinist Protestant, a faith that deeply influenced her upbringing, and during her youth she received an education befitting her status. So, for example, we think of, the main languages. We had German, of course, and Hungarian, which, of course, mother tongues, and, of course, very important neighboring countries. We're talking Holy Roman Empire, this sort of thing. But also Greek and Latin, part of that old classical education. These linguistic skills were part of this rigorous education that was provided by her family, ensuring that she was well versed in classical studies and able to engage with the intellectual traditions and trends of the time. But while Elizabeth enjoyed the advantages of a privileged life, some sources suggest her family may have imparted lessons in cruelty, which later became associated with her notorious reputation. This notion of being taught cruelty remains a topic of debate, of course, as it may offer a little bit of insight into the behavior that earned her the infamous moniker of the Blood Countess. Well, either way, it wasn't easy growing up. Money can't buy everything, and it can't fix all of your problems. And one of the problems that Elizabeth had was epilepsy. Frequent seizures. Now, at the time, it wasn't known as epilepsy. We didn't quite understand the science behind it. It was actually just known in a very literal sense as falling sickness. I'm sure it's very, very horrifying for anybody to witness or anybody to go through. It still is to this day. During these episodes, treatments were, of course, primitive, with one method involving rubbing a non-sufferer's blood on the sufferer's lips, or giving them a mixture of blood and a piece of a skull after the fit had subsided. Very much still in argument over those methods, working or not. These archaic remedies show the limited medical understanding of the condition during the 16th century, everyone trying to do what they can with what they had, with always, differing results. The nature of Bathory's affliction, coupled with her later reputation for cruelty, has actually fueled a few speculations about her mental state, and this mental state offers a potential link between her medical condition and subsequent behavior. One of the most persistent rumors surrounding Bathory's youth involves a reported pregnancy at the age of 13. This is, of course, prior to her first marriage. Now, according to this story, she gave birth to a child fathered by a peasant boy, a rumor that emerged much later through gossip and local folklore. You could, of course, see how this was a big problem and an embarrassment. Well, the child was supposedly sent away to Wallachia, that is in Romania, actually Vlad the Impaler's hometown, that sort of thing, with a local woman entrusted to care for it. In return for her services, the woman was said to have been compensated quite kindly. But it has to be said, while this story is often told, the actual evidence surrounding the alleged pregnancy is highly contested, as the claim surfaced only after Elizabeth's death, and the remains unverified by any concrete historical documents. But that being said, they would of course not write such an embarrassment down. As such, it remains the subject of debate. I guess it's more of an aspect of folklore towards her life and a bit of romanticism. And we may say there's also politically motivated, as to add a little bit of fuel to the fire as to this person is bad. Well, I suppose perhaps we'll never know, unless we can find the remains of the one in question and do some sort of DNA matching, but no, good luck with that. Well, let's move on now to 1573, and this was when Bathory became engaged to Count Ferenc Nadasti, a prominent member of the aristocratic Nadasti family. The engagement was not one of romantic affection, but rather a political alliance. I don't feel too bad. It was pretty typical for marriages at the time. Nadasti's parents, Baron Tamas Nadasti and Orsolia Kanizai, were influential figures in Hungarian nobility with strong ties to the elite. The marriage between Elizabeth and Ferenc, which took place on May the 8th, 1575, in the palace of Varano, which is in modern-day Slovakia, cemented their joint ownership of significant territories in the Kingdom of Hungary and Transylvania, further increasing their power, and with power comes wealth. It was good for both sides, enhancing both family holdings and political influence. A win-win. Bathory's wedding gift from her husband was the castle of Kastitsa, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, located in the Little Carpathians near Trenčín, modern-day Nové Mesto. At the time of their marriage, the castle was owned by King Maximilian II, but in 1569 Nadasti's mother was appointed an official steward. In 1602, Nadasti purchased the castle from the Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II, and Bathory took responsibility for managing the estate and overseeing its operations, including Kastitsa country house and 17 nearby villages, especially while Nadasti was away on military campaigns. Following their wedding, the couple resided at Nadasti's family castle in Sarvar. However, in 1578, Nadasti was called to lead Hungarian forces against the Ottomans, marking the beginning of his military involvement in the region. While he was away fighting in the so-called Long War, which lasted from 1593 to 1606, Bathory assumed full control of the family estates and managed the business operations. Her role during this time expanded beyond estate management, as she was also tasked with providing medical care to the Hungarian and Slovak people affected by the war, and there were plenty of them. You see, at this time the Ottomans were really trying to push north. They had been ever since they took Constantinople. Well, given that the village of Kastitsa had already been ravaged by the Ottomans, and Sarvar was located on the border between Royal Hungary and Ottoman-occupied Hungary, Bathory faced constant threats of attack, making her role in defending her husband's estates especially crucial. 1585. Anna Nadasti was born, the daughter of Elizabeth Bathory, who would later marry Nicola VI Zrinski. Becoming one of the most prominent families in the region, Anna's marriage to him linked her to the influential Croatian noble family, furthering her status within the Hungarian circles too. Elizabeth's other children included Orsolia, also known as Orska, born in 1590, whose future marriage to István II Benyo would tie her to other notable Hungarian families. You see, the Benyos, a family with long-standing ties to Hungarian nobility, were also quite on the level with the Bathorys too. Katalin, also referred to as Katharina Nadasti, born in 1594, also grew up within the same elite framework. Unfortunately, we don't know much about the exact fates of Orsolia and Katalin, as their lives after marriage are just not well documented. But it is likely that they maintained their family's standing in the Hungarian aristocracy. Another of Bathory's children, Andras Nadasti, was born in 1596, but tragically didn't make it very far. He died in 1603, before he could establish his place in the legacy. Paul Nadasti, born in 1598, survived into adulthood and played a significant role in Hungarian history himself, but that's a topic for another video. He would father Franz III Nadasti, who was involved in the Magnate plot against the Holy Roman Emperor Leopold I, so that's something. The Nadasti family's involvement in political intrigue and the tensions with the emperor shows the high stakes of noble life during this period. In fact, some chronicles even mention a son named Miklos Nadasti, who allegedly married another Susanna Zrinski. However, Miklos' name is conspicuously absent from Bathory's will of 1610, and that raises a few questions about his legitimacy, or perhaps the possibility that he either died young or was raised as a cousin rather than one of Elizabeth's legitimate children. Oh, and also, there's a few rumors surrounding the life of another child, a deceased Nadasti infant named Georgi, though details of his life and death are also unverified. Such is the nature of rumors. All of Elizabeth's children, just like their mother, were raised under the supervision of a governess, ensuring they received education and training that was expected of noble children. Now, here's where things get a little bit sad. Tragedy struck Elizabeth when her husband, Ferenc Nadasti, passed away on the 4th of January 1604 at the age of 48. Now, Elizabeth did not take this well. It was a significant blow to her, as they'd been married for 29 years, and had weathered numerous challenges together. Despite the fact that the marriage was political, they had grown quite close. Ferenc's health had been declining for several years, with the illness reportedly beginning around 1601. He was first afflicted with severe leg pain, which ultimately left him permanently disabled by 1603. Despite efforts to treat the ailment, his condition only worsened, and eventually it took his life. Ferenc's passing left Elizabeth to manage the family estates and the legacy of the Nadasti name alone, and that is a lot of pressure. But before his death, Ferenc had entrusted his widow and their children to the care of Georgi Thurzo, a figure that will, come up later on. He kind of played a pretty big role in investigating the alleged crimes. But we'll get to them soon, because the rumors of Elizabeth's involvement in horrific acts were already circulating in Hungary, by the early 1600s, Hungary and beyond, Between 1602 and 04, the Lutheran minister István Magyari took the step of lodging formal complaints against Elizabeth, raising suspicions about her behavior and actions at the Vienna court. Just quickly, this name Magyari. Magyar is actually the word for Hungary. And I believe they call their language Magyar as well. So if you hear this word, you know that it relates to Hungary or something Hungarian. Well, these complaints, fueled by rumors that had been whispered throughout the region, of course, caught the attention of authorities. They were hard to ignore after a while. In 1610, Emperor Matthias II assigned Georgi Thurzo, the Palatine of Hungary, to lead a formal investigation into the allegations. Thurzo, a respected nobleman, directed two notaries, Moses Ziraki and Andras Keretzuri, to gather the evidence. Their work involved interviewing witnesses, and by October 1610, they had collected 52 statements from individuals who claimed that they had first-hand knowledge of the events. As the investigation continued, the number of testimonies grew and grew, and by 1611, over 300 witnesses had come forward, providing a grim picture of what had occurred at Bathory's estates. You see, this growing body of evidence eventually led to the infamous trials and posthumous tarnishing of the Bathory name. For years, it was believed that Elizabeth Bathory had been torturing and killing peasants, with very little regard to the consequences. The disappearances of these lower-class individuals, especially young girls, failed to raise suspicions among the authorities, at least for a while. likely due to their low social standing and the relative isolation of the estates where these acts took place. However, as time passed, Bathory's killings escalated to include daughters of the lower gentry, young women from respectable families who were sent to her in hopes of gaining favor, learning from her, and perhaps even advancing their own social standings with their association with powerful countess. The inclusion of these girls in her grisly acts was the real turning point, as the deaths of those from higher social classes, of course, were bound to attract a little bit more attention. It's not right, but it is the way it is. Witnesses at her trial later spoke of various methods that Bathory allegedly employed. Some survivors recalled seeing signs of extreme physical abuse on the bodies of those deceased, with some corpses buried in traditional cemeteries and others disposed of in unmarked graves, adding to this mystery and horror surrounding her actions. One detail that did emerge during the investigation was the alleged use of needles, which were reportedly employed in the torment of her victims. The exact nature of Bathory's methods of cruelty is, of course, a matter of historical debate, but these accounts, fueled by testimonies of numerous witnesses, certainly do not make her look very good. But, innocent until proven guilty, still, we talk about the accusations. Among the testimonies were those from witnesses who claimed to have witnessed the deaths of family members within the confines of Bathory's private quarters, the gymnasium. This area, meant for ladies of the household, became a scene of unspeakable horror, where those who were trusted into Bathory's care often met tragic and violent ends. The secrecy surrounding the deaths and the suspicion that they were a result of torture and brutal torture of that led to a growing sense of unease among the locals. As rumors of Bathory's crimes spread, the situation reached a boiling point. On the 13th of December, 1612, a formal agreement was made between Georgi Thurzo and Nicola VI Zrinski regarding the division of Bathory's estate and her eventual imprisonment. Thurzo, who had been tasked with investigating the allegations, arrived at Kastitsa Castle on New Year's Eve, 1612, along with a small group of soldiers. It was here that he arrested Bathory and 4 of her servants, including Dorotia Semtets, Ilona Yo, Katarina Benica, and Janos Ujvali, known by the nicknames Ibis or Fliko. These 4 were suspected of assisting her in the murders, or perhaps getting rid of the evidence. Thurzo's letter to his wife, describing the scene, mentioned that he had discovered a deceased girl and another living prey girl in the castle during his surprise visit. However, once again, it's unclear whether these statements were corroborated or exaggerated, and there's no concrete evidence to confirm them. Although some accounts suggest that Bathory was found in a state of shock or under duress, the widely accepted story of her being found covered in blood seems to be a little bit fabricated. This sensationalized element likely emerged as part of this larger myth surrounding her, but despite the dramatic claims, it appears that Bathory was arrested without any immediate spectacle. She went away pretty quietly and was not discovered mid-act, as some stories might have suggested. Certainly makes for a better story, though, don't you think? Thurzo's actions were reportedly more calculated, as he made his move swiftly and professionally, taking Bathory into custody before any further victims could be identified. Following her arrest, Thurzo convened with key family members to discuss how to proceed. Of course, this wasn't just a common criminal, a member of the nobility. Perhaps a more gentle and private approach would be needed. And think about Thurzo. He doesn't want to raise any eyebrows. Put it this way, It's a very powerful family, and the family name is important. He didn't want to lose his own head by dragging the rest of them down with Elizabeth, throwing the baby out with the bathwater, as it seems. Have to step carefully. No pressure, Thurzo. Well, among those involved in all these discussions was actually Bathory's son, Paul Nadasti, along with two of her sons-in-law, Georgi Drugev and Nikola Zrinsky. The public scandal surrounding the crimes put her family's property and wealth at risk, of course, particularly in light of political ramifications of her actions. Her family, particularly those in Transylvania, feared the loss of control over her extensive estates and the potential seizure of her wealth by the crown. So, to prevent this, Thurzo, Paul, and the two other sons-in-law decided on a course of action that would keep Bathory under strict house arrest, rather than sending her to a nunnery, as was initially planned. Now, this decision, likely motivated by both legal and political concerns, seemed to ensure that Bathory remained confined to her castle, rather than facing trial or execution, as some might have expected. Either way, executing a noble woman is never really an easy affair. Of course, everything is complex, all the loyalties, all the power plays, and this deeply ingrained secrecy surrounding the actual accusations. All of this helped shape the outcome of her arrest, the how and the why and the when, ensuring that she was not immediately subjected to the full legal consequences of her alleged crimes. But really, if there was any doubt of the veracity to the weight of these accusations, they would not have arrested her for it. That's what I think, anyway. Of course, instead, she spent the rest of her days in captivity. For me, locked up in a little room, or the quick fate of a beheading. Well, you have to weigh up your options, don't you? Of course, her family also worked to protect their interests in the aftermath of the scandal. Now, there were 4 servants who were implicated in Bathory's crimes, and they were also among the 17 witnesses who testified during the first trial. Before the proceedings officially commenced, these suspects had been subjected to torture, a common practice at the time to extract confessions from those accused of serious offences. Under duress, they acknowledged their involvement in the gruesome acts, claiming that they were merely following the orders of their mistress. The admission of guilt, of course, sealed their fates, and they were sentenced to death as accomplices. Of course, the executions of the 4 servants, well, they were a lot less secretive than how they dealt with Bathory herself. They were as brutal as they were public. Dorothea and Ilona were burned alive, but not before experiencing a gruesome fate. Both women had their fingers severed with a pair of blazing pincers, a final act of torture meant to inflict maximum pain before their execution. Janos Ujvari, one of the younger servants, was given a less painful execution by beheading. Still not good, but hey, I'd take the beheading over the finger thing any day. A somewhat more merciful punishment, of course, due to his youth and the belief that his involvement in the crimes was somewhat less severe than others. But his remains were, however, not spared. After the execution, his body was burned alongside the bodies of Jo and Sentes on the same pyre, a gruesome spectacle meant to symbolize the eradication of Bathory's supporters. Erzi Majerova, another one of Bathory's servants, managed to elude capture for some time, but was eventually caught and burned alive after being unable to escape further. The brutality of the trials and executions, of course, left a lasting impression on the local population, reinforcing the severity of the charges against Bathory and her accomplices. As for Katarina Bennica, one of the other accused servants, the evidence of her involvement in the abuses was sufficient to sentence her to life imprisonment. Unlike her fellow servants, she was spared the immediate brutality of execution. But think about it. We're talking about a long, long time ago, and a Hungarian dungeon is not generally rated very well. It was no less severe in its own way. The remainder of her life in confinement. Now that to me is worse than death, during this time or the previous time. Rumors and hearsay played a significant role in the escalation of the charges against Bathory, of course, and many of the claims surrounding her atrocities are based on speculation rather than concrete evidence. While it is known that she was arrested and put on trial, there is no official documentation to support the claim that she was ever formally subject to the widespread local complaints before the arrest. It was customary for complaints to be written and presented to the authorities, even in cases as minor as theft of a little animal, a chicken, or whatever it was. But no such formal accusations seem to have been made against Bathory herself before the rumors began to spread. The rumors, however, were enough to provoke investigation, which culminated in the two trials. Now, the first was held on January the 2nd, 1611, and the second trial shortly after on January the 7th. These hearings were a key part of the legal proceedings against Bathory and her associates, with the trial serving as a means to both confirm the allegation and to seek justice for the victims. Many of the witnesses were former servants or individuals who had allegedly witnessed the abuse. One particularly significant testimony came from a servant named Susanna, who claimed that Bathory's court official, Jakab Silvasi, had seen the figure of a victim recorded in one of Bathory's private books. This revelation led to the claim that the highest number of Bathory's victims reached a staggering 650, a figure that would become one of the most widely cited in the law surrounding her crimes. Frankly, it's a little bit ridiculous. But hey, it is what it is. However, Silvasi's testimony did not corroborate the existence of such a book. Of course, he said it, and everyone said, well, where is this book? I don't know. It's somewhere. Somewhere in the pile. The existence of the book, of course. Well, it's a mystery. The number 650, therefore, seems to have been completely based on rumor and sensationalism. Now, on January 25th, 1611, the Palatine of Hungary, Georgi Thurzo, had actually wrote to King Matthias II informing him that Elizabeth Bathory had been taken prisoner and confined to her castle. This event took place amid the ongoing political turmoil, which included conflicts with the Prince of Transylvania, and it was clear that the palace, which represented Habsburg authority in Hungary, had vested interest in both the investigation and the eventual outcome. While the charges against Bathory dominated the local attention, the political landscape at the time also played a significant role in shaping the investigation and its proceedings. And so Bathory was imprisoned, locked up in the castle Kastitsa, where she would spend the remaining years of her life until her death at the age of 54. But the exact nature of her confinement, well, what was that like? Once again, disputed. Was it a tiny little dungeon, miserable, cold, leaking walls, and cockroaches and rats running all over the place? Or did they give her a decent room? After all, she is a noble, a psychopathic murdering noble, but a noble nonetheless. According to Thurzo, at least, she was held in a bricked room within the castle, effectively sealing her away from the outside world. However, other sources, including written records from a visit by priests in July of 1614, suggest that Bathory's imprisonment was actually more akin to house arrest, where she was still able to move around the castle with a certain degree of freedom. Of course, it's a bit of a discrepancy, isn't it? Once again, it might be a bit of a blending of fact and myth. But then again, think about it. Thurzo might have been putting forward these circumstances to somewhat appease the mob. You think about it. Everyone's already living in terrible conditions. Medieval housing. It's not known for its comforts. Now, to be locked up in Castle Kastitsa, safe, a nice little fire, warm, probably even a good collection of books. To most of the public, that doesn't sound like much of a punishment. I wouldn't mind it. But Thurzo probably didn't want to tell people that. It's far better for people to think that she's in quite a miserable little dungeon, getting the punishment that she deserves. But once again, we have the accounts from the priests who go against that narrative. And I don't think a priest would tell lies, don't you? So, in the last years of her life, Bathory's affairs were organized through a will that she wrote in September of 1610. This is just before her arrest. In this document, she bequeathed all of her assets, both current and future, to her children. The will was signed at the end of 1610, and the division of her estates and properties was set into motion. The act of bequeathing her will may have played a role in the intrigue surrounding her downfall, as her considerable fortune and large landholdings, which expanded over her husband's death, made her a powerful figure whose wealth could have posed a threat to rival factions. Now we sort of get to the end of the story. It is the evening of August the 20th, 1614, and Elizabeth Bathory cries out from her little cell, complaining to her bodyguard about feeling cold in her hands. He was apparently quite indifferent to it, telling her just to go and lie down, relax for a while, you'll be fine. Bathory then retired to her bed, and the following morning she was found unresponsive. Now just quickly, if this is true, it might add a little bit of credence to the argument that she was living in extremely comfortable circumstances. Now, Thurzo saying that she was just bricked up in a tiny little room. You think someone like that for a couple of years would, well, a little bit of cold in the hands would be the least of their worries. But someone who's quite pampered, well, perhaps they would be complaining about such a thing. So it lends more credence, in my opinion, to the fact of her living in quite good circumstances, or at least the purported fact by the priest's testimonies. Either way, some sources suggest that her death was natural, though it is quite suspicious, don't you think? Cold hands, dead in the morning. Either way, she was buried in the church of Kastitsa on November 25th, 1614. But there are other accounts, and they claim that due to the anger of local villagers over the Countess being buried in their cemetery, her body was subsequently exhumed and moved to Exed, which was interred in the Bathory family crypt. The true location of the grave remains a mystery, and despite various attempts to locate it, there are no definitive markers at the church in Kastitsa or at the castle to confirm where she was finally laid to rest. Of course, once again, it just adds to the fun and mystery of the story. So, there are a number of historians who have suggested that Elizabeth Bathory was actually the victim of a conspiracy, one of them being Laszlo Nagy in particular, who argued that the charges against her were primarily politically motivated, driven in part by her immense wealth and growing influence following the death of her husband. The land she acquired over the year made her a powerful and wealthy widow, and it suggested that her growing influence might have actually been a threat to other factions in Hungary. The timing of her arrest and her trial also coincided with a period of religious and political upheaval in the region, including the ongoing wars with the Ottomans, the
spread of Protestantism, and the Habsburgs' increasing control over Hungary. So within this context, there's plenty of people who believe that Bathory's downfall was just orchestrated, at least in part to weaken her politically, while also allowing her wealth to be redistributed. Furthermore, after her arrest, it's notable that Matthias II's substantial debt to Bathory was quite conveniently cancelled. Now that's interesting, isn't it? And of course adds a little bit of weight to that theory that the prosecution was motivated financially. Well, there is also the theory that the downfall was part of a Catholic/Habsburg plot against her, but it has been countered by several key arguments. You see, one of the strongest challenges comes from István Magyari, a Lutheran minister who filed complaints that eventually prompted the investigation into Bathory's crimes, although the period was marked by significant religious tension, particularly between Catholics and Protestants. This does not necessarily support the notion that Bathory's prosecution was driven by an anti-Protestant sentiment. In fact, Bathory herself was actually raised as a Calvinist, not a Lutheran, which is an important thing to add, and that complicates the idea of direct conflict between her and the Catholic Habsburg authorities now, doesn't it? Therefore, this theory of her being targeted for religious reasons is, well, it's frankly less than compelling, and considering the broader political and personal motives behind her arrest, I think money and land and all the rest is probably more realistic. Well, there is further evidence that challenges the conspiracy theory, and it comes from the testimony of Georgi Thurzo. According to accounts, Thurzo entered the castle of Kastitsa and discovered numerous bodies, both dead and dying, which appeared to corroborate the charges against her. You can't have better evidence than that, right? However, some scholars have argued that Thurzo may have actually fabricated the findings in order to further his own political ambitions. According to this theory, the physical evidence of the murders and abuse was just exaggerated or even outright invented to ensure her conviction and remove her as a potential threat to his own status. Could be. The idea suggests that the political motives behind Bathory's arrest were a little bit more complex than a simple religious conspiracy. Well, it's also left quite a mark on folklore and literature, don't you think? Influencing the countless tales and stories over the centuries. That's where we get a lot of our, well, the more crazy stories about her. The most persistent thing to emerge from her case is this image of her bathing in the blood of her victims to preserve her youth. Frankly, it's a little bit ridiculous, but it's become quite iconic in fiction and popular culture. Exaggerated, distorted for dramatic attempts, Bathory is sometimes depicted as learning the secret of bathing in blood after slapping a servant in anger, causing the blood to spatter onto her skin and, well, after a little bit of inspections, thinking, hey, not bad, let's do a mask. The blood, it is claimed, would have had the effect of making her skin look younger and more beautiful than once it was removed. Well, the first written account of the Bathory case to prominently feature this blood-bathing myth was in Tragica Historia, penned by a Jesuit scholar, Laszlo Turoczi, in 1729. This work was considered one of the earliest sources to introduce the now famous legend of the Countess's blood rituals. Despite the lack of solid evidence supporting this detail, Matthias Bell, in his 1742 book, expressed skepticism about the authenticity about the blood-bathing story. Although he still played a role in spreading the legend, over time the narrative became deeply ingrained in public imagination, and later historians and novelists often reduced Bathory's crimes to simple vanity, claiming she was motivated by a desire to retain her youthful appearance. Of course, modern historians argued the idea of Elizabeth Bathory being driven by vanity, particularly the legend of the blood bathing in the blood of virgins to maintain her appearance, was rooted in contemporary gender role stereotypes. During the time of Bathory's trial and subsequent myth-building, it was difficult for society to imagine that women could commit violent acts for reasons beyond superficial desire. The notion that a woman might engage in sadistic acts of violence for its own sake, well, that was largely unthinkable. This is why the myth of Bathory's bloodbaths became intertwined with the idea of female vanity. However, by the early 19th century, the sadistic nature of her crimes began to emerge as a more plausible explanation. The witness accounts from the trial, which were first published in 1817, revealed the more sensational aspects of the bloodbaths, particularly those linked to vanity, were more myth than they were reality. Either way, despite the thorough debunking of these claims, the legend of Bathory continued to circulate, taking on a life of its own in popular culture. Some versions of her story were designed to simply entertain or thrill the audience, while others took a little bit more of a critical approach, using her as a symbol of female vanity in general. And as the legend grew, so did the embellishments, and some retellings introduced even more elaborate and fantastical elements that were not present at all in the historical record, not even hinted or alluded to. Of course, they included graphic depictions of torture chambers, such as the infamous Iron Maiden, a device that, while iconic in popular imagination, was not mentioned anywhere in connections with Bathory's crimes. And of course, blood coagulates in a certain way that would make it very difficult to take a bath in it. You must know that, right? Right. Well, what do you think about Elizabeth Bathory, the Blood Countess? Well, for me, the answer's somewhere in the middle. We know that the whole bloodbath thing is, I guess, a myth. An interesting myth, but a myth nonetheless. But we also know that the weight of these accusations is quite heavy, 300 or so. But that figure of 650, cited in that journal that conveniently cannot be found, conveniently does not exist, well, I think we can sweep that one under the rug, at least for now. Of course, we're trying to investigate a crime that happened 400 years ago, so we can't quite hold it to much modern standard. The Siege of Orleans, lasting from October 1428 to May 1429. The situation is as follows. The long-term English siege of Orleans, which was strategically located on the Loire River, had resulted in a terrible famine, and of course a drop in the morale of the French defenders. But it wasn't over yet. The arrival of Joan of Arc, a young visionary who claimed divine guidance, gave the beleaguered French troops a new hope and a new resolve. The army was inspired by her inspiring presence and charismatic leadership, which resulted in a string of decisive victories, finally ending the siege. But in addition to boosting French spirits, this incredible turnaround made it possible for Charles VII to be crowned the King of France, enhancing the legitimacy of his rule. The triumphant defense of Orleans is hailed as a testament to the tenacity and solidarity of the nation. It shows the significant influence of individual leadership in determining the path of history.
And so the final French victory in the 100 Years' War was greatly aided by the bravery and strategic cunning displayed during this siege, and is a tale certainly worth telling. And that's what we're going to do today, in stunning detail. Welcome to the channel. Here we are again, but now we go to the 100 Years' War between France and England. What a topic. Of course, if you like this kind of content, click the like and subscribe button, and you'll get more of it. And leave me your thoughts in the comments. Well, with that being said, let's get started. Nice and relaxed now. We start, of course, by mentioning the 100 Years' War. Everything happens within this context. If you don't know too much about it, I did a very detailed video on it. It goes for about, 3 hours or something. I guess it's a short introduction. But essentially it was an inheritance conflict between the French and the English ruling houses over the French throne. And it was within the context of this war that the siege of Orleans took place. Now, because he was the son of Isabella of France and thus descended from the disputed French royal line, Edward III, the King of England at that time, made the decision to go ahead and assert his claim to the French throne in 1337. Of course, this was not received well by the French. Either way, the English took control of the war after a resounding victory at another famous battle in 1415. That was the Battle of Agincourt, and they now control a large portion of northern France. Henry V of England became the regent of France in 1420 as a result of the Treaty of Troyes. In accordance with this agreement, Henry had wed Catherine, the daughter of Charles VI, who was the reigning French king, and would take the French throne after Charles had passed away. How complicated could it be? Well, it only gets complicated when somebody else wants to dip their toes into the royal succession. So Charles, the son of the French king, was then disinherited as the Dauphin of France, the title bestowed upon the French heir apparent. North-central France's Orleans was situated on the Loire River. It was the northernmost city to remain faithful to the Valois French crown during the siege, so it was right on the front line. The remainder of northern France, including Paris, by the way, was ruled by the English along with their allies of Burgundian stock. Orleans was, in fact, the final barrier to a campaign into central France because of its location on a significant river. The southwest coast of France was also already under English control. So as you can see, things were not looking very good for the French at this time. Perhaps they need a hero to come and save the day. Now we'll get to that. Of course, the city of Orleans was symbolic in the politics of early 15th century France as the capital of the Duchy of Orleans. A political group known as the Armagnacs, led by the Dukes of Orleans, actually opposed the Treaty of Troyes and backed the claims of the exiled and disinherited Dauphin Charles to the French throne. In fact, for 2 generations, this faction had existed. One of the few Agincourt fighters still held captive by the English 14 years after the battle was its leader, the Duke of Orleans, who was also vying for the throne. A city that submitted to an invading army without resistance was of course entitled to lenient treatment from its new ruler, that was under the chivalric customs. Think of it as kind of like a rules for war. Before we had the Geneva Convention, we had good manners, let's call them that. Wars are wars, of course, but you still act in a certain way that the Pope doesn't get too angry with you. Either way, a hostile occupation was to be expected of a city that resisted. This kind of situation frequently resulted in mass executions. Late medieval reasoning demonstrated that the English were forced to use violence because the city of Orleans had, in fact, intensified the conflict, which justified a conquering lord's retaliation against the populace. If the city fell, it was unlikely to be spared because of its ties to the Armagnac party. So in 1427, English and Burgundian forces reaffirmed their alliance and offensive against the Dauphins, France following the brief fallout over Hainault in 1425 and 1426. In addition to controlling the Loire, the Orléans region, southwest of Paris, was crucial for facilitating a seamless transition between the Burgundian area of operations in the east and the English area of operations in the west. You see, prior to the Anglo-Burgundian assault, French forces were, mainly ineffectual. However, in late 1427, they succeeded in forcing the siege of Montargis to be lifted. The first successful French action in years, the relief of Montargis, encouraged the intermittent rebellions in the sparsely garrisoned English-occupied area of Maine to the west. Of course, that poses yet another threat to recent English victories. So the French court was enmeshed in an internal power struggle between the Chamberlain Georges de Tremoille, the new favourite of the Dauphin Charles, and the Constable Arthur de Richemont, which prevented the French from taking advantage of the aftermath at Montargis. Charles of Bourbon, Count of Clermont, the Marshal Jean de Brosse, and John Stuart of Darnley, who, by the way, led the Scottish auxiliary forces, were all allied with the Constable, while La Hire, Jean de Gentral, and John the Bastard of Orleans, also known as Dunois, were participants of La Tremoille. Now, by the middle of 1428, the internal French conflict had escalated to the point where their partisans were engaged in open combat. Thomas Montague, the 4th Earl of Salisbury, who was considered the most successful English commander of the time, brought a new force of about 2,700 men. Now that's 450 men at arms, and 2,250 longbowmen, pretty popular after Agincourt, to England in early 1428, taking advantage of this French paralysis. With the addition of the auxiliaries from Burgundy and vassal domains in Picardy and Champagne, these were strengthened by new levies raised in Normandy and Paris, potentially reaching a total strength of 10,000. That's a lot of guys. The English regent, John, Duke of Bedford, decided at the Council of War in the spring of 1428 that the primary goal of the English military campaigns were to be advance westward in order to crush the last of the Armagnac forces in the Maine and establish a siege to Angers. This plan did not initially include the city of Orleans. In fact, Bedford had negotiated a private agreement with Dunois, who was then enraged in the Berry and concentrating on the conflict between Richemont and La Tremoille. Since Charles, the Duke of Orleans, was then in captivity in England, it would have been against knightly war customs to take up prisoners' belongings. Shortly after the arrival of English reinforcements under Salisbury in July of 1428, Bedford, who had previously agreed to leave Orleans alone, suddenly had a change of mind. In a later memorandum, Bedford stated that the siege of Orleans was, I quote, taken in hand, God knoweth by what advice. What does that mean? Well, it implies that Salisbury, not him, was most likely the one who came up with the idea. Just gonna handball that one off to somebody else, I suppose. Now, the Earl of Salisbury reclaimed Nogent-le-Roi, Rambouillet, and the region surrounding Chartres by sweeping through the countryside southwest of Paris between July and October. Then Salisbury made a sudden turn to the southeast towards Orléans, instead of continuing southwest to Angers. In August, Salisbury, pushing toward the Loire, took La Puisée and Jeanville, not without some resistance, but obviously it wasn't enough. Salisbury then skipped over Orléans to capture the countryside west of it, instead of coming down directly on it from the north. At Mons-sur-Loire, he arrived at the Loire River and quickly took control of it. A group of his men had crossed the river to raid the Abbey of Clery at that time. In order to reach the bridge and castle at Beaugency, he pushed slightly downstream towards Blois. Salisbury turned up the approach to Orléans from the south after crossing the Loire at that point. On October 7th, he reached Olivet, which is only a mile south of Orléans, getting a little bit close there. Unwanted advances. Well, meanwhile, an English force led by Jean de la Pole, the brother of the Earl of Suffolk, had been dispatched to capture the areas east of Orléans, that is, upriver. On October the 5th, Jargeau fell, followed immediately by Châteauneuf-sur-Loire, and further upriver, Sully-sur-Loire was taken from the Burgundians. What did that mean for Orléans? Well, it meant that they were cut off, and they were surrounded. Even if anybody was going to send any sort of aid, they would have to get through all of the areas that the English had already taken. It was not looking good. John of Dunois had kept an eye on the tightening English noose while manning the defences of Orléans, taking care to get the city nice and prepared for the siege. The nearly 1/4 mile bridge that connected the south shore of the Loire to the north shore of the city centre of Orléans was the main target of the English, as Dunois had correctly predicted. An ideal site for Salisbury to position English cannons within range of the city centre of Orléans was the riverine island of St. Antoine, which the bridge crossed. Les Tourelles, a turreted gatehouse at the southern end of the bridge, was situated in the river and connected to the southern bank by a drawbridge. With the help of the majority of his soldiers, Dunois quickly constructed a massive earthwork bulwark on the south shore, forming a vast fortified complex to guard the bridge. Now it appears that Dunois chose not to use the Augustinian friary located directly across from the boulevard, which could have served as a pretty good flanking fire position on any approach to the bridge. In fact, it was perfect. Why didn't he use that? Well, he just didn't. To avoid providing the English with cover, he ordered the evacuation of Orléans' southern suburbs, and of course the levelling of all buildings. An artillery barrage that started on October 17th marked the official start of the siege of Orléans, which officially began on October 12th, 1428. But they had to make the preparations. On October 21st, the French used rope nets, scalding water, hot coals, quicklime, and missile fire to hold back the English attack on the boulevard. Now, I say scalding water. Sometimes it's said that they use scalding oil, but, well, they usually just mean water. Maybe tar sometimes, but why waste all the oil? You can just easily scare people away with hot water if you just want to burn people away, and that's usually just what they did. Anyway, after deciding against launching a fresh frontal assault, the English began to mine the bulwark. If you can't go over it, you must go under it. On October the 23rd, the French countermined, fired the pit props, and retreated to the Tourelles. However, the following day, October 24th, the Tourelles itself was overrun. To avoid a direct pursuit, the departing French detonated some of the bridge archers. Orléans appeared to be doomed at this point, after the Tourelles collapsed. However, the Marshal de Boussac and significant French reinforcements arrived just in time to stop the English from repairing the bridge, crossing it and taking Orléans right away. 2 days later, while overseeing the Tourelles' installation, the Earl of Salisbury was hit in the face by debris that was kicked up in the cannon fire, causing yet another setback for the English. Salisbury was taken to the Mung to recuperate, while English operations were more or less halted till further notice. Unfortunately for Salisbury, though, he didn't get to see much of it because he passed away from his wounds after a week or so. Now, the citizens of Orléans were able to knock out the remaining archers of the bridge on their end, during the lull in the English operations after Salisbury's death and injury, which eliminated the chance of direct attack and speedy repair. William de la Pole, the Earl of Suffolk, and the new siege commander that Bedford appointed in mid-November, decided to encircle the city and starve it out. And this was usually the strategy with sieges. It was so dangerous to try and get men up upon the walls, and most of the time, if you had enough surrounding countryside, which the English did, to try and get a bit of food from and water and all the rest, well, you had something that the people within the city did not have, and that was resources. So it's far better off just to play the waiting game, which is what they did, most of the time. Anyway, so he established a number of outworks, or bastides as they called it, because he lacked the manpower to establish continuous trench lines throughout the city. 7 strongholds were established on the north bank and 4 on the south bank over the course of the following few months. The bridges that had connected the 2 banks were controlled by the small riverine Isle of Charlemagne, which is located west of Orléans. A Burgundian force of roughly 1,500 men at this time arrived to assist the English besiegers during the winter. Certainly a welcome surprise. So the outworks construction, of course, was not without its own challenges. Couldn't make it too easy on them, couldn't we? In addition to consistently harassing the builders, which they did, the French garrison methodically demolished other suburban structures, and most notably, all of the churches. Why did they do that? Well, it's meant to stop the English from using them as shelter in the winter. The northeast of the city was essentially left open by the spring of 1429, when the English outworks only covered the south and west of the city. Although English patrols were still swarming the area, large groups of French men-at-arms could dislodge the patrols and enter and exit the city, but any lighter escorted supplies and provisions were firmly barred from the city and beyond. The Tourelles Boulevard and the now fortified Augustins made up the bridge complex, which served as the English centre on the south bank. The Bastille of Champ de Saint-Prive stood to the west of the bridge complex, while the Bastille of Saint-Jean-le-Blanc guarded the approach to the bridge from the east. Additionally, Saint-Prive protected the bridge leading to Charlemagne's Island, which had its own Bastille. The biggest English fortress and the focal point of English operations was the Bastille of Saint-Laurent, located across the Charlemagne Bridge and on the north bank of the Loire. The Bastille de la Croix-Bois, the Bastille de Deux-Pierres, known as the London, the Bastille de Pressoir-Alpes, known as the Rouen, and just north of the city, the Bastille de Saint-Bois, known as Paris, were a series of smaller outworks situated above that. Then came the great northeastern gap. Though the dense forest of the Bois d'Orléans covered most of its back. Lastly, the remote Bastille of Saint-Loup was located on the north bank about 2 kilometers east of the city. Orléans' attitude, of course, appeared to be pessimistic. That's probably the word for it, I'd say. Any assistance would have to come from Blois to the southwest, which is precisely where the English had concentrated their forces, even though the French still controlled the isolated citadels like Montargis to the northeast and Gien upriver. To get to the city from the northeast, supply convoys had to take risky detours that swung around. Not many, of course, survived, and the city soon started to suffer. If Orléans were to fall, the Dauphin Charles's attempt to regain the throne would be doomed, and the northern half of France would be virtually impossible to regain. The Dauphin was pressured to make peace with Philip III of Burgundy, at any cost during the September 1428 meeting at the French estates of Chinon. In October of 1428, the partisans of Richemont and Le Tremoille had quickly agreed to a temporary truce in response to the threat to Orléans. For the relief of Orléans, Charles de Bourbon, the Count of Clermont, gathered a French-Scottish army in Blois at the beginning of 1429. Clermont made the decision to detour in an attempt to intercept the English supply convoy that was being sent from Paris to the English siege troops under the command of Sir John Fastolf. A force led by John of Dunois from Orléans joined him after eluding the French defences. Because the English convoy was carrying a lot of fish for the upcoming Lenten season, the forces made a junction at Jeanville and attacked it at Rouvray on February 12th, in what is known as the Battle of the Herrings. Herring is, well, that's the type of fish that they were taking. Very popular in England, herrings, especially smoked herring. Or so I've heard. I've never actually had it myself. I'm not a fan of fish. Too many little bones. Too risky. Far too risky for my liking. Anyway, aware of their approach, the English arranged the supply wagons in a lager formation, with bowmen lining the perimeter. The French were told to hold back and let their cannon do the heavy lifting by Clermont. Disappointed with the missile duel, however, the Scottish regiments under John Stewart of Darnley made the decision to advance. Uncertain of whether to follow or stay back as instructed, the French lines paused. The English then saw an opening, as the French were either immobilized or only timidly following. The hesitant French were thrown back as the English cavalry rushed out of the wagon fort and overpowered the lone Scots. Panic and chaos took hold, and the French began to flee. John of Dunois was injured, and Stewart of Darnley was killed. 3 days later, Falstaff triumphantly delivered the supplies to the English soldiers at Orléans. The morale of the French, well, it took quite a beating at the Rouvray defeat. Clermont and Dunois immediately began arguing and accusing one another of the fault of the catastrophe, each saying it was the other's fault completely. which of course reopens that rift between the Richemont and Le Tremoille parties. Disguised, Clermont left the field and withdrew to his estates, declining to continue his involvement. Charles, the Dauphin, was once more counseled to seek peace with Burgundy and, if that failed, to even think about abdicating. I'm sure they nervously told him that one. Then they advised that once he abdicated, he would retire to the Dauphin and possibly also go into exile in Scotland. Not the ideal situation. But if it comes down to saving one's skin, perhaps those sorts of decisions must be made. Well, on behalf of his imprisoned half-brother Charles, Duke of Orleans, John of Dunois made Philip III of Burgundy an offer in March that he hoped would be too good to refuse. Orleans would be given to him to maintain as a natural territory. Philip was approached by a group of the city's bourgeois and nobles who wanted to convince the Duke of Bedford to break the siege so that Orleans could instead surrender to Burgundy. The letter, written by a modern merchant, a contemporary merchant of the time rather, details the terms of the offer. It goes like this, that half of the city's taxes would go to the English and the other half would be used to pay the ransom for the imprisoned duke. Burgundy would have the authority to choose the city's governors on behalf of the Duke of Orleans, and, well, a few other little stipulations to make sure nobody tries to take any easy ways out. The siege was also to be lifted, and the city turned over to the Burgundians in exchange for the English gaining military access through Orleans and Bedford receiving a donation of 10,000 gold crowns for war expenses. The deal would have allowed the English to bypass Orleans and attack Bourges, the Dauphin's administrative capital, which had been the main driving force behind the siege. Early in April, Burgundy rushed to Paris to convince John of Bedford, the English regent, to accept the offer. However, Bedford refused to give up his prize, because he was convinced that Orleans was about to fall. Disappointed, Philip stormed out of the English siege with his Burgundian auxiliaries. The English had a very small army to carry out the siege after the Burgundian contingent departed on April 17, 1429. In the end, the choice turned out to be a disastrous error for the English, and frankly, a wasted opportunity. Now, here we get to the interesting part. The one you've been waiting for. A young French peasant girl by the name of Joan of Arc was meeting with Robert de Baudricourt, the Dauphinois captain of Vaucouleurs, on the day of the Battle of the Herrings. She was attempting to convince the doubtful captain that her mission to save the Dauphin Charles and bring him to his royal coronation at Reims was divinely mandated, i.e., God was on her side. She had previously met Baudricourt twice and had been rejected, but, well, this time he seemed to agree and set up an escort to the Dauphin's court in Chinon. The Chronique de la Pucelle claims that during the encounter with Baudricourt, Joan revealed that the Dauphin's army had experienced a significant setback that day close to Orleans, and that more would be sent to him if she wasn't sent right away. Thus, when Vaucouleurs learned of the defeat at Rouvray, Baudricourt was persuaded of the girl's foresight and consented to accompany her. Well, regardless of the veracity of the story, it's always up for debate. Not all authorities agree with it, of course. Joan departed Vaucouleurs for Chinon on February 23rd. Of course, all over France there were these hazy predictions about her armored maiden who would save France, and they've been going on for quite some time. Several of these predictions predicted that the armored maiden would originate from the Lorraine borders, which was where Joan was born in Domremy. Consequently, there were great hopes and expectations when news of Joan's trip to see the Dauphin reached the besieged citizens of Orleans. In fact, well, they'd take anything they could get at that moment. So Joan met the skeptic Le Tremoille when she arrived in Chinon on March 6, 1429, escorted by a number of Baudricourt's soldiers. She eventually met Dauphin Charles on March the 9th, but it would take a few more days before she had a private meeting in which the Dauphin was persuaded of her powers, or at least her value. However, he did demand that she first travel to Poitiers, so she could be inspected by church officials. They had to make sure everything was up to standard, of course. So on March 22nd, Dauphin Charles finally agreed to hire her after a clerical ruling determining that she was safe to take on. She received a banner, a page boy, heralds, and a full, bright, shiny new suit of plate armor. So her first task was to accompany a convoy that was gathering at Blois and carrying supplies to Orleans under the leadership of Marshal Jean de la Brosse, Lord of Boussac. Joan wrote her well-known letters to the English siege commanders from Blois, referring to herself as the Maiden, La Pucelle, and directing them to "Be gone, or I will make you go in the name of God." Now, either on April 27th or 28th, the relief convoy finally departed Blois in a nearly religious processional array, accompanied by 400 to 500 soldiers. With the intention of engaging them right away, Joan had insisted on approaching Orleans from the north, through the Beauce region, where the English forces were gathered in strength. However, without informing Joan, the commanders chose to lead the convoy in a detour around the south, through the Sologne region, arriving at Rouly, about 4 miles east of the city, on the south bank of the Loire. Jean de Dunois, the commander of Orleans, emerged to greet them on the other side of the river. The closest English Bastille on the south bank, St. Jean le Blanc, was attacked right away by Joan, who was actually outraged by the deception. However, Dunois, backed by the marshals, argued and eventually persuaded her to let the city be restocked before attacking anything. Across the river from the English Bastille of St. Loup on the north bank, the provisions convoy neared Port St. Loup's landing. A fleet of boats from Orleans sailed down the landing to retrieve Joan and 200 soldiers and the supplies, while the French skirmishers held the English garrison of St. Loup in check. The winds that had carried the boats upriver abruptly turned around, enabling them to sail back to Orleans without incident in the dark, according to one of Joan's alleged miracles. To much celebration, Joan of Arc triumphantly entered Orleans on April 29th at 8 p.m. The convoy's remaining members went back to Blois. Joan periodically went around the streets of Orleans to distribute food to the populace and garrison salaries in an effort to raise spirits over the course of the following few days. The English commanders responded to Joan of Arc's messengers, demanding their departure from the English bastions with a good dose of mockery with it. Some even referred to the messengers as emissaries of a witch and threatened to kill them. Of course, we all know what happened to Joan of Arc at the hands of the English. I won't ruin it for you if you don't know. Well, according to Pernod, the journal The Siege of Orleans notes that Joan and Jean de Dunois, the Duke of Orleans, illegitimate half-brother, and the chief leader overseeing the city's defense on behalf of the captured Duke, had multiple conversations over the course of the following week, and on May the 1st, Dunois left the city in La Hire's control
and travelled personally to Blois to organize reinforcements, because he thought that the garrison was simply too small to take any decisive action. Joan went outside the city walls during this break and personally inspected all the English fortifications, even speaking with William Glasdale, the English commander. Dunois' reinforcement convoy departed Blois for Orléans on May the 3rd. Convoys of other English troops also departed from Montargis and Gien toward Orléans at the same time. Early on the 4th of May, Dunois' military convoy reached the north bank of the river via the Beauce district, right in front of the English garrison at Saint-Laurent. Because of the convoy's strength, the English chose not to contest its entry. Joan escorted it herself, riding on a horse. Dunois and the Montargis-Gien troops attacked the easterly English Bastille of Saint-Loup on noon on May the 4th. At noon on May the 4th, 1429. Good Lord. Ostensibly to secure the entry of additional provision convoys that had taken the customary roundabout route via the east. Now, Joan was sleeping when the attack started, so she almost missed it, but she rushed and joined in eventually. The 1,500 French attackers greatly outnumbered the 400-man English garrison. The English commander, Lord John Talbot, attacked from Saint-Boire, on the northern end of Orléans, hoping to distract the French, but a French sortie stepped in and stopped it. About 40 prisoners were taken, and 140 English were killed when Saint-Loup fell a few hours later. And apparently at Joan's request, some of the English defenders were actually spared when they captured in the ruins of a nearby church. Talbot withdrew the northern attack after learning that Saint-Loup had fallen. A good day for the French, it seems. Joan called for an assault on the biggest English outpost now, the Bastille of Saint-Laurent to the west, on Accession Day, May 5th. However, the French captains had their own ideas and persuaded her to let them celebrate the feast day in peace, because they understood its power and the need for the rest for their men. The best course of action was determined in a war council that night to clear the English bastions on the south bank, where the English were most vulnerable. Early on May the 6th, the procedure got underway. To the chagrin of professional commanders, the people of Orléans organized urban militias on Joan of Arc's behalf and gathered at the gates. Joan, however, persuaded the experts to permit the militia to join in. Using boats and barges, the French crossed the river from Orléans and landed on the island of Saint-Aignan. They then crossed a makeshift pontoon bridge to the south bank and landed on the section between the bridge complex and the Battle of Saint-Jean-le-Blanc, the Bastille of Saint-Jean-Blanc, rather. The English garrison commander, William Glasdale, had already quickly destroyed the Saint-Jean-le-Blanc outwork and gathered his forces in the central Boulevard Tourelles Augustins complex after spotting the French's operations intention. The original plan had been to cut off and capture Saint-Jean-le-Blanc from the west. Well, that was the original plan, at least. La Hire allegedly launched a sudden attack on Boulevard's strong point, an outlying fortification south of Les Tourelles, before the French had properly disembarked on the south bank. This almost became disastrous, because the Augustins' English fire exposed the flanks of the assault. Cries that the English garrison of the Bastille Saint-Prive further west was hurrying upriver to reinforce Glasdale and cut them off caused the assault to break out. When panic struck, the French assailants pulled Joan along with them as they fled from the boulevard and returned to the landing grounds. The legend goes that Joan turned around on them alone, raised her holy standard, and cried out, "Au nom de Dieu," in the name of God,
which was apparently enough to impress the English to stop their pursuit and return to the boulevard when they saw the quote-unquote witch fleeing and the quote-unquote spell broken. Turning around, the escaping French soldiers gathered around her. The fortified monastery of Les Augustines was then attacked by the French commanders, and eventually was captured just before dusk. Glasdale's garrison in the Tourelles complex was blockaded, and the Augustines were now in French hands. The remnants of the English garrison at Saint-Prive left their outpost that same evening and moved north up the river to join their fellow soldiers at Saint-Laurent. Despite his remote location, Glasdale could only rely on a robust and established English garrison consisting of 700 to 800 soldiers. During the attack on the Augustines, Joan stepped on a metal spike and hurt her foot. She was transported back to Orleans for the night to recuperate. She consequently did not attend the war council in the evening. To the delight of the residents of Orleans, she refused to miss the last attack on Boulevard Tourelles on May 7th, and was roused to join the French camp on the south bank. In support of her, the populace increased levies and began repairing the bridge with beams, so that the complex could be attacked from both sides. The island of St. Antoine had its own artillery positions. And so Joan was quickly removed after being hit by a longbow arrow between her neck and left shoulder early in the morning while she was still standing in the trench south of Les Tourelles. Rumors of her passing weakened French morale and strengthened English defenders. Witnesses, however, did claim that she came back later that night and informed the soldiers that the fortress would be taken in a final attack. Jean Pasquerel, Joan's confessor and chaplain, later claimed that Joan herself had some kind of premonition, or this foreknowledge of her wound, declaring the day before the attack that tomorrow blood will flow from my body above my breast. Les Tourelles were beaten back from additional attacks throughout the day. Jean de Dunois had made the decision to postpone the last attack until the following day, since evening was drawing near. After informing the troops of the decision, Joan left for a time of silent prayer, before returning to the region south of Les Tourelles and declaring that the area would be theirs as soon as her banner touched the fortress wall. "All is yours. Go in," was Joan's response to a soldier who yelled, "It's touching the wall," referring to the banner. Swarming up the ladders into the fortification, the French soldiers rushed in. The English were driven from the boulevard and back into the Tourelles' final redoubt by the French, who won the day. Glasdale died after falling into the river, after the drawbridge that connected them collapsed. The Tourelles itself was stormed by the French from both sides. The bridge had since been fixed, and in the evening, half burning nonetheless, the Tourelles was finally captured. Of course, the English, feeling quite sorry for themselves, had to come to terms with their defeat. They had suffered 600 prisoners and almost 1,000 casualties, including the interception of reinforcements hurried to the defense and other actions during the day. After being discovered in the complex, 200 French prisoners were set free. On the south bank of the Loire, it was lost to the English when the Tourelles complex was captured. Since Orleans could now be readily resupplied indefinitely, there was very little reason to keep up the siege. The English troops on the north bank, led by Lord John Talbot and the Earl of Suffolk, destroyed their outworks and formed a battle line in the field close to Saint-Laurent on the morning of May 8th. In front of them was Dunois' French army. Before the English had left the field and marched off to join the other English units in Meung, Beaugency, and Jargeau, they stood facing each other, motionless, for approximately an hour. to immediately destroy the English army, some of the French commanders called for an attack. But according to reports, Joan of Arc prohibited it, because after all, it was Sunday, and that's the Lord's day of rest. The English, of course, didn't think that they were completely defeated. Even though they'd lost pretty badly at Orléans, they still controlled the Beaugency, Mons, Janville, and Jargeau areas that surrounded the region. Since the bridge had been repaired, and was therefore more vulnerable to attack, the English could, in fact, quickly reorganize and recommence the siege, possibly with even greater success this time. That day, the 8th of May, saving what was left of the English forces, was, however, Suffolk's top priority. Joan was not as aware of this as the French commanders were. On May 13th, she left Orléans and met the Dauphin Charles outside of Tours to announce her triumph. The French commanders knew that they had first to drive the English from their perilous positions on the Loire, but she ordered a march right away, heading northeast into Champagne towards Reims. A few weeks later, following a period of reinforcement and rest, the Loire campaign got underway. The French army was bolstered by men and supplies who were willing to serve under Joan of Arc's leadership. Arthur de Richemont, a constable who had been shunned, was eventually allowed to join the campaign. The Loire returned to French control following a string of short sieges and conflicts at Jargeau, Mons, and Beaugency on the 12th, 15th, and 17th of June, respectively. Shortly after, on June 18th, French forces achieved their first major field victory in years when they routed an English reinforcement army led by John Talbot that was rushing from Paris. During the campaign, the English commanders, Talbot and the Earl of Suffolk, were also captured. The French felt secure enough to grant Joan's request for a march on Reims only after that. Following some preparation, the Dauphin Charles led Joan and the French army through the perilous Burgundian-occupied region of Champagne as they marched on Reims from Gien on June the 29th. Saint-Florentin gave way on the 3rd of July, as did Troyes on the 11th of July and Chalon-sur-Marne on the 15th. Despite the fact that Auxerre closed its gates on the 1st of July and denied them entry. Well, the following day, 2nd of July, they arrived in Reims, and on July 17th, 1429, the Dauphin Charles was formally crowned King Charles VII of France, with Joan by his side. Mission accomplished. The Silk Road, far more than a simple route for commerce. It was a grand corridor of cultural exchange, connecting civilizations from China all the way to the Mediterranean. From religion and art to language, technology, and even cuisine, ideas moved in multiple directions across deserts and mountains, carried by the camel caravans, passed hand to hand in oasis towns. Today, drawing on the words of those who traveled the route back in the day, the diplomats, the monks, the merchants, explorers of antiquity, will uncover how the Silk Road became a conduit of exchange that shaped the ancient and medieval world. The story of the Silk Road, well, it's not just about business, but more about curiosity, syncretism, and the human desire to connect across great distances. By examining primary accounts and historical records from the era, we'll gain a pretty good insight into how these early interactions left a legacy still visible in our modern culture. So, let's transport ourselves back in time as we go into the cosmopolitan world of the Great Silk Road and see how these cultural exchanges made this network truly legendary. But where are my manners? Hello, and welcome to the channel. Here we are today to walk the Silk Road together. Aren't you excited? You should be. Well, thank you very much to those supporting on the Patreon and those who took the time to check out the merch store. And thank you very much for those who clicked the like and subscribe button and left a comment telling me where it is exactly they are listening from. With that being said, customary welcomes out of the way, let's get started. So, to understand the cultural exchange along the Silk Road, we should probably first picture the network itself and the people who moved along its path. The term Silk Road is kind of a misnomer. It describes a web, rather, of overland routes stretching some 6,000 kilometers, linking the great empires of the East and West. It's not just a single road. During the route's peak, that is from antiquity to the early medieval era, it spanned from the Han Chinese capital of Chang'an, which is present-day Xi'an, and through the oases of Central Asia, such as Kashgar and Samarkand, on towards India, Persia, the Middle East, and finally to the Mediterranean. It was an intricate network of trails across deserts and mountains. Few individuals traveled the entire distance, rather. Instead, goods and ideas were relayed in stages by a succession of intermediaries. For example, Chinese silk might be traded to Sogdian merchants in Central Asia, and then exchanged to Persian caravans, eventually sold to Roman dealers in Syria or Egypt, and then passed on from there. But in this process, each handoff was an opportunity for cultural transmission, as people shared stories, beliefs, and skills along with the products. The origins of this transcontinental exchange trace back to the diplomatic and strategic missions of earlier times. In the 2nd century BC, the Han dynasty of China sought allies and resources to the west. The envoy Jiang Qian was dispatched around 138 BC to find the Yuezhi people and form an alliance against the nomadic raiders. Although he never secured the alliance, Jiang Qian traveled through Central Asia, and when he returned to China, he brought with him some astonishing information about these far-off civilizations, and also a few little souvenirs with him too. According to the Chinese records, his expedition brought back exotic crops, previously unknown in China, and this included grapevines and alfalfa, as well as tall, powerful horses from the Fergana region. His reports described prosperous societies to the west that cultivated the land and made wine from grapes, evidence of Hellenistic influences lingering in Central Asia. Well, the emperor, that being Emperor Wu of Han, he was pretty fascinated. He honored Jiang Qian, gave him a pat on the head, told him good job, and sent further missions. And this right here is pretty much the effective ribbon-cutting ceremony of the Silk Road as a conduit for regular exchange. And so, as trade networks grew, so did the cosmopolitan nature of Silk Road hubs. No single empire controlled the entire route. Instead, a patchwork of kingdoms and nomadic peoples made their livelihoods from it. The Sogdians of Central Asia, for example, became famed as the Silk Road's master merchants in the early centuries CE. Sogdian traders from Samarkand and Bukhara acted as middlemen, carrying Chinese silks, paper, and ceramics westward, and bringing glassware, precious metals, and spices eastward. They also served as translators and cultural brokers, often multilingual and able to converse with Persians, Indians, Chinese, and Turks. Ancient letters discovered near Dunhuang, written in the Sogdian language, reveal merchants discussing how war in distant lands has had a bit of a disruption to their business. Vivid proof that events in one region could certainly ripple across the Silk Road. Of course, war always shocks the economy. At caravanserai inns along the way, diverse peoples met. A Persian caravan might share a courtyard with Indian and Chinese merchants, all swapping tales over a nice cup of tea. These stops were melting pots where languages, fashions, and ideas intermixed nightly. At the western end of the network, the Romans, and later Byzantines, knew the Silk Road primarily through the luxurious goods it delivered. Silk, in particular, was worth an absolute fortune. The Roman writer Pliny the Elder, in the 1st century CE, lamented Rome's obsession with imported silk and the drain of gold that had to pay for it. But he marveled that the distant Seres, the Chinese, weave webs like spiders to create this diaphanous cloth, which Roman ladies prized despite its cost. I'm sure that the Chinese silk dealers were the enemy of Roman husbands everywhere. But in general, to the Romans, China was a mysterious source of wonders, just so far away. Still, their appetite for Silk Road wares was insatiable. And by the mid-2nd century CE, direct encounters occurred. The Hohanshu, that book of later Han, records that in 166 CE a delegation from the Roman Empire, who the Chinese called Daqin, arrived at the court of Emperor Huan of Han. They brought gifts of ivory, rhinoceros horn, and tortoise shell. They probably got this in India while they were en route, and this was noted as the first official contact between Rome and China. In reality, it was probably a group of Roman merchants posing as envoys, but I suppose they were still Roman. Still, the mere recording of such an event by the Chinese historian Fan Ye underscores how even distant empires grew curious about each other through the Silk Road. And so, by the height of the trade, a vast array of peoples participated in its exchange. Nomadic tribes like the Scythians, Yuezhi, Xiongnu, and later the Turkic and Mongol groups both traded with and at times raided the caravans. City-dwelling merchants from Parthian Persia, the Kushan Empire, the Gupta Indian realm, and countless oasis principalities all took part as well. During periods of stability, such as under the Han and Tang dynasties in China, or later under the unified Mongol Empire, long-distance travel became a lot safer. And of course, that just means that cultural exchange can be accelerated further. Think about it. A Chinese Buddhist monk could venture into India along the protected routes, or an Arab merchant could cross Central Asia under the watch of a Turkic Khan. Each traveler's journey added to the web of cross-cultural contact. And so, with that all in mind, let's explore the major domains of culture that were transformed by these interactions, as this is more of a video about not the history of the Silk Road, but rather an analysis of how it developed different cultures. Religion, art, language, cuisine, and technology. Let's talk about it all. One of the most profound and enduring impacts of the Silk Road exchange was the spread of religious beliefs across continents. The trade routes doubled as missionary routes, allowing faiths to travel with the caravans. But this is a two-way process. Eastern religions now moved westward, and Western faiths moved eastward. The result was a remarkable religious cosmopolitanism along the Silk Road, especially in Central Asia and China, where temples, monasteries, and shrines of many creeds coexisted and still to this day do. One of the most significant religious transmissions via the Silk Road was the spread of Buddhism from India into Central Asia and China. Buddhism, born in northern India in the 5th century BC, gradually moved north and east as missionaries and merchants traveled. By the 1st century CE, Buddhist teachings had reached oasis states like Khotan and Kashgar, and monks were establishing monasteries along the trade routes. In the 2nd century CE, the Han Dynasty court in China received reports of this new faith. A later Chinese tradition recounts that Emperor Ming of Han sent envoys to India who returned in 67 with Buddhist scriptures and monks, leading to the founding of the first Buddhist temple in China. Now, whether this be legend or fact, it is clear that by the end of the 2nd century, Buddhism had gained a foothold in China, aided by the Silk Road contacts. Foreign monks such as An Shigao, a Parthian noble, and Lokashema from Gandhara were translating Buddhist sutras into Chinese in the Han capital. I can imagine that would be one hell of a job to do that, introducing unfamiliar concepts and enriching the Chinese religious vocabulary. But as centuries passed, Buddhism's presence expanded dramatically. The religion thrived in the Kushan Empire, covering parts of India, Afghanistan, and Central Asia, which actively supported Buddhist art and scholarship. This patronage produced the distinctive Gandhara art, Buddhist statues sculpted in the Greco-Roman style, an early example of cultural blending. Caravans carried Buddhist iconography and text eastward. By the 4th century, whole stretches of the Silk Road were dotted with monasteries that catered to spiritual needs of merchants and provided safe havens for travelers. In China, the 4th to 7th centuries saw Buddhism blossom into a major faith, thanks in part to the Silk Road. Devout Chinese pilgrims even traversed the route in reverse to seek the source of their faith. The monk Fa Xian made a journey to India in the early 5th century, and his travelogue describes crossing treacherous deserts and mountains to reach the holy sites he sought. 2 centuries later, Xuanzang undertook an epic pilgrimage from Chang'an to India and back from 629 to 645 CE, which he detailed in his book Great Tang Records on the Western Regions. Xuanzang's writings paint a vivid picture of cultural exchange. He recounts the bustling markets of Samarkand, where the Buddhist monasteries coexisted with the Zoroastrian fire temples, and marvels at the sight of the colossal Buddha statues to Bamiyan in Afghanistan. He returned to China with hundreds of manuscripts, directly bringing Indian knowledge to East Asia. Through such journeys, Buddhism was not only transported, but also transformed. As it took root in China, it absorbed the local influences and changed in character, giving rise to schools like Zen or Chan Buddhism that blended Indian doctrine with Chinese philosophy. The flow of Buddhist ideas is one of the clearest examples of intellectual exchange on the Silk Road. But it wasn't just Buddhism. We also had Christianity, Zoroastrianism, and eventually Islam. Christianity also traveled eastward. By the 7th century, missionaries of the Church of the East, often called the Nestorian Church, had journeyed from Persia across Central Asia. In 635 CE, a missionary named Alupen arrived in Chang'an and received the Tang Emperor's permission to teach his religion. The ensuing Chinese Christian community in China left behind a remarkable monument, the Nestorian Stele of Xi'an, erected in 781 CE. Inscribed in Chinese with a bit of Syriac, it commemorates 150 years of the luminous religion in the Tang Empire, describing how scriptures were translated and churches, referred to as temples, were established in several cities. The very existence of this stele signals that a small but thriving Christian presence had been nurtured by the very tolerance that the Silk Road conveyed. Nestorian Christians adapted to Chinese culture, even using Buddhist and Taoist terms to explain their doctrines in local idioms. Older Persian faiths like Zoroastrianism also made their way east with the merchant diaspora. Sogdian and Persian traders living in Chinese cities maintained Zoroastrian fire temples for their worship. Some Tang Dynasty tombs of Central Asian merchants in China are adorned with carvings of Zoroastrian deities, illustrating the persistence of their beliefs, even far from home. Closely related was Manichaeism, a syncretic religion born in Persia too. It spread along the trade routes and won converts in places like Turfan and Chang'an. For a period in the 8th century, the Uyghur Turkic rulers of the steppe officially adopted Manichaeism, which had arrived via the caravans, another testament to the Silk Road's role in transmitting diverse creeds. The rise of Islam in the 7th century added a new dominant faith to the Silk Road mix. As the Arab Islamic caliphates expanded into Persia and Central Asia, they came to control large sections of the overland routes. Islamic rule in cities like Samarkand and Bukhara, conquered in the 8th century, did not end trade, but rather Muslim merchants became active facilitators of commerce along the Silk Road and cultural exchange. Islam itself gradually spread among the Turkic and Iranian peoples of Central Asia through these contacts. By the 10th century, mosques would stand alongside Buddhist stupas in some Silk Road towns. The encounter between Tang China and the Abbasid Caliphate at the Battle of Talas in 751 is famous not only as a military clash, but also for initiating new exchanges. You see, in the following decades, diplomatic and commercial missions eventually resumed between the Chinese and Muslim rulers. The Islamic world gained access to some Chinese technology. One notable example, of course, is paper. The Chinese figured that out pretty early. While the Chinese observers gained knowledge of the new religion of Islam too. In Chang'an, Arab and Persian merchants settled in thriving foreign quarters, where they introduced cuisine, music, and beliefs. A Chinese account from the 8th century even notes that these Western peoples, quote, do not eat pork and do not worship Buddha, an early observation of Muslim customs on a very surface level by a Tang writer. Of course, there were occasional tensions, but the general atmosphere was one of pragmatic coexistence, allowing Islam to become part of the cultural tapestry of the Silk Road. So in short, it was a highway for faiths. By 800 CE, a traveler moving from Syria to China could encounter along the way Christian monasteries in Persia, Zoroastrian fire altars in Bactria, Buddhist cave temples in Dunhuang, and Muslim minarets in Kashgar. This diversity was unprecedented. It fostered an environment of religious dialogue and sometimes syncretism. For example, Central Asian art from this period might depict a Buddhist icon influenced by Christian style or a local deity alongside foreign symbols. The spread of religions via the Silk Road was not only changing the spiritual landscape of Asia, but promoting the exchange of philosophical ideas, art motives, and ethical principles among different peoples. Now, the exchange of material, culture, and art along the Silk Road was as lively as the exchange of faiths and philosophy was. Wherever trade went, art followed. Objects, designs, and artistic techniques traveled with artisans and merchants, resulting in hybrid styles and new art forms that were, well, truly cosmopolitan. An example is the impact of the Hellenistic art from the Greek world on Buddhist art in Central Asia after Alexander the Great's conquests, which, well, he wasn't so great for most people. The Zoroastrians and the Persians called him Alexander the Accursed, by the way. Either way, Greek artistic traditions lingered in Bactria, modern Afghanistan. Centuries later, when Buddhism spread to that region, local sculptors began depicting the Buddha using Greco-Roman techniques. The result was the Gandhara style, statues of the Buddha and Bodhisattvas, with wavy Mediterranean hair and toga-like robes. By the way, that word, Bodhisattva, it's kind of like one of the gods that they worship. I'm not very good at defining it, but it's one of the many gods within the pantheon. Now, these early Gandharan Buddhas were essentially a cultural crossover. Asian religious icons shaped by Western artistic realism. And as these images moved east, they influenced how Buddhists in China and elsewhere visualized the divine. Early Chinese Buddha statues from the 4th century show this influence clearly, resembling an Indian Buddha with a hint of Apollo's face. It's really something to marvel at. Visual motifs and decorative designs also migrated. Silk textiles provide a great example. Chinese silk rolls often reached the West bearing intricate patterns, and conversely, Central Asian and Persian motifs found their way into Chinese art. During the Tang Dynasty, 618 to 907, which was a high point of Silk Road exchange and generally a high point of China, well, Chinese art became notably international. Tang nobles wore fashions inspired by Central Asia, for instance, short tunics and boots that came from Turkic styles, and they decorated their homes with imported Western wares. Tang pottery and silk frequently featured motifs like grapevines, lotuses, and winged mythical creatures. Originally, the same ones that had been popular in Persia and India. At the same time, Chinese luxury items like lacquerware and porcelain, very expensive by the way, traveled west and were admired and imitated abroad. They couldn't quite get it right, but they tried to make their own version. Archaeologists have found Tang-era Chinese ceramics as far away as Iraq, and Persian silver plates have been unearthed in Chinese tombs. And that's a two-way admiration, that's for sure. But performing arts, too, they were part of the cultural exchange. Musical instruments and dancers moved along with people. The lute, known in China as the pipa, which is a bit different to our lutes in our imagination for the medieval European viewers. Well, that was adopted from a Persian instrument, the barbat, and has become central to Chinese music. Central Asian dancers and musicians were famous in the Tang capital too. Historical records describe troupe performances from Sogdia and Bactria, entertaining Chinese courts with lively music, exotic costumes, and new dance forms. In the other direction, elements of Indian and Chinese music filtered into Middle Eastern musical traditions through these contacts. Even architecture did not remain immune. The design of Buddhist religious architecture in China, the multi-tiered pagoda, was inspired by the Indian stupa form, likely modified through what builders saw in Central Asia. Meanwhile, in Western Asia, some architectural ornaments, such as certain tile designs or lion statues, show influence from Chinese art. Artisans themselves sometimes traveled. A glassmaker from the Eastern Mediterranean might find a bit of work in a Central Asian palace. Or a Chinese silk weaver might go and teach the craft in a Persian court. No such hands-on exchanges, techniques like metalworking, painting styles, and textile patterns were shared across cultures. And so by examining the art that does survive from the Silk Road regions, we can literally see the layers of cultural exchange. In the Buddhist cave temples of Dunhuang in western China, for example, paintings from the 8th century depict donors wearing Sogdian-style garments and heavenly figures with Iranian facial features. And in Central Asian ruins, we find murals where East Asian motifs appear alongside Mediterranean ones. The blend was not accidental. It was the direct result of artists drawing inspiration from the cosmopolitan milieu that was all around them. So, along the Silk Road, the arts became a universal language. Styles from one culture were readily adopted and adapted by another. The beauty of a Persian carpet or a Chinese silk panel was appreciated far from its origin, and local artists tried to emulate it or merge it with their own traditions. This cross-pollination produced new artistic innovations and a shared artistic heritage that spanned continents. And so, with the constant movement of people, also comes the mingling of languages. The Silk Road was, of course, a corridor of polyglot communication. Polyglot, of course, meaning one who speaks multiple languages. Merchants and diplomats often became multilingual by necessity, and they carried words and writings across borders. It resulted in noticeable loan words entering different tongues. For example, as new fruits and foods arrived in China, their foreign names were adopted. In fact, the word for grape, pu tao, in Chinese, likely came from the Persian term, just as the word for lion, shizi, came from the Persian shir. Likewise, Western languages borrowed terms for Chinese items. The Greek word for silk, serikos, was derived from seres, the Chinese people. Such linguistic borrowings are only tiny clues of contact, but many survive to this very day. Pu tao, of course, is just the main example. More dramatically, entire writing systems were spread via the Silk Road. The Aramaic-derived scripts of the Middle East inspired Central Asian alphabets. The Sogdian script used by Sogdian merchants was adapted from Aramaic and became a kind of universal script along the Silk Road, and it was later adopted by the Uyghurs, and from them it passed to the Mongols. The traditional Mongolian writing used today is thus a direct descendant of a script used by Silk Road traders over 1,500 years ago. Similarly, Indian scripts traveled into Central Asia along with Buddhism, and Sanskrit inscriptions have been found besides Chinese texts in the desert oasis. In the famous library cave of Dunhuang, manuscripts in a dozen languages were preserved. We're talking Chinese, Tibetan, Sogdian, Sanskrit, Khotanese, and many others. This often indicates that scholars along the Silk Road were versed in multiple languages and worked to translate holy texts and documents from one language to another. Translation of literature and religious texts was one of the greatest intellectual byproducts of the Silk Road. A prime example is the massive effort to translate Buddhist scriptures from Sanskrit and related languages into Chinese. Generations of missionary monks and Chinese scholars collaborated on this in Chinese cities. The esteemed translator Kumarajiva, from around the 4th century CE, who came from the Silk Road city of Guja, led a team that rendered dozens of Buddhist sutras into fluent classical Chinese. Of course, this profoundly influenced Chinese philosophy and literature. It would have been a hell of a job doing that, tell you that much. Such work required not just linguistic skill, but cultural brokerage. Finding concepts in Chinese to match Indian ideas, too, that's a bit hard. Either way, it enriched both cultures' thought worlds. Conversely, stories and books from the East traveled west. Knowledge from faraway China and India filtered into Persian and Arabic writings. For instance, the collection of animal fables known as Kalilawadimna in the Islamic world was translated from a Sanskrit Indian source, the Panchatantra, reflecting how narrative traditions spread through trade links, often via Persia. By the medieval period, the idea of the Silk Road land had entered literature. In the 9th century, the Arab geographer Ibn Khordadbeh described a network of Jewish traders, the Radhanites, who could speak many languages, and connected the trade between the Frankish Europe and China. Evidence that the concept of a connected Eurasian world was recognized. Later, travelogues of adventurers such as Marco Polo in the late 13th century and Ibn Battuta in the 14th century became famous books precisely because the readers were hungry for descriptions of distant cultures, linked by these age-old routes. The works in turn sparked further curiosity and journeys. Not all of them ended well. So in summary, the Silk Road not only exchanged goods, but it facilitated that exchange of words and ideas. It broadened linguistic horizons of those who lived along its paths and created a tradition of translation and storytelling that made the world of that time intellectually richer. Scholars and storytellers, aided by the routes, wove a tapestry of literature that had threads from many cultures, a legacy still evident whenever we find similar folk tales or common terms shared between the East and West. Deep roots, thousands of years. Cultural exchange also took place on the dinner table. Foods and cooking techniques traveled across continents, transforming local cuisines. Many common ingredients in Eurasian diets today were introduced through these ancient trade contacts. From West and Central Asia, we see a parade of new fruits and nuts. Grapes are a prime example. Prior to the Silk Road, grapevines were rare in China, but after Zhang Qian bought them in the 2nd century BC, the Han court began planting vineyards with cuttings bought from Fergana. Along with grapes, of course, comes the art of winemaking, a foreign concept in East Asia at the time. Other produce like pomegranates, walnuts, and melons also arrived from Persia and Central Asia, quickly taking root in Chinese orchards. Conversely, fruits that originated in China traveled west. The delicate peach spread through Central Asia and the Mediterranean. The Romans actually called it the Persian apple, hinting at its path. Apricots similarly traveled from China via Central Asia, known to the Romans as Armenian plums. Over time, these Silk Road imports became local staples, far away from their original homes. Staple crops and seasonings moved as well. For example, Central Asians introduced China to alfalfa, a highly nutritious fodder for horses that improved Chinese animal husbandry. In return, China's cultivation of certain millets and rice varieties spread to oasis communities who hadn't grown them before. Spices like saffron and cinnamon were traded in small quantities overland, though many spices moved by the sea, allowing Western palates a taste of Eastern aromatics and vice versa. One medieval Persian recipe for stew, for example, uses Chinese cinnamon to flavor the broth. Perhaps the most enjoyable are the exchanges of prepared foods and cooking styles. In the cosmopolitan cities of the Silk Road, people were exposed to foreign delicacies. In Tang-era China, they developed a taste for Hu cuisine, that is H-U, foreign dishes introduced by immigrants from Central Asia. They sampled treats like roasted lamb with cumin, yogurt-based sauces, and baked flatbreads, which were novel compared to the indigenous Chinese fare of stir-fried meats and steamed grains. Persian and Sogdian immigrants opened eateries in Chang'an, serving food spiced with onion, garlic, and dill. Likewise, travelers from the West encountered East Asian culinary ideas. The concept of noodles and dumplings can be found across Eurasia by the Middle Ages, whether it was the filled dumplings enjoyed in China, or the similar stuffed pasties and ravioli in Western Asia and Europe. There was likely a dialogue, direct or indirect, about these cooking techniques. Although legends about Marco Polo bringing pasta to Italy are unfounded, sorry to disappoint you, They serve as an example of a parallel development and exchange of such foods. But beverages, too, were shared. Chinese tea, first an exotic herb, became popular among the Central Asian traders, eventually reaching as far as the Middle East. Meanwhile, the Chinese learned to appreciate grape wine and dairy products through contact with Central Asians. A Tang Dynasty emperor even praised the refreshing sour drink of the Hu, probably yogurt or kumis. Over time, some foreign foods became so integrated that their foreign origins were simply forgotten. The use of sesame and coriander in Chinese cooking, for instance, came from the West via the Silk Road, but these ingredients are now firmly part of the Chinese pantry. Now, the impact of these culinary exchanges was more than just a few new flavors. It impacted food security and nutrition by diversifying crops, but it also provided a common ground for cultural interaction, sharing a meal. When people of different backgrounds dined together in caravanserai or a market stall, they didn't just trade goods, they shared tastes of their homelands. Such simple daily acts of exchange helped breed familiarity and acceptance between cultures. The legacy was visible every time we enjoy a dish that blends ingredients from different corners of the world, a delicious reminder of an interconnected past, and in fact, something that we're still doing to this very day. Think about things like Tex-Mex food and just these different integrations of different cuisines together. Sometimes for better or worse, but, well, it's all trial and error, and I suppose it's always going to be subjective. But it didn't only carry material goods and art along the Silk Road. It transmitted technologies and scientific knowledge across continents. When craftsmen, soldiers, or scholars traveled or met foreigners, they often exchanged practical know-how. Over time, this led to innovations from one culture taking root in another. The prime example is paper making. It's a big deal. Invented in China during the Han Dynasty, around the 2nd century BC, paper was closely held as a Chinese craft for many centuries. But through Silk Road contact, this revolutionary technology eventually made its way west. A famous story tells us that after the Battle of Talas in 751, when Arab and Chinese forces clashed in Central Asia, Chinese prisoners skilled in paper-making were brought to Samarkand. Whether by that event or gradual diffusion, by the 8th century the secret of paper had reached the Islamic world. The first paper mill in Baghdad was established soon thereafter, and paper quickly replaced papyrus and parchment across the Middle East and later in Europe. This simple material fundamentally changed how knowledge was recorded and disseminated in the West, enabling everything from vast libraries in Baghdad to, centuries later, the printing revolution in Europe. In any case, it was a direct outcome of Silk Road-mediated technology transfer. But of course, another well-guarded Chinese secret was silk production, also called sericulture. For a long time, Romans and Persians craved Chinese silk, but they couldn't quite work it out. In the 6th century CE, the Byzantine Emperor Justinian sent emissaries to uncover the mystery. The historian Procopius recounts that 2 monks who had traveled to the east smuggled silkworm eggs back to Constantinople, hidden in hollow canes. From these eggs, the Byzantines learned how to raise silkworms and real silk, and from there the Chinese monopoly was broken. This dramatic act of industrial espionage, if we can use such terms, I suppose there's no better term for it, shows how far people would go to obtain a valuable technology via the Silk Road. After that point, silk weaving centers emerged in the Mediterranean, illustrating a successful westward transfer of knowledge, albeit a very sneaky and underhanded one. Military and maritime technologies also spread in both directions. The simple stirrup invented in Central Asia, or perhaps China, made its way to Europe by the early Middle Ages, revolutionizing cavalry warfare there. Conversely, techniques of metalworking and siegecraft moved eastward. The exchange under Mongol rule of the 13th century accelerated this. The Mongols employed Chinese engineers in the Middle East, introducing explosive gunpowder weapons to Western battlefields, and by return, they brought Middle Eastern and European metallurgical expertise to China. By the late 13th and 14th centuries, gunpowder knowledge had leapt from China to Persia to Europe, an innovation chain spanning the Silk Road. Scientific ideas and discoveries were all shared too. Astronomers, doctors, and geographers benefited from the information flow. Islamic scholars of the Abbasid era, that being the 8th to 10th centuries, gathered texts from Greece, possibly China and India, translating and synthesizing them in centers like Baghdad. Some of the Indian mathematical concepts, such as the zero-based numeral system and medicinal plants they learned about, were transmitted via travelers and merchants from South Asia, part of the extended Silk Road network. On the other side, Chinese scholars during the Tang and Song dynasties showed interest in Western astronomy and geography. They obtained astronomical tables from Central Asia and heard reports of Roman and later Islamic medical practices. For instance, the Tang court established an Office of Barbarian Medicine, which is just fantastic, to learn therapies from West and Central Asia, integrating them with Chinese medicine. Devices like the astrolabe for star observations, originally Greek but improved by the Arabs, were known in China by the 13th century. Such scientific cross-pollination often happened quietly, through translated books or visiting experts, but it still planted the seeds for the future advances in each region. Even statecraft and economic tools traveled the Silk Road. The concept of using paper money was pioneered in China in the 10th to 11th century, and later observed by Marco Polo in the 13th. While it wasn't immediately adopted in the West, the description spread the idea. Systems of relay postal couriers, widespread under Mongol rule, impressed foreign visitors and were emulated in parts of the Islamic world and Russia. In essence, wherever people met via the Silk Road connections, practical knowledge was exchanged alongside goods. Sometimes it was deliberate. That's when one ruler hired artisans from abroad or exchanged scientific texts as a diplomatic gift. Other times it was inadvertent, a caravan driver showing another how to harness a camel team more effectively, or a foreign doctor treating a local patient, and thus sharing medical insights. Over centuries, the cumulative effect was profound. Technologies that originated in one part of Eurasia could end up transforming life thousands of miles away. The diffusion of paper and silk making alone dramatically altered economic and cultural life in Europe and the Middle East. And with countless smaller inventions, the story keeps repeating itself. The Silk Road spurred human progress by ensuring that no civilization's knowledge remained completely isolated, whether they liked it or not, as in the case with the silk smugglers. Innovations could be spread and built upon by others, weaving a shared scientific heritage long before our modern age. And so as we conclude our journey, the magnitude of cultural exchange along the Silk Road becomes strikingly clear. I'm sure you'll agree. This network of caravan trails did a lot more than just move silk and spices, despite its name. It wove together the destinies of distant peoples. Along the Silk Road, a truly interconnected world began to emerge, millennia before any modern conceptions of globalization came about. Merchants, monks, scholars, soldiers, They all played a role in this saga of exchange, often unintentionally acting as cultural ambassadors. We've seen how religions spread and took root in new lands, how art styles blended, creating fresh forms, how languages and stories traveled, diets diversified, and how ideas and inventions passed from one civilization to another. They weren't always symmetrical or peaceful. There were misunderstandings, there were clashes, and even unpleasantries like the spread of diseases like the plague. Yet over time the sharing of knowledge and culture generally outlasted these conflicts. The effect was to expand human horizons. People learned about alternative ways of life and thought. It fostered a greater curiosity and sometimes even tolerance. Sometimes. For example, the cosmopolitan cities of Central Asia became centers of learning where scholars of different faiths met. In China, the Tang dynasty's openness to foreign ideas propelled advancements in science and art. In the Islamic world, information gleaned via Silk Road contacts enriched the literature and scholarship of the Abbasid age. In medieval Europe, the travel tales of Polo and others, based on Silk Road journeys, ignited imagination about the East. Though the old Silk Road declined by the 15th century with the rise of sea trade and new empires, its impact endured. It had set in motion an ongoing process of cultural diffusion. Every time ideas were exchanged between peoples, whether through books, trade, or travel, we see a reflection of the spirit of the Silk Road. And so the lesson is that when cultures meet, both become richer. The world of the Silk Road was one where knowledge was shared for mutual benefit, and that the spirit is worth celebrating and emulating. Understanding this history, perhaps it helps us understand how deeply interconnected human societies have always been. The Silk Road's grand story of cultural exchange shows us how openness to new ideas and cooperation across cultural lines have been powerful drivers of progress and understanding. And that's a truth that is as relevant now as it was thousands of years ago. A tale that is as captivating as it is heartbreaking. The life of Mary, Queen of Scots, born in 1542 and becoming the heir apparent of the Scottish throne, having to negotiate the dangerous terrain of a country split between Catholics and Protestants in eternal religious strife. She was exposed to the intricacies of European diplomacy during her brief tenure of Queen Consort of France, but upon her return to Scotland was thrown into a whirlwind of political alliances. Mary was a key player in these turbulent politics of the era because of her equally turbulent marriage, her steadfast Catholic faith, and her audacious attempts to establish her authority. Ultimately, she was imprisoned and executed in 1587 as a result of her long-running rivalry with Queen Elizabeth I, characterized by espionage and shadowy plots. Hello and welcome. Finally, we get around to doing Mary, Queen of Scots today. If you've been looking forward to it, well, I hope it lives up to all of your expectations. As usual, to support the channel, just enjoying the content is enough for that. Like, comment, and subscribe also helps grease the wheels if you feel inclined to do so. But let's all get nice and relaxed, and we can look at the life of Mary, Queen of Scots. And so we begin our biography on the 8th of December 1542 in Scotland, Linlithgow Palace to be precise, where Mary is born to King James V and his second wife, Mary of Guise, who was actually of French origin. She was reportedly James's only surviving legitimate child, and was also born prematurely, which usually is a death sentence back in those days, but very luckily it was not. The death sentence comes much later. Now, through her paternal grandmother, Margaret Tudor, Mary was the great-granddaughter of King Henry VII of England. Now that makes her the great-niece of King Henry VIII, as Margaret was Henry VIII's oldest sister. Just 6 days after Mary's birth, on December the 14th, she became Queen of Scotland, following her father's death, which was attributed to a nervous breakdown after the Battle of Solway Moss. Obviously did not work out very well for him. Or it was perhaps speculated that he had drank contaminated water during the campaign. Contaminated with what? We do not know. But either way, it was well and truly not drinkable. Shortly after her birth, Mary was christened at the nearby church of St. Michael. In March of 1543, the English diplomat Ralph Sadler visited Linlithgow Palace, and, after her nurse, Jean Sinclair, unwrapped the infant, described her as goodly a child I have seen of her age, and as like to live. Of course, despite this, rumours persisted that she was frail and weak, mainly owing to her being born prematurely. It's pretty much 98% of the time that would result in complications. Now, as Mary inherited the throne as an infant, Scotland was ruled by regents until she came of age. Initially, there were two main contenders for the regency, that being the Protestant Earl of Arran, who was next in line to the throne, and the Catholic Cardinal Beaton. Now, Beaton's claim was based upon the king's will, which Arran and his allies dismissed as a forgery, rather convenient. Supported by his influential network, Arran assumed the role of regent until 1554, when Mary's mother, Mary of Guise, succeeded him. And then we come to Henry VIII, which I'm sure you're familiar with, who had a goal of uniting Scotland and England, and was very busy trying to do so between his many failed marriages. He used the regency to propose marriage between Mary and his own son and heir, Edward, his only son also. All those wives, and, well, he didn't manage to produce an heir except for Edward later on. Mary was 6 months old when the Treaty of Greenwich was signed on July the 1st, 1543, which stated that Mary would marry Edward and relocate to England at the age of 10 so that Henry could raise her. In the event that the couple did not have children, the treaty stipulated that the temporary union would end and the two nations would continue to be legally distinct. Once more in power, Cardinal Beaton started promoting a pro-Catholic, but also a pro-French agenda. Henry was not impressed by this, and he wished to sever Scotland's ties with France completely. Beaton wanted to relocate Mary to the safety of Stirling Castle, far away from the coast. Regent Arran, however, opposed the action, but he seemed to have changed his mind when Beaton's armed followers assembled at Linlithgow. Certainly tends to convince people pretty quickly. With 3,500 armed men, the Earl of Lennox escorted Mary and her mother to Stirling on July the 27th, 1543. On September the 9th, 1543, Mary was crowned in the castle chapel with such solemnity as they do use in this country, which is not very costly, according to Ralph Sadler and Henry Ray's report. Henry detained and seized the goods of Scottish traders en route to France just prior to Mary's coronation, and in Scotland, the arrests sparked outrage, and Arran converted to Catholicism, maybe out of spite, and joined up with Beaton. I suppose it is to form some kind of a national identity. An us and them situation. The Scottish Parliament rejected the Treaty of Greenwich in December, and Henry launched his rough wooing campaign to force Mary into marriage to his son after the marriage treaty was rejected and the French-Scottish alliance was renewed. Numerous raids were carried out by English forces on French and Scottish territory. The Scots took Mary to Dunkeld for protection, when the English Earl of Hertford, later Duke of Somerset, raided Edinburgh in May of 1544. In May of 1546, Protestant lairds killed Beaton, rest in peace to him, and 9 months after Henry VIII's death, on the 10th of September 1547, the Scots were once again soundly defeated at the Battle of Pinkie. Mary's guardians sought assistance from the French, and out of concern for her safety, sent her to Inchmahome Priory for a maximum of 3 weeks, just in case. King Henry II of France suggested marrying the young queen to his 3-year-old son, Dauphin Francis, in order to bring France and Scotland together. Nothing does like that, like a wedding. Arran accepted the marriage on the condition of receiving French military assistance and a French dukedom for himself. For Mary's protection, she was transferred to Dumbarton Castle in February of 1548. The strategic town of Haddington was then taken by the English, who once again left a path of destruction in their wake. The long-awaited French assistance finally reached Leith in June, where it besieged and eventually captured Haddington. The Scottish Parliament convened at a nunnery close to the town on July 7, 1548, and approved the French marriage contract. Thus Mary was sent to France at the age of 5 years old, with a marriage contract in hand, and she spent the next 13 years at the French court. The French fleet, led by Nicolas de Villegagnon and dispatched by Henry II, set sail with Mary from Dumbarton on August 7, 1548, and reached Roscoff at Saint-Paul-de-Leon in Brittany a week or more later. Along with Mary was her own court, which included 2 illegitimate half-brothers and the 4 Marys, 4 girls of her own age also named Marys, daughters of Scotland's most noble aristocratic families. At least back then this was Beaton, Fleming, Seton, and Livingston. Janet, Lady Fleming, half-sister of James V, the mother of Mary Fleming, was made governess. A French governess named Françoise de Barrois succeeded Lady Fleming when she left France in 1551. During her early years, Mary was described as lively, attractive, and intelligent, based on accounts from the time. With the exception of Catherine de' Medici, the wife of Henry II, she was a favourite of the French court. That being said, Catherine de' Medici was not the nicest person. You might want to watch my video on the French Wars of Religion and the St. Bartholomew's Day Massacre. You'll get what I mean. Well, of course, Mary was taught in French, Italian, Latin, Spanish, and Greek, in addition to her native language of Scots. That's right, back then they were speaking their native language. She was also proficient in prose, poetry, horsemanship, falconry, needlework, and, apparently, she was a beast on the lute. Always helps. If you've not listened to Bach's Lute Suite, I advise that you do. It's really fantastic. She was also taught to dance by Baladin Jan Paul. With Elizabeth of Valois, her future sister-in-law, Mary retained the nostalgic memories in later life, and they became close friends. One of Mary's main advisors, and another significant influence on her early years, was her maternal grandmother, Antoinette de Bourbon. Mary was described in portraits as having a small, oval head, and also very smooth and pale skin. Now, this could have been ruined by the fact that she contracted smallpox during her early years, but apparently it did not alter her appearance, and as an adult, she was described as remarkably beautiful. Well, by 16th century standards, she was actually pretty tall, 5'11", or 1.8 meters. In contrast, Henry II's son and heir, Francis, was unusually short, and it didn't help that he would also speak with quite a stutter. Henry said, from the first day they met, my son and she got on as well as they had known each other for a long time. So, on the 4th of April, 1558, Mary signed a confidential contract that, if she died without a will, she would give the French crown Scotland and her claim to England. The Dauphin became the king consort of Scotland after she married him at Notre Dame de Paris 20 years later. The only living sibling of Henry VIII's eldest daughter, that being Mary I of England, also known as Bloody Mary, succeeded her in November of 1558. The Stuarts were not allowed to inherit the English throne, as stipulated in Henry VIII's final will and testament, and Elizabeth was acknowledged as her sister's heir by the Third Succession Act, which was passed by English Parliament in 1543. However, Mary Stuart, the senior surviving legitimate descendant of Henry VII, through her grandmother Margaret Tudor, was seen by many Catholics as the legitimate Queen of England, and Elizabeth as illegitimate. The eldest son and daughter-in-law of Henry II of France were then crowned King and Queen of England. England's royal arms were quartered with Francis and Mary's in France. Mary and Elizabeth were constantly at odds over Mary's claim to the English throne. July 10th, 1559, Henry II dies. Not peacefully in his bed either, due to injuries he had received in a joust. Francis, who was then 15, and Mary 16, were crowned King and Queen of France. Two of the Queen's uncles, the Duke of Guise and Cardinal of Lorraine, had gained political dominance in France and were referred to by some historians as La Tyrannie Guisienne, the tyrannical. Mary's mother, who was only able to keep effective control of Scotland with the help of French troops, was losing ground to the Protestant lords of the congregation. The Protestant lords sought to secure Protestantism by inviting English troops to Scotland at the beginning of 1560. The tumult of Amboise, a Huguenot rebellion in France, prevented the French from providing additional assistance. They were far too busy massacring each other. Rather, the Guise brothers dispatched envoys to engage in settlement negotiations. The issue of future Franco-Scots relations became urgent after the death of their sister, Mary's mother, on the 11th of June 1560. Mary's representatives signed the Treaty of Edinburgh on June the 6th, 1560. which committed France and England to removing troops from Scotland. Still in France, and still mourning for her lost mother, the 17-year-old Mary refused to ratify the treaty, even though France acknowledged Elizabeth's right to govern England. Francis II, well, he passed away December 5th, 1560, from a brain abscess caused by an ear infection. Mary was distraught. It hit her pretty hard, especially at that age. They'd hardly been married a few years. Catherine de' Medici, her mother-in-law, became regent for Charles IX, the 10-year-old brother of the late king who inherited the French throne. 9 months later, Mary made her way back to Scotland, reaching Leith on August 19, 1561. Mary, who had been in France since she was 5 years old, had very little first-hand knowledge of the perilous and intricate politics of Scotland at the time. She had no idea how bad things were, and less of an idea how bad they were about to get, especially for her. Well, she was viewed with suspicion by the Queen of England, of course, and many of her subjects because she was a devoted Catholic. Protestant and Catholic factions were at odds in Scotland, had been for a long time. One of the Protestant leaders was the Earl of Moray, Mary's illegitimate half-brother. Mary was criticized by the Protestant reformer John Knox for attending Mass, dancing, and apparently he wasn't happy with her wearing excessively ornate clothing. Okay, mind your own business. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to secure a meeting with him. He was later accused of treason by her, but he was found not guilty and set free. Probably a lot of Protestants in the jury, I suppose. Now, the Catholic party was shocked and appalled when Mary accepted the new Protestant dominance and retained her half-brother Moray as her main counsellor. Her 16-member Privy Council, which was established on the 6th of September 1561, kept the people who were already in positions of authority. The Earls of Argyll, Glencairn and Moray, the Protestant leaders from the 1559-60 Reformation crisis, were all those dominated the council. Not very popular people on the other side of the situation, that's for sure. The Earls of Athol, Errol, Montrose, Huntley, the Lord Chancellor, were the only 4 council members who were Catholic. This was remarkable, according to modern historians, who suggest that Mary's focus on the English throne rather than the internal issues in Scotland was demonstrated by her failure to appoint a council that was sympathetic to Catholic and French interests. Even Lord Ruthven, who was added to the council in December of 1563, was a Protestant, and Mary apparently had a personal dislike towards him. While simultaneously pursuing a course of action that improved her ties with England, she was admitting her lack of military might against the Protestant lords. Lord Huntley, Scotland's most powerful Catholic magnate, led a rebellion against her in the Highlands, 1562, and, accompanying Moray, she destroyed him. As the presumed heir of the English throne, Mary sent William Maitland of Leithington as an ambassador to the English court to argue her case. Elizabeth was afraid that naming a possible heir would lead to a plot to replace her with the one who was chosen. She assured Maitland, though, that Mary was the only person she knew with a stronger claim. The 2 queens were scheduled to meet in England in August or September of 1562, at either York or Nottingham, according to plans made in late 1561. The Civil War in France, however, caused Elizabeth to send Sir Henry Sidney to cancel Mary's visit in July. After that, Mary focused on recruiting a new husband from Europe's aristocracy, a pool of very rich and eligible bachelors. She fiercely protested, however, when her uncle, the Cardinal of Lorraine, started talks with the Archduke Charles of Austria without her permission, and the talks broke down. Don Carlos, the reportedly mentally ill heir apparent of King Philip II of Spain, rejected her own attempt to negotiate a marriage with him. In an attempt to neutralize Mary, Elizabeth proposed that she wed Robert Dudley, the first Earl of Leicester, an English Protestant. The Queen's own favourite and brother-in-law of Sir Henry Sidney, Dudley was someone Elizabeth believed she could control. To inform Mary that Elizabeth would proceed to the Inquisition of her right and title to be our next cousin and heir if she married an English nobleman, she dispatched an ambassador, Thomas Randolph. Due in part to the intended bridegroom's refusal, the proposal was unsuccessful. No daylights nor heel taps, I'm afraid. But, on the other hand, Pierre de Boscobel de Chastelar, that's a long name, do apologize for my French, I do my best here, a French poet who lived at Mary's court, seemed to be quite enamored with Mary. And well, if you got a French poet chasing after you, well, bad luck for all of the other suitors. During a security search in early 1563, they actually found him hidden beneath her bed, seemingly with the intention of jumping out and surprising her when she was in her chamber all alone and declaring his love for her. Some stereotypes certainly seem to ring true. Well, Mary did not see the humor in this, and upon discovering this, she actually exiled him from Scotland. Reportedly, she was absolutely appalled that he would do something like that. The worst she can say is no, right? Well, the decree went unheeded, unfortunately. Now, when she was about to undress 2 days later, he pushed his way into her room, uninvited, just barged in. She, of course, responded with fear and rage, and apparently she had yelled out, "Thrust your dagger into the villain," as Moray hurried into the room after hearing her cries for assistance. But Moray said no, because Chastelar was already restrained. Well, he didn't get away with that one. Unfortunately, he was put on trial for treason, and then he was decapitated. Chastelar was involved also in a Huguenot conspiracy to dishonor Mary, apparently, by damaging her reputation, and his ardor was apparently a complete facade. That's arguable. At least that's what he was charged with. Could be. Either way, Mary was having nothing of it. As much as his story ends in a tragic beheading, I can't help but laugh at the whole situation. Rest in peace to Mr. Chastelar. When Mary was grieving for Francis in February of 1561, she had met Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley, her English half-born cousin, for a short time. Darnley's parents, the Earl and Countess of Lennox, were both English landowners and members of the Scottish nobility. They supposedly sent him to France to offer their condolences, to see if their son and Mary could be a match. The patrilineal descendants of the High Stewards of Scotland, Mary and Darnley, were both grandchildren of Margaret Tudor,
the sister of Henry VIII of England. Darnley was descended from Mary Stuart, Countess of Arran, a daughter of James II of Scotland, and therefore sharing a more recent Stuart ancestry with the Hamilton family. And so on February 17, 1565, they next met at Scotland's Wemyss Castle. Queen Elizabeth referred to him as the Long Lad, because he was more than 6 feet tall. At least I hope that's what she was referring to. Either way, Mary fell in love with him. Although they were both Catholic and had no papal dispensation for the first cousin marriage had been obtained, they were still married regardless, on the 29th of July, 1565, at Holyrood Palace. Now, Rood, by the way, is a old name for cross. So don't get confused thinking that there was the Rood Palace with the Long Lad. Well, the Earl of Leicester and William Cecil, 2 English statesmen, had fought to get Darnley a permit to leave England and travel to Scotland. Elizabeth felt threatened by the marriage, even though it was her own advisers that arranged it, since Mary and Darnley were both heirs to the English throne and were descended from her aunt. If they had children, they would have a stronger combined claim. The saying is that Queen Mary is bewitched, said Nicholas Throckmorton, an English ambassador, who added that the marriage could only be avoided by violence. Mary's insistence on the marriage appears to have been motivated by more passions than logic. Darnley was both her cousin and an English subject, which infuriated Elizabeth, who believed the marriage should not have proceeded without her consent. Of course, following Mary's marriage, the Earl of Moray, Mary's half-brother, publicly rebelled alongside Protestant lords, such as Lords Argyll and Glencairn. They were not too impressed with her marrying a Catholic, especially such a prominent one. To face them, Mary left Edinburgh on the 26th of August 1565. After failing to capture the castle, Moray left Edinburgh shortly after entering on the 30th. In order to raise additional troops, Mary went back to Edinburgh the following month. Now, without ever fighting directly, Mary and her army, and Moray, and the rebellious lords roamed around Scotland in what became known as the Chase-About Raid. The restoration and release of Lord Huntley's son, as well as the return of James Hepburn, the 4th Earl of Bothwell, from exile in France, helped to bolster Mary's numbers. In October, Moray fled Scotland to England for asylum after failing to gather enough support. Mary expanded the composition of her Privy Council, including Protestants and Catholics. And before long, Darnley had become a little bit too overconfident. Unsatisfied with his role as king consort, he insisted on the crown matrimonial, which would have granted him co-sovereign status in Scotland and the right to retain the Scottish throne in the event that he outlived his spouse. Bit of a retirement plan, it seems. They conceived by October in 1565, but their marriage deteriorated after Mary turned down his request. He was reportedly envious of her friendship with one David Rizzio, a Catholic private secretary, who was allegedly the child's father. Yeah, that'll degenerate a marriage, that's for sure. Darnley had joined a covert plot with Protestant lords by March 1566, including the nobles who had fought Mary in the Chase-About Raid. A group of conspirators, led by Darnley, fatally stabbed Rizzio on the 9th of March during a dinner party at Holyrood Palace, right in front of Mary. You can imagine how damaging that would have been to the poor thing. Mary received moray at Holyrood over the course of the following 2 days, and a disillusioned Darnley changed sides. Darnley and Mary fled the palace on the evening of March 11th. After temporarily relocating to Dunbar Castle, they left for Edinburgh on March 18th. The council once again included Lords Moray, Argyll, and Glencairn, the former rebels. On June the 19th, 1566, James, Mary's son by Darnley, was born in Edinburgh Castle. But her marriage had fell apart as a result of Rizzio's murder. While residing in Jedburgh in the Scottish borders of October 1566, Mary rode a horse for at least 4 hours each way to visit the Earl of Bothwell at Hermitage Castle, where he was recovering from injuries he had received in a battle with John Eliot of Park. Although no suspicions were raised at the time, and Mary was accompanied by her council members and guards, her enemies later used the ride as proof that the two were having it off. While she became seriously ill shortly after returning to Jedburgh, experiencing frequent vomiting, convulsions, loss of vision, speech, and periods of unconsciousness. Diagnosis? She's dying. Her French doctor's expertise was credited with helping her recover, however, starting on October 25th. The cause of all the illness is pretty much unknown. Possibilities, probably porphyria, gastric ulcer, hemorrhage, and perhaps just mental and physical exhaustion. I mean, she'd been through quite a lot. Mary and prominent nobles met at Cragmillar Castle, close to Edinburgh, at the end of November 1566, to talk about the problem of Darnley. A bond was likely sworn by the lords present to remove Darnley in another way, even though divorce was discussed. It was thought that expedient and the most profitable for the Commonwealth, that such a young fool and proud tyrant should not bear rule over him, that he should be put out of the picture one way or another, and whomsoever should take the deed in hand or do it, they will defend. Of course, Darnley knew the writing was on the wall, so he fled to Glasgow to stay on one of his father's estates after his son was baptized at Stirling, just a few days before Christmas. And at the beginning of his trip, he had a fever, which could have been caused by poisoning, smallpox, or some even say syphilis. For a few weeks, he stayed bedridden. Mary encouraged her husband to return to Edinburgh at the end of January 1567. In a home owned by Sir James Balfour's brother at the old Abbey of Kirkfield, just inside the city wall, he recovered from his illness. It seemed that a reconciliation was well and truly underway, because Mary was actually paying him daily visits. She spent the early evening of February 9th to 10th, 1567, visiting her husband before going to Bastien Paget's wedding celebrations, which were attended by a member of her household. But early in the morning, Kirkfield was devastated by some kind of explosion. Evidently suffocated, Darnley was discovered dead in the garden. There were no obvious signs of violence or strangulation on the body. Of course, fingers get pointed pretty quickly. Those who were suspected included Mary herself, the Earl of Morton, Moray, Secretary Maitland, and Bothwell. Elizabeth actually wrote a letter to Mary addressing the rumours, and it reads as follows: "I should ill fulfill the office of a faithful cousin or affectionate friend if I did not tell you what all the world is thinking.
Men say that, instead of seizing the murderers, you are looking through your fingers while they escape. That you will not seek revenge on those who have done you so much pleasure, as though the deed would have never taken place had not the doers of it been assured of impunity. For myself, I beg you to believe that I would not harbor such a thought. Yeah, that sounds like she's harboring that thought, though, don't you think? I'm sure she was. Well, it was widely accepted by the end of February that Bothwell was the responsible one for Darnley's murder. Mary agreed with Lennox, Darnley's father, when he insisted that Bothwell stand trial before the Estates of Parliament. However, Lennox's request for a postponement to collect evidence was turned down. Following a 7-hour trial on April 12th, without Lennox present and without any evidence, Bothwell was found not guilty. Surprised? So am I, actually. A week later, Bothwell was able to persuade over 24 bishops and lords to sign the Ainsley Tavern Bond, pledging their support for his plan to wed the Queen. Mary paid her final visit to her son at Stirling from April 21st to 23rd, 1567. Now, at this time, Mary may have been physically assaulted by Lord Bothwell and his men when they kidnapped her on the way back to Edinburgh on April 24th and took her to Dunbar Castle. Mary and Bothwell arrived back in Edinburgh on May 6th, and they were married using Protestant ceremonies on May the 15th at Holyrood Abbey or Holyrood Palace. 12 days later, Bothwell had divorced his first wife, Jean Gordon, who was actually Lord Huntley's sister. Mary initially thought that her marriage was supported by a large number of nobles, but the newly elevated Bothwell, now Duke of Orkney, and his former peers soon became estranged. The marriage turned out to be extremely unpopular. Since Catholics did not accept Bothwell's divorce or the legitimacy of the Protestant service, they viewed the marriage as frankly illegal. Mary's marriage to the man suspected of killing her husband shocked both Catholics and Protestants. Well, because of all this turbulence in the marriage, Mary began to lose hope. The Confederate Lords, a group of 26 Scottish peers, rebelled against Mary and Bothwell and organized their own army to confront her. On June the 15th, Mary and Bothwell faced the Lords at Carberry Hill. However, there was no conflict, because Mary's army withered away during the talks. Bothwell was allowed to leave the field safely, but Mary was brought to Edinburgh by the Lords, where she was criticized by large crowds of onlookers as a murderer and an adulteress. On an island in the centre of Loch Leven, she was imprisoned in the castle the next evening. The twins were miscarried by Mary between July 20th and 23rd. She was compelled to abdicate on July 24th, in favour of her son James, who at the time was 1 year old. Bothwell was banished, and Moray was made regent. He died in 1578, after going insane while incarcerated in Denmark. Denmark can't be that bad, come on. Now George Douglas, the brother of the castle's owner, Sir William Douglas, helped Mary escape from Loch Leven Castle on May the 2nd, 1568, and on May the 13th she defeated Moray's smaller forces at the Battle of Langside. where she managed to muster an army of 6,000 men. She was defeated and ran south. On May the 16th, she took a fishing boat across the Solway Firth into England, and after spending the night at Dundrenham Abbey, she then arrived in northern England countryside of Cumberland, where she spent the night at Workingham Hall. She was placed under protective custody at Carlisle Castle on the 18th of May by local authorities under the direction of Richard Lothar. And it seems that Mary was convinced that Elizabeth would assist her in regaining her throne. Elizabeth exercised caution by directing an investigation into the actions of the Confederate lords and the possibility that Mary was indeed responsible for Darnley's death. Because Bolton Castle was farther from the Scottish border, but still not too close to London, English authorities relocated Mary there in the middle of July 1568. Between October 1568 and January 1569, a conference, also called a Commission of Inquiry, was held in York and then Westminster. Her supporters engaged Regent Moray and his successors in a civil war in Scotland. Mary refused to accept that any court could try her because she was an anointed queen above the law. She sent representatives but declined personally to attend the York inquiry. Elizabeth, however, refused to go. Moray used the so-called casket letters, 8 unsigned letters allegedly written by Mary to Bothwell, 2 marriage contracts, and a love sonnet as proof against Mary. According to reports, they were all discovered in a silver gilt coffin that was less than a foot long and adorned with King Francis II's monogram. Mary insisted that they were fakes and denied having ever written them, claiming it was very easy to copy her handwriting. It is, however, generally accepted that they are essential to determining whether Mary was partially responsible for Darnley's death. The Duke of Norfolk, who led the Commission of Inquiry, called them different affectionate ballads and terrible letters. He sent copies to Elizabeth, claiming that they might establish Mary's guilt if they were indeed authentic. Of course, there's considerable debate about it. At this point, it's pretty much impossible to prove. It is possible that Mary's son destroyed the originals, which were written in French in 1584. Whether in French or translated into English, the remaining copies are not a full set. Incomplete printed transcriptions from the 1570s exist in Latin, English, Scots, and French. According to the conclusion of Mary's biographers, including Antonia Fraser, Alison Weir, and John Guy, the documents were either total forgeries or incriminating passages were added to incriminating letters, or Mary wrote the letters to Bothwell, or perhaps somebody else. Although Guy notes that the letters are fragmented and that the French language and grammar used in the sonnets are too inadequate for a writer with Mary's level of education, some of the letters' phrases, such as verses in the Ronsard style, are indeed stylistic elements that are consistent with the known works of Mary. Either way, although the Scottish Privy Council had seen all the casket letters by December 1567, they were not made public until the conference of the following year. The letters supporting Mary's forced abdication and imprisonment were never made public. She had been imprisoned and forced to abdicate for more than a year in Scotland. While following an examination
of the contents and comparison of penmanship with samples of Mary's handwritings. Most of the commissioners agreed that the letters were authentic. Just as she had desired, Elizabeth declared at the end of the investigation that there was no evidence against Mary or the Confederate lords. Elizabeth did not want Mary found guilty or exonerated of murder for political reasons. The conference was always meant to be a political exercise, with no real intention of moving forward in a judicial manner. And so ultimately, Mary stayed in custody in England, while Moray returned to Scotland as regent. Without denouncing or freeing of her fellow sovereign, Elizabeth was able to keep Scotland's government Protestant. Mary was then transferred to Tutbury Castle on January 26, 1569, and given to the Earl of Shrewsbury and his powerful wife, Bess of Hardwicke. Mary was confined to Shrewsbury's properties, which included Sheffield Castle, Sheffield Manor Lodge, Wingfield Manor, Tutbury, and Chatsworth House. These properties were all in the interior of England, far away from the sea and halfway between Scotland and London. This was because Elizabeth saw Mary's plans for the English throne as a serious threat, and also she really had nowhere to run. Mary was allowed to have her own domestic help, however, and there were always at least 16 of them. To move her possessions from one home to another, she required 30 carts. Fine carpets and tapestries adorned her chambers, and she had embroidered the French phrase, "In my end lies the beginning," on her state cloth. Her own chefs prepared meals with a selection of 32 dishes served on silver plates, and her bed linens were changed every single day. Maybe because she didn't exercise, or perhaps had porphyria again, her health had deteriorated, and by the 1580s she was lame due to severe rheumatism in her limbs. Elizabeth made an effort to broker Mary's restoration in exchange for Protestant religious assurances in May of 1569, but the agreement was soundly rejected by a convention in Perth. Between October 1569 and August 1570, Elizabeth imprisoned Norfolk in the Tower of London, while he persisted in his plans to marry Mary. Moray was assassinated early the next year. He died shortly after a failed uprising in the north of England, led by the Catholic earls, convinced Elizabeth that Mary posed a threat. The anti-Mary forces' strength then increased when English troops entered the Scottish Civil War. With the help of spies stationed in Mary's home, Elizabeth's principal secretary, William Cecil, Lord Burghley, and Sir Francis Walsingham kept a very close eye on her. The Ridolfi plot, which involved replacing Elizabeth with Mary with the aid of Spanish troops and the Duke of Norfolk, was discovered in 1571 by Cecil and Walsingham, who were then England's ambassadors to France. Now, following Norfolk's execution, the English Parliament proposed a bill that would have barred Mary from the throne, but Elizabeth declined to grant royal assent. The casket letters were published in London to discredit Mary. Mary-centered plots persisted. In the latter part of the 1570s, Pope Gregory XIII approved a plan to marry her to John of Austria, an illegitimate half-brother of Philip II of Spain, and the governor of the Low Countries, who was to plan the invasion of England from the Spanish Netherlands. In 2022, scores of ciphered letters Mary sent to Michel de Castelnau, the French ambassador, were found and decrypted. Following the Throckmorton plot in 1583, Walsingham, who is currently the Queen's principal secretary, introduced the Act for the Queen's Safety and Bond of Association, which authorized the execution of anyone who conspired against Elizabeth and sought to stop a presumed successor from making money off her murder. Mary suggested a association with her son James in 1584. She declared that she was prepared to give up her pretenses for the English crown, stay in England, and retire after rejecting the Pope's excommunication bill. A league of offensive plays against France was another offer she made. She accepted that there should be no change in religion, agreed that James should marry with Elizabeth's knowledge, and suggested a general amnesty for Scotland. Her sole request was that the circumstances of her imprisonment be immediately improved. After initially supporting the plan, James turned against it and signed an alliance treaty with Elizabeth, leaving his mother behind. Because Elizabeth did not believe Mary would stop scheming against her during the negotiations, she also rejected the association. Thomas Morgan, Mary's agent, was implicated in William Parry's February 1585 conviction for conspiring to kill Elizabeth without Mary's knowledge. Mary was then transferred to Sir Amyas Paulet for more strict custody in April. She was transferred to a moated manor house at Chartley for Christmas. August 11th, 1586, Mary was arrested while riding and taken to Tixall Hall in Staffordshire after being linked to the Babington plot. Walsingham had personally caused Mary's letters to be smuggled out of Chartley in an effort to trap her. Mary was tricked into believing the letters were safe, but Walsingham actually decoded and read them. It is evident from these letters that Mary had approved of Elizabeth's attempted murder. And so after a 4-day journey that ended on September 25th, Mary was transferred to Fotheringhay Castle. A court of 36 noblemen, including Cecil, Shrewsbury, and Walsingham, tried her for treason in October under the Act for the Queen's Safety. Of course, Mary vehemently refuted all the accusations. She advised the doctors, "Look to your consciences and remember that the theatre of the whole world is wider than the kingdom of England." She protested that she had been denied access to legal counsel, that she had been denied the chance to examine the evidence, that her papers had been taken from her, and that she could not be found guilty of treason because she was a foreign anointed queen and had never been an English subject. Well, that's a loophole, isn't it? I suppose it's a good point. Well, it wasn't good enough. On October the 25th, she was found guilty and given the death penalty. Only one commissioner, Lord Zouch, voiced any opposition. Mary was informed that she would be put to death the following morning at Fotheringhay on the evening of February 7th, 1587. In the final hours of her life, she wrote her will and a letter to the King of France, distributed her possessions to her family, and prayed. Black cloth was used to cover the scaffold that was set up in the great hall. Reached by 2 or 3 steps, it was equipped with the block, 3 stools for her and the Earls of Kent and Shrewsbury, who were present to watch the execution, and a cushion on which she could kneel. As was customary for the executioner to ask the pardon of the person being executed, Bull and his assistant knelt before her and begged her for forgiveness. Mary responded, "I forgive you with all my heart, for now I hope you shall make an end to all my troubles." The executioners, along with her servants Jane Kennedy
and Elizabeth Curl assisted Mary in taking off her outer garments, exposing a velvet petticoat and sleeves in crimson brown, the Catholic Church's liturgical colour of martyrdom, with a black satin bodice and black trimmings. Never had such a grooms before, nor ever put off her clothes before such a company, Mary said with a smile as she undressed. Kennedy blindfolded her with a gold-embroidered white veil, knelt on the cushion in front of the block she placed her head on, and extended her arms. Her final statement, "Into thy hands, O Lord, I commend my spirit." But a single blow did not decapitate Mary. The first blow hit the back of her head instead of her neck, with the exception of a tiny piece of sinew that the executioner sliced through with the axe. The second blow severed the neck. He then raised her head and proclaimed, "God save the Queen." Mary had very short, grey hair, which was revealed when the auburn tresses in his hand turned out to be a wig, and the head dropped to the ground. Although eyewitness Emmanuel Tomascon omits these details from his exhaustive report. Cecil's nephew, who witnessed the execution, told his uncle that after she died her lips stirred up and down a quarter of an hour after her head was cut off. Elizabeth was furious when she learned of the execution, and claimed that the Privy Council had acted without her consent, and that Davidson had broke her orders not to give up the warrant. Elizabeth was given plausible deniability, to try to avoid the direct stain of Mary's blood because of her hesitation and purposely ambiguous instructions. After being detained and cast into the Tower of London, Davidson was convicted of misprision. After Walsingham and Cecil pleaded on his behalf, he was freed 19 months later. Before being buried in the Protestant service of Peterborough Cathedral in late 1587, her body was embalmed and kept safe in a lead coffin. Her request to be buried in France was denied. Her entrails, which were taken out during the embalming procedure, were interred secretly at Fotheringay Castle. When her son, King James, ordered her to be reburied at Westminster Abbey across from Elizabeth's tomb in 1612, her body was exhumed. In an effort to determine where her son, James of England, was buried, her tomb was opened in 1867.
And that's where it ends. Thank you for watching so far. I'd like to thank the top-tier supporters: Dark, Gary, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Erin, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, Jessica, Christine, Sally, Katiana, Christine, Fazaba, Legitmus, Maverick, Susan, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Cameron Alexander, Nicholas, Daniel, JR, and Charlene. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Lots of love to you all. Good night.